Hi guys, I'm Skaina Benz at the House of Laws to speak to the powerful people who make decisions about your life, your health and your well-being. And we are here to get your voices heard today.
Thank you, Lord Collins. PMNCH is convening the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign, a global youth-led effort to mobilize
Okay, you guys outside.
for adolescent well-being.
Attention.
Unite! Rise! Lead! Young people, this is our time. We are 1.8 billion young people in the world today, standing as one to reach equality. In a world today, where dreams ignite, we stand as one, younger shining bright, united in spirit, we make a change. For 1.8 billion strong, our voices rearrange. With hope in our eyes, we'll break these walls. Together we'll rise, we'll answer the call. Bound by our purpose, a love beyond compare. Justice, our right, we'll strongly get there. We are 1.8 billion young people strong. Symphonies of voices singing in the song. Let's rise above, let's compassionately do it. Bright our future, we will seize the day. We are uniting, we are rising, we are leading. For better feel alive, for better kind of world. It's time to listen, it's time for action. We'll break the chains of inequality and strive in solidarity, igniting life. We'll champion justice, throughout the days and nights. Ours is the power as we claim our rights. We are 1.8 billion young people strong. Symphonies of voices singing in the song. Let's rise above, let's compassionately walk. Bright our future, we will seize the day. We are uniting, we are rising, we are leading. For better feel alive, for better kind of world. It's time to listen, it's time for action. As we come together hand in hand, the world will witness the change we have planned. With unity and love, we will overcome. For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.
Hello! Wow, what a start. You know what? I absolutely love that tune. So big thanks to Leonis, the genius from Sierra Leone even, for the 1.8 anthem. And now, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are your co-hosts for this global forum for adolescents. My name's Graf Mensa, and I'm a TV presenter and journalist from the UK.
So welcome to all of you as we take forward the 1.8 billion campaign together. I'm really looking forward to hearing all the inspiring speakers and your feedback and questions. My name is Daniel Mullings, and I'm one of your co-hosts today. I'm a tech advocate, software engineer, documentary maker, and of course, a part of WHO's PAHO Youth for Health group, right from Kingston, Jamaica.
We'll be by your side for the next 2 days for some great discussions, information sharing, inspiring speakers, and incredibly exciting announcements. I'm Levi Singh, a health policy advocate and PMNCH Youth Champion from Durban, South Africa.
Now, welcome to the Global Forum for Adolescents. Thousands of young people are with us right now today, and we have a packed agenda over the next 2 days, with 3 high-profile plenaries and dozens of call sessions on a broad range of key issues facing adolescents and young people, plus some great music and entertainment along the way.
Of course, I'm so excited for all of this, but we want you to join the conversation. So of course, use the hashtag 1.8 billion on all your favorite social media platforms. And we want to just show you really quickly how to access our conference and view all the great content that we have coming up. All right, here's our video. So what you're going to do in order to select your language is click the icon in the bottom right-hand corner. It looks like an A, it's a text icon. After you've selected your language, you can now scroll on the left to select whichever session you would like to access. Once you click it, you'll be able to access that session right here. And remember, after each session closes, you'll need to select which session you'd like to access next from the 2 options. That's it to access our platform.
Now you know how it all works. Let's get started. Check out this video about the 1.8 campaign.
Unite! Run! Lead!
Curtains.
Wow, wasn't that impressive? Youth advocates from around the world, and we even saw our very own Levi. Now, it's clear that as young people, we know what we want, and this campaign is making sure those voices are heard by decision makers all across the world.
Incredibly impressive. But then again, we are the largest generation of young people in human history ever. All 1.8 billion of us.
Yes, and of course, the What Young People Want survey, which has really made our voices heard, is the biggest of its kind in the world.
Now, we are heading to India, where loads of young people are joining this truly global forum for adolescents. Hello, India.
Hello, lovely people around the world! Warmest greetings from India to the Global Forum for Adolescents. Well, guys, I'm really excited. This is RJ Roll Morgan, and I'm as caked as everyone around here. We are going to be a part of this history, this groundbreaking event, first of its kind in the world. As you can see, a lot of people behind me, and they're as kicked, as excited as I am. Well, guys, please give yourself a huge applause. These lovely bright faces with us from India, and we have two very special guests with us. Can we have Miss Wanya? Huge applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, I'm Vanya from the YP Foundation, and what an amazing crowd we have here today. As for YP's part in the 1.8 billion campaign, we have had 20 youth leaders who have mobilized over 50,000 adolescents.
Wow!
50,000 adolescents in 10 states in India through community centers, colleges, malls, whatnot. And this is really special because they've raised their demand. They want to know about sexuality education, healthcare, and higher education. And this is special because we don't get a chance to represent our voices. And now we're having our opinions in G20 platforms, and it's really, really great. And we're living the change we want to see, and we're celebrating it today. Thank you.
Wow! No chef Wanya! We also have a very special guest with us. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, my name is Oindrada and I'm a youth advisor for Global Talim and the Pentland branch. I'm so excited to be here today. We are so happy to be connecting with everyone via the Global Forum for Adolescents. We, the young people, have gathered over here to ask our leaders and stakeholders for having concrete actions and demanding accountability for the promises that they have made. We are 1.8 young people, the largest in the history of humankind. We want our leaders and stakeholders to invest in our well-being and health because it is our future, our rights, and it is our world. We are not mere beneficiaries of the system, but we are also active decision makers, and we want to be part of every step of decision making. The time to act is now.
Yeah, thank you very much. And wow, this is so amazing. Huge round of applause for all the young people here and those who are joining us around the globe. Guys, you're doing an amazing job. And of course, as you remember our slogan, unite, rise, and lead. Wow. So that's what we have from India. Bye-bye.
Big shout out to everyone in India. It looks like young people there are really enjoying being part of the action. And 7,600 young people have registered online. But now, let's get down to some serious business. For our first panel, we are going to the headquarters of the World Health Organization in Geneva, where youth leaders Erika Ihiyama and Yana Panfilova and Kanisha Aurora speak with the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros. They'll also be in dialogue with country ambassadors and key representatives talking about priorities for this important campaign.
That's right. This plenary is a great example of how this campaign is ensuring young people are being heard in the corridors of power, and more importantly, what the responses from decision makers around the world are to their priorities.
And we'll also be hearing from Stefan Peterson for a snapshot of outcomes from the What Young People Want survey, as well as from Winnie Byanyima, Executive Director of UNAIDS, and Natalia Kanem, Executive Director of UNFPA.
Now that's a very high-powered session, so you know what, we're looking forward to it. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to the moderator of this first plenary, Anushu Banjari, Director of Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health and Aging at the World Health Organization. Over to you, Anushu.
Thank you very much to our hosts. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the opening of the plenary of the Global Forum for Adolescents, a milestone of the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign, and the largest ever gathering of adolescents, youth and allies around the world to urge for greater action for adolescent well-being. I'm Anshu Banerjee. I'm the Director for Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health and Aging here at WHO in Geneva. I'll be the moderator for this opening session, which will focus on the theme Unite for Adolescents' Well-Being, a Future Shaped by Youth. What is the link between the Global Forum for Adolescents and the 1.8 billion campaign? The 1.8 billion campaign for Young People for Change is a multi-year advocacy campaign for political commitment and multi-stakeholder investment in adolescents and is coordinated by PMNCH, championed by partners, and is supported by the UN family. It is a culmination of many years of our collective effort to shine a light on the needs of adolescents. I'm very pleased that we are kickstarting this discussion here at the World Health Organization headquarters, a signal of our and the UN family's commitment to promote adolescent well-being. To start, let us hear from 1.2 million young people themselves on why adolescent well-being is such a priority, followed by Stefan Petersen, Professor of Global Health at the Karolinska Institute, on the status of adolescent well-being in the world today.
Thank you, Anshu, and I'm so happy to be with you today. I'm Stefan Petersen. I join you from Karolinska Institute, which you see behind me. I'm also a professor at Makerere University in Uganda, where I'm normally based. And finally, I have the pleasure of working with UNICEF Sweden. Now, I understand the organizers were looking for a 16-year-old to present the state of the world's children, but there must have been a mix-up because you got the 61-year-old. Nevertheless, let me show you some of the facts on the state of the world's adolescents as we see it today. We are overall 8.1 billion people in the world. And you, adolescents and young people, have never been as many. You're 1.8 billion. You're a quarter of the world's population. So you are in the absolute demographic majority. And you are becoming more. You've never been as many. But over the next 15 years, you're going to become even more. You're going to top 2 billion before you start aging off, as it were, as a cohort. And that means that this is the time to invest. This is the time to act, obviously for you and your human rights, but also for the future of the world, because you are the future workforce. Where are you then? Well, you know where you are, but where are your peers? Well, you are across the world, and here are the numbers. This adds up to 1.8 billion 10 to 24-year-olds. And as you can see, you are many in the global south, but you're all over the world. And the future growth is primarily in Africa as you look ahead in the coming decades. We already heard this fantastic survey from 1.2 million young people. You've responded to the survey. We've rearranged the results slightly in a different way across the determinants of adolescents' well-being and adolescents' thriving. And again, your chief request was learning, skills, and employability, as you can see on the right, and safe and supportive environment. And here are some quotes that illustrate what young people want from Brazil and Uganda in those two categories. However, I must say that after this, the hottest September in the world's history, 1.8 degrees hotter than pre-industrial, safe and supportive environment must include the climate as well. There's a brand new report out from UNICEF today showing that over the last 6 years, 43 million children, 0 to 18, have become climate migrants, and projecting that over the coming 3 decades, 110 million more will become climate migrants. So we are changing the meaning and the requirements here of safe and supportive environment and your right to healthy environment. As you know, the Child Rights Commission has now said that it is your right. I also wanted to go to your third request now, good health and optimum nutrition, and dig a bit deeper. Because much as these are the healthy decades of life that you are in, you are out of the dangerous childhood and you are not yet in middle age, it turns out that a third of the global disease burden actually has its roots in adolescence. And how do we get to that? Well, here are a few examples. In fact, 1.5 million adolescents and youth die every year. And you die from things that actually kill you, obviously, in that age period, such as road traffic accidents, such as suicides, such as dangerous pregnancies in childhood and early and adolescence, which are leading causes of death across the world. But other things, such as overweight and mental health issues, start in adolescence, but may only come to their dramatic consequences later on in middle age and older age. So adolescence is a key period also for the rest of life, and not to mention the issues that befall you during adolescence. Furthermore, there have been 3 C's over the last few decades. They've been called COVID, they're called climate, and they're called conflict, that have made you actually the subject of what we would call a polycrisis. Because there are many issues that befall you that are related, that translate into all sorts of problems across sectors, and that are met by insufficient investment to counter them. All is not doom and gloom, though. We are in the SDG period, and how has it played out for adolescents and youth? Well, I would like to say that we have never reached such big numbers of you with services, but you have also become many more, and economic growth has been insufficient to really support the expansion of services. So we need to do more, we need to do better. For instance, mortality in your age group has gone down, but is far too high still. Child marriage have gone down, had a bump up during COVID and lockdowns, and much remains to be done. Adolescent birth rate has gone down, but we're still losing 70,000 young women and children in childbirth per year, children giving birth to children. And finally, although secondary school completion rates have gone up, we still see 22% of global youth not in meaningful occupations as we would like them to be. So I would like to go forward and say that going to school is no longer enough. We have never had as many children going to school, but they don't seem to be learning. After COVID lockdowns, we are now up to 70% of 10-year-olds who are unable to understand a simple text. So clearly quantity is not enough. We also need quality. And this is your chief request as young people: learning, skills, and employability. This actually is a tremendous lost opportunity. The cost of inaction is massive. And I really look forward to reading this study soon coming out by Sheehan and colleagues that shows that this corresponds actually to 6% of GDP, which is a staggering amount of resources that we forego by not investing in the biggest ever adolescent and youth cohort, not investing sufficiently. Because investing actually is good business. If you need to make your investment case, as I'm sure you will in the coming 2 days here, there are very good interventions. There are very good economic cases to be done. If you invest $1 in education, your chief request in the survey, society will reap $12.3 back, 12 times the money. And if you think that's bad, let's go to safe and supportive environments where you get 16 to 26 times the money back. Or let's invest in health. Adolescent health services gives you 10 times the money back. And mental health investment gives you 24 times the money. Now, where are the investors here? Where are the finance ministers? Where is the private sector? Where are the people with the money to actually reap these enormous benefits for society? Well, maybe they are not sufficiently here. And why could that be? Because we've made this argument before. I've given this talk before. But to me, I have a hypothesis. That is that it's about voice and accountability. And that's why we actually looked into youth in decision-making spaces. There are many ways you can look at it, but here is one statistic we managed to find. 23% of the world's adult population are in their 20s and thus voting age. Now, how many parliamentarians does that result in? Well, 2.6% of parliamentarians are under 30 years of age. So certainly you are underrepresented. There is a democratic deficit here in terms of young parliamentarians, and we need more of them. But conversely, we also need to make politics work for young people, even if parliamentarians are older. But maybe one way to do this is actually to lower the voting age. Why not to 16? That's an argument I'm making in my native Sweden, at least. It would serve to change the focus of debate. So we're now gathered here for 2 days to do what? Well, to mobilize political and financial commitments. And that's certainly about how we spend the development assistance, the cooperation money, etc. But I would argue it's also about how the Minister of Finance and how the Prime Minister in all the countries of the world spend and not spend their money, and on which age group and on which type of services. It's also about missing stakeholders here, the private sector, because after all, you ask for skills and employability, but the private sector needs employable people. So this is a two-way street. Secondly, we're here to bring young people together to speak for their well-being and to share knowledge and lived experience. But as I alluded to, it needs to go beyond talk shop. It needs to go to voice and accountability and a seat at the table. Therefore, I would like to encourage and challenge all of you over the coming 2 days to operationalize voice and accountability and not just wait to be invited. Certainly, you need to have an invitation, but you need to organize to take that space. Bring young politicians into this debate, but also find ways to make politics work for young people. Bring the missing stakeholders. Yes, talk to the development partners. Yes, make your investment case to the finance minister and the prime ministers of the world, but bring in the private sector so that we become more around this table. And my rallying cry, and is to get to action now, certainly for young people, with young people, but by young people, because you are the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for highlighting particularly the need to invest in young people, why that's necessary, but also the challenges that we have, but also successes that have been made so far. You've highlighted the life course approach. We know that when we invest in adolescents, it's not only when they're an adolescent, but also in their future health, their employability, but also into the next generation. And as you mentioned, voice is important. So it's important for us to listen to young people. And for that reason, we will now move and listen and have a discussion with a couple of our young panel members here. It is a privilege to be joined by Jana Panfilova, Erika Eyama, and Kenisha Aurora, who will be addressing diverse facets of adolescent well-being, including education, sexual and reproductive health and rights, resilience, and other issues. Jana created the Eurasian Union of Adolescents and Youth organization called Teenergizer. And it's a civil society organization to support adolescents and young people living with HIV in Ukraine. And she did this when she was only 16 years old. Erika serves as the Youth Coalition in Ghana and advocates for adolescents' sexual and reproductive health and rights. And Kenisha is the co-founder of the Hope Sisters and is the UNESCO Youth Representative. She also holds a hard-earned seat at the SDG 4 High-Level Steering Committee. Let me start with Erika. Erika, you're an advocate for sexual reproductive health and rights. Why is SRHR the focus of your efforts? And could you tell us how you see this being critical for other areas of adolescent well-being?
Hello, thank you so much, Anshu, for that question. SRH is actually the focus of my advocacy work because of the environment I found myself in growing up. You know, in an environment where you realize that young people or adolescents do not have access to information to make informed decision in an environment which is in a cultural context where it's so difficult for a young person to even walk to the pharmacy to purchase contraceptives or even walk to the health center to ask for information about her adolescent health or his sexual health. An environment where you have a lot of adolescents actually dropping out of school because of teenage pregnancy, because of child marriage, because possibly parents may not really see the essence of putting the adolescents in education because they may not have any planned future for these adolescents. So SRH was my focus, or I would say is still my focus, because I believe that as young people or as adolescents, we need to find ourselves in a supportive environment for us to grow and thrive. Hence, it's important for us to get access to information, which is vital in order for us to make informed decisions. Well, SRH is very, very important. Sexual reproductive health rights is so important because it is actually fundamental to the human rights of adolescents and young people. As adolescents and young people, it's important for us to have access to this information because it goes a long way. Having access to that information now as an adolescent actually transcends to, I would say, who I would want to be in future, because if I get access to that information, that can help me, that can help guide my career path on who I want to be one day. But I'll say there have been quite some challenges for adolescents and young people, and this may be contextual. It may differ from every country, but coming from Ghana, I would say one major challenge in Ghana is access to SRH information. As I indicated early on, it's difficult for young people and adolescents to access information. Young people and adolescents are not actually involved in policies that actually concerns them. Young people will just be there, adolescents, and you will be informed, okay, this policy has been passed in favor of young people, but it's actually not being implemented. It's just being passed because everybody wants to see it being passed. But what actually is happening on the grounds, it's totally different from what is being stated in that policy. It's difficult for adolescents to walk to health facilities, to access information. These challenges are quite a lot for young people and also adolescents, especially finding themselves in such communities. Now, the solution possibly is to ensure that young people and adolescents are actually engaged at all levels. We are not just the future, but we are actually the present. You can't call us or you can't describe us as the future without involving us in the policies and the frameworks that are being worked on now. Hence, it's important that in all aspects, we don't want to be put aside and called upon when the money is ready. No, we want you to call upon us and ask us, what do we want? Then allow young people to tell you what they actually want. Then there, if you want to provide us with that funding, that is provided for us to find a solution to it. And also, it's important that when we have these discussions, let's not forget inclusion. Usually, for instance, persons living with disabilities, young people living with disabilities are quite challenged because they are not involved in this whole process. So it's quite a holistic process that we need a holistic approach to ensure that everybody is included. And to do that, you need to involve young people in all aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. And so I think you're highlighting one point, and that's whether actually the decision makers feel that you can make a decision yourself about your own lives. So let's maybe move to Jana. And Jana, speaking for your experience as an activist over the last few years, can you elaborate on some of the challenges that you and your peers have faced, especially when it's coming to adolescent health and well-being during conflict and in conflict settings? You have been working with peers and other partners to address this, and it's also an important issue around the mental health of young people. So maybe you can highlight a couple of your experiences.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Yana Panfilova. I'm from Kiev, Ukraine, which is capital of Ukraine. I'm 25 years old and I was born with HIV. As a young person born with HIV, I never expected that one day I would flee my homeland as a refugee and continue to fear that it will take years, even decades, for me to recover from these emotional scares. This is the state of the mental health for me and for an entire generation of young Ukrainians. I'm not here just to tell my story, because there is many young people whose lives are more moving than my own. I'm here to scream for attention for the mental health crisis facing millions of young people around the world who are growing up in the world of tyranny and mental fragility. Let me tell you about the story about Valeria, an activist from our organization Teenager in Ukraine. She was only 17. She tried suicide 3 times and she were not able to get any mental health before because of the parental consent law. What is the WHO definition of health? Health is the state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely an essence of disease. But the doctors and nurses in the hospital who had duty to ensure her mental well-being look at her with contempt. Our organization, Teenager, was lucky to help her in time. We got a psychiatrist to support her. After she was diagnosed with depression, she started take treatment and her condition stabilized. Today she is living in Ukraine, and despite the war, she has better mental health than she has had in many years. I'm proud of our work, but our model is based of 200 peer psychological volunteers. We can only support a small numbers of young people who need help now. Who is supporting hundreds of thousands of young people we can't even reach? There are thousands of young Ukrainians, women like Valeria. We were only able to help one. A few hundreds more are getting support at clinics at hospitals in Ukraine, but thousands more young women and girls are living alone as a refugee in other countries where they are too afraid to ask for help from a mental health expert in another country in another language, because they're too afraid to be looked at with the same contempt that Valeria experienced. It doesn't matter if a young person has depression or cancer or HIV. It doesn't matter how much money has spent to build a new clinic the staff is working in, or how high the salaries of the best trained health experts. If young people cannot expect that we will be welcomed by mental health professionals and trained free of discrimination, we will not seek support for mental health or any other conditions, regardless of where we are from, how we define our gender. If I'm going to face contentment from mental health expert who is supporting to help me, I will feel safer to hide in the shadows or get free mental health support from ChatGPT. These crises are not going to finish soon, or even. So we need to ensure that young people, especially teenagers, have access to professional mental health services that are strong enough to work in any crisis, any wars in our world. Thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Anna, for highlighting that case of Valeria, because I think there will be hundreds and thousands of Valerias in other humanitarian settings, and they need support. Next, we'll come to Kenisha. Kenisha, you're an executive member of UNESCO's Youth Network, and you lead a network of 100 education activists across the world to provide quality education to all young people. And we've seen from Stefan's presentation how high education is on the mind of young people. How do you see adolescents and young people's voices being listened to and attended to in policy-making bodies in such a fundamental area as education? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee, and hello to the distinguished excellencies, member states, and my fellow youth leaders. My journey started a couple years ago when my best friend dropped out of high school, not because she didn't have a passion for learning, but because she couldn't access menstrual hygiene products in our school washrooms. And this journey, it took me quite a while to understand. How could something like a stigma become such a huge barrier that prevented not only my friend, but 1 in 7 girls in Canada from going to school and learning? So at a young age of 16, I mustered up any courage that I had, and I put my name to run for a school board trustee. Once I got elected, I put forth a motion to provide free menstrual hygiene products in our school washrooms. But I was quickly dismissed because this proposal was rejected, not because they didn't believe in the passion or understand the empathy or understand the concerns that young people had, but because of the stigma. In fact, I wasn't even allowed to talk about it at a public board meeting. But I continued to advocate. I continued to educate peers around me and the fellow trustees sitting around me in the boardroom. And with that, I'm proud to now say that this motion has been institutionalized. But thank you. But it was only because they themselves had the courage to choose science over stigma. And this is the reality of us young people and us adolescents. We continue to sit at the crossroads of choosing between our health or our education every single day. And as Stefan mentioned, our health is what prepares us to go to school, be in safe learning environments, and be ready for our future. But it is our education that equips us with those skills. So is it fair for us to have to choose between these two realities? I don't think so. So how do we move forward? We need more young people working on health policies in education systems. We need more young people working in health systems around education policies. And we need to recognize that education and healthcare are two sides of the same coin. When I was 16, I dared myself to see if I could change a system after hearing so many no's. And so to all the young people listening to our conversation, I dare you to see just how far you can go to change and challenge a system, just how far you can go to convince and educate your peers and government leaders. And to the member states here today, I dare you to choose science over stigma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kanisha, and particularly for highlighting this very topical issue about menstrual hygiene. But also, this really links up to the initiative that UNESCO, WHO, and UNICEF are supporting around health-promoting schools. Because it's really, we need both. We need to be healthy in order to have good educational outcomes, and the educational outcomes that we have will result in health benefits afterwards as well. So let us now open up the floor for some brief interventions from our esteemed member states who are here in the room with us. And I see Mexico, Ambassador, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Anshu. Es un honor para México participar en la primera sesión plenaria del Foro Global de Adolescentes 2030. Mi país está firmemente comprometido con los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y reconoce que el bienestar de las personas adolescentes y jóvenes es fundamental para cumplir con las metas establecidas. Por eso, la agenda del bienestar de los adolescentes es una prioridad para México. Este foro es una oportunidad para establecer un diálogo ágil y global en favor de las políticas públicas y los compromisos para el cumplimiento acelerado de la agenda. También es una oportunidad para escuchar la perspectiva y las preocupaciones de las personas jóvenes de manera directa, que consideramos fundamental para comprender mejor sus necesidades y aspiraciones, evitar visiones tutelares y diseñar políticas efectivas. Con base en nuestra legislación y contexto, México ha asumido compromisos específicos en favor del bienestar de los jóvenes y está trabajando activamente para cumplirlos bajo un enfoque multisectorial. Estos compromisos abarcan sectores como la salud, la educación y un entorno seguro, libre de violencia, entre otros, que consideramos fundamentales para conectar de manera transversal sus necesidades y derechos. Continuaremos trabajando para garantizar que estos objetivos se cumplan y así lograr que nuestros adolescentes y jóvenes tengan un futuro prometedor. Deseamos mucho éxito a las y los participantes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and for highlighting particularly the issue of the need to listen to young people in order to get them engaged and to adjust the policies according to that. And also particularly the issue of multisectorality and violence in that age group. I see there are many plaques up, so I will maybe first go to India. Ambassador, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banerjee, and thank you very much to all the panelists, and it was wonderful to listen to all your perspectives. This forum, we believe, plays a very pivotal role to amplify political attention, to foster international cooperation, and also to accelerate actions to ensure the holistic well-being and development of adolescents and youth. India is firmly committed to this agenda, and in fact, as a part of our G20 presidency this year, we had hosted a special side event on it. As the most significant stakeholders in their own future, young people's contributions to decision-making processes have a perspective that others simply cannot bring. And we therefore need to ensure that the youth participate fully and effectively in these processes and that their voices are heard and heeded. India has one of the world's largest youth populations, and with a substantial proportion actually representing, comprising the adolescents. And securing their well-being and their development is not just a societal obligation, but also a strategic necessity for us to ensure the nation's future growth and prosperity. Going through vast physical, emotional, and cognitive transformations, adolescents do require our focused attention and nurturing, which is why, as part of India's national efforts, and we have significant investments in youth programs, and adolescent well-being has a very high priority. the digital revolution in India and the enormous strides that we have made in recent years in universalizing access to high-quality education, health services, and developmental infrastructure have greatly facilitated these efforts. I'll conclude by reiterating India's commitment to further strengthening our policy environment and also to collaborating with international efforts to empower adolescents and young persons and to equip them to become future leaders for the world. We wish all success to the forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I'll just move down the table. South Africa, I think the Deputy Representative.
Distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. DG. Let me thank the discussants for their presentations and their good advocacy work. South Africa takes the floor to emphasize the utmost priority the country places on the well-being of adolescents, a commitment that resonates deeply with the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa in his role as the chair of the Global Leaders Network. Adolescents' well-being is central to our national efforts. The government of South Africa recognizes that investing in the future of our adolescents and youth is investing in a prosperous and equitable world. Adolescents are not only our future leaders, but our present partners in driving positive change. The 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign and the Global Forum for Adolescents coordinated by the PNCH serves as an instrumental platform where South Africa has actively engaged in dialogue and collaborative actions to address the critical challenges faced by our youth. It has not only been crucial to amplify our political commitment, but also is enabling us to accelerate the implementation of tangible national initiatives aimed at improving the well-being of adolescents. This global forum aligns seamlessly with our domestic efforts, creating a synergy that reinforces our dedication to the cause of adolescents' well-being. As outlined by His Excellency President Ramaphosa during the launch, and I quote, over 1.5 million adolescents and young adults aged 10 to 24 years died in 2021, about 4,500 every day. This is too many young people who should be growing, thriving, and developing in our communities of tomorrow. In these trying times, it is of paramount importance that we prioritize the well-being of our adolescents, ensuring that we have opportunities, support, and protection they deserve. The government of South Africa stands firmly committed to this cause, and we invite our esteemed colleagues to join us in this collective endeavor. I thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll move to the Ambassador of the United Republic of Tanzania.
We thank you for inviting the United Republic of Tanzania to participate in this important forum, which indeed an important intervention for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In 2021, Tanzania launched the National Accelerated Action and Investment Agenda for Adolescents, Health and Wellbeing 2021/2022 to 2024-2025, known as NAIA AHW, so as to take the advantage of its demographic by investing in important adolescents' health and productivity. Investment in adolescents' health, particularly reproductive health, can triple dividends. Moderator wanted to insist on this, and 1 year increase in average tertiary education levels would eventually yield up to 12% increase in GDP. The NAIA AHW anchors on 6 pillars. First, preventing HIV. Second, preventing teenage pregnancies. Third, preventing sexual, physical, and emotional violence. Fourth, improving nutrition. And fifth, keeping boys and girls in schools. And last one, developing skills for meaningful economic opportunities. Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan instituted key policy reforms, including the commitment to allow all girls who become pregnant to return to school after giving birth. We committed to promote and participate in the review of the policies and laws with negative effects on adolescents' health, nutrition, and well-being, such as the Law of Marriage Act 1971, as amended, which permits marriage of 15-year-old girls, exposing teen girls to teen pregnancies and their negative consequences. We invite global partners to join hands in implementing the national multisectoral investment agenda for adolescents' health and well-being. I thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the Health Councillor from Portugal.
Thank you very much. Thank you for organizing this important forum, dear Dr. Tedros, dear Dr. Winnie. Also, thank you for the leadership of Erika, of Jana, and of Kenisha on this topic. And thank you for this opportunity to discuss Portugal's commitment to the adolescent well-being agenda. We are compelled by the thought that adolescents' well-being has far-reaching implications for the future. We need healthy, inspired, and resourceful citizens. They are the future leaders and innovators, and fostering their happiness ensures a more capable and informed generation to tackle future challenges. As we brilliantly seen today by the presentation of Professor, because this life stage is a critical period for physical, mental, and emotional development, neglecting this welfare of adolescents can lead to long-term health and societal issues. Let me give you some examples of what Portugal is doing. First, on youth representation. The National Youth Council was created already in 1985 with a legal status. Since its creation, it has been the representative platform for youth organizations nationwide, covering the most diverse expressions of youth associations in all fields. Second, on our international representation. Portugal, adding to the leadership on New York on these issues, has been involving young people in the decision-making progress, namely by having youth delegates as part of our country's official delegations. We've had youth delegates to the UN General Assembly, the Human Rights Council, or the World Health Assembly, to name a few. I would like to conclude by reiterating Portugal's commitment to youth and by recognizing the important role of the Global Forum for Adolescents as a platform to create awareness for the needs of this important population group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me move to Zambia and the Health Attaché. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, and of course, the very eloquent speakers. Wish to just share a few comments on behalf of my ambassador. So Zambia's demographics indicate that children from 0 to 9 years constitute approximately 32% of the population, while adolescents and young people collectively constitute 33% of Zambia's population. Therefore, for Zambia, adolescents and young people are a key stakeholder on whom the country depends to move the economy to the desired levels. In this regard, the government of Zambia is committed to setting a conducive environment for them to flourish and realize their full potential. To give two examples, Zambia recently introduced free education from primary to secondary school, and under health, adolescent health spaces have been established across the country as an entry point to adolescent-friendly health services. Therefore, the adolescent live for adolescents and young people to continue setting the tone of how they envision the world to be going forward. I thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much. Maybe Nigeria next, the Health Attaché. Over to you.
Nigeria is also a country with a lot of young people. As of 2017, we have between the ages of 10 to 25, about 60 million young people. And so it would be very important for this partnership to continue to make effort to get political involvement. Of course, I heard it in the statement that was made earlier, for political leaders to invest in the welfare of young people. And then also, it would be important to also get intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, foundations, big philanthropies, and conglomerates, as much as possible to also invest in the welfare of young people because of a lot that needs to be done for them, as we have seen. Furthermore, it will be good for the partnership to continue to invest in campaigns that enlighten young people from extreme lifestyle that hamper positive and progressive all-round development. There are some enlightenment that young people need that would help them to make informed decisions. and that this will help them, to not go the wrong way as they develop. As we have heard, there are many issues of teenage pregnancies and many other lifestyles that really affect young people, which they need to be enlightened to take informed decisions. And so also there would be need to invest in public awareness campaigns that focus on self-evaluation and awareness for adolescents, and also the need to invest in additional enlightenment campaigns for parents and those who care for young people. Yeah, they need to really be able to support them, provide effective support for them to, for their progressive development into their adulthood. I would stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we can maybe go to Honduras. Councillor, over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, Director General. So, agradecemos al Director General Tedros, a la Organización Mundial de la Salud y the Partnership for Maternal, Neighbor and Child Health por este espacio. Nuestra presencia en este diálogo demuestra el compromiso que se tiene para entender y duplicar los esfuerzos en temas trascendentales como el bienestar, la salud, participación y el desarrollo de los adolescentes y jóvenes. Los adolescentes representan 1.8 billones de la población mundial y esta cifra crece en países en vías de desarrollo. El gobierno de Honduras afronta esta realidad con una apertura al diálogo, la búsqueda de la reforma y el fortalecimiento de los sistemas de educación, salud, así como una efectiva implementación de un sistema integral de garantías de derechos de la niñez y adolescencia, a fin de proteger el futuro de los adolescentes e impulsar sus capacidades para que puedan participar activamente en la búsqueda de reformas estructurales. Reconocer el liderazgo como la competencia que tienen los jóvenes, sin importar su género, estatus socioeconómico o si poseen una situación de discapacidad, es fundamental para contribuir a un cambio en nuestro presente y futuro. Esto resultará en la participación efectiva de cada uno de los jóvenes en procesos políticos y sociales, para que se desenvuelvan en niveles internacionales y nacionales. Honduras, como actual presidente de la Comisión de la Población y el Desarrollo, cree en el poder de los jóvenes para participar en los procesos a través del diálogo, para llegar a acuerdos, contribuir en la implementación de objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, avanzar en las temáticas que influyen en la población y el desarrollo integral de los pueblos. No debemos olvidar que el bienestar de los adolescentes forma prioridad para los esfuerzos de nuestras sociedades, ya que en los jóvenes se encuentra la potencia para alcanzar las grandes transformaciones que este mundo necesita. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for highlighting health, but also the development of young people and the fact that we need a multi-sectoral approach for that and an integrated approach, and also involving young people in setting policies. So we've heard from our member states, and I think it was very inspiring. We've heard the strategies that have put in place really to look at addressing health and well-being for young people and adolescents. And so I think we'll now move on to look at what the UN agencies are going to do and what the UN family will contribute. So I would first like to hand the floor to UN Women to hear what they would like to contribute to this agenda.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to this excellent panel. It's very exciting to hear from you. I wanted to share that in preparation for this Global Forum on Adolescents, UN Women convened a Global Adolescent Girl Leadership Town Hall, where adolescent girls called on the following commitments. First, for governments to increase the level and effectiveness of domestic spending on adolescent well-being by providing adequate budgetary allocations to education expenditure within ministries of education and to address adolescent health, well-being, and period poverty. For civil society to provide the space, support, and opportunity for adolescent girls to drive their own development agenda by engaging them in creating the policies, programming, and research that affect their lives and communities. for philanthropies to fund girl-led movements in underserved geographies, accompanied by resources and support for national, regional, and global learning strategies and networking. And for UN agencies to provide resources and opportunities for adolescent leadership development and initiatives that recognize girls as co-leaders, co-creators, and as partners, including comprehensive training and capacity building programs to help girls develop public speaking and leadership skills. We welcome the opportunity to partner with you and with the 1.8 billion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Adriana. Dr. Natalia Kanem, Executive Director of UNFPA. Over to you.
Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, dear young people, greetings of peace. My message to you is straightforward. Invest in adolescents now. Invest in adolescents' preparation for leadership. Invest in their acquisition of life skills. Tell them the truth about sexual and reproductive health and rights. That's a winning move for health and wealth in this generation and continuing into the next. Invest in the education of an adolescent girl to reap the economic dividends. Just a fortnight ago, under the grand canopy of the United Nations General Assembly, young people reminded us that they stand not on the periphery, but at the very heart of sustainable development. Young people are the pulse of our families and our communities. They are innovators and change makers. They are the torchbearers for human rights. The immense potential to lead positive change around the world lies squarely in their hands. Yet, young people's potential can only be fully realized when they're healthy, educated, safe, and equipped to make positive choices about their bodies and their lives. In more than 120 countries, UNFPA is implementing culturally sensitive, age-appropriate, comprehensive sexuality education programs. These equip young people to make informed decisions about their bodies and lives, empower them as agents of change in their communities, and enable them to see themselves as the future leaders they will become. The young people UNFPA works with every day inspire us and fill us with hope. We stand with them in advocating for their health and well-being. I close with this Yoruba proverb. It's one of my favorites. With the wisdom of the youth, with the wisdom of the elders. That is how Ife was built. Young people, UNFPA stands united with you. We know there are no limits to what we can collectively achieve when you're fully at the center of sustainable development, of global health, of humanitarian responses, of gender equality, of climate equity, and at the center of our unwavering defense of human rights for all.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for that intervention. Next, I'd like to introduce the Executive Director for UNAIDS, Winnie Binyama. And we know that adolescents is a very important population group for you. So over to you for your remarks.
Thank you very much, Anshu, and your team for inviting me. Excellencies, distinguished ambassadors, representatives of governments, my brother, Dr. Tedros, DG of WHO, young people who are here and who are listening to us all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, nothing excites me more, nothing is more important for me than to hang around with young people. So don't mind that I'm gray-haired and on this panel, but this is because it's so important to be listening and learning from young people. The face of HIV in Africa is that of an adolescent girl. It is. Last year, across the world, 4,000 adolescent girls and young women in this age bracket of 15 to 24 were getting infected with HIV every week. Every week, 4,000 around the world, girls, young women. Of these, 3,100 were in sub-Saharan Africa. It's a very African problem. It's an African girl and an African young woman. It's a huge injustice because we know it shouldn't be like that, and we know why. It is intersecting inequalities. It's structural injustices that are making girls, young women, so vulnerable to a disease. Education is a protective factor here. Not only it reduces new infections, but it also is a way to reduce early marriage, teenage pregnancies, sexual violence against girls. Keeping a girl in school protects against all of this. We know what we need to do. We know that this problem is of inequality, leveling out the inequalities in education, in health, in economic skills. But to do that, you must have political commitment to level out and partnerships across sectors, the multi-sectoral approach. We know what we need to do. So I am so proud that we, UNAIDS, are part of this partnership that brings together young women, the Global Forum for Adolescents. We are proud to be part of the 1.8 billion campaign. And tell us what more we need to do, Anshu. We are proud of that because it is through those partnerships that we solve the different challenges from HIV, early marriage, teenage break, all of them. It is through partnerships that we can achieve what we want. So I'm eager to stay a part of this global forum and for UNAIDS to be a strong partner. And thank you, governments who have come here at the highest level for coming to show up for our young people. Thank you so much. Back to you, Anshu.
Thank you very much, Winnie. And I want to go back to Erica, Yana, and Kenisha, because they have listened to what member states have said. They have listened to a couple of our UN agencies speaking. And what is the one word that comes to your mind that you think is the next action or is an issue that needs to be highlighted in this agenda for well-being for adolescents? Erica.
So I have here inclusion, which plays a vital role in all aspects. We need to be included in everything, from planning to implementation. So inclusion is very critical for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, it's about mental health, because now the young people, the future of young people are the biggest attack right now, not only in Ukraine, but in the whole world. So, and the mental health, the vital step for our future. Thank you so much.
For me, it's health education. That is the foundation of ensuring that we live healthy lives for a long time.
I'd like to go over to Dr. Tedros, the Director General for WHO, who is a very strong advocate for involvement of young people and youth and adolescents. We were having a discussion the other day about developing the next general program of work for WHO, and Dr. Tedros said we have to involve young people in this agenda, in shaping WHO's agenda. Dr. Tedros, over to you for final comments for this session.
Thank you. How many minutes do I have? Because they're saying time. Before you say time up, I finish. Sorry, I'm kidding. Dear ambassadors, thank you so much for your presence. It shows your commitment. Dear heads of delegation, my dear sister Winnie, dear adolescents and young people joining us today. First of all, I fully agree with Erica, Yana, and Kenisha. Inclusion, mental health, and health education. And thank you all so much for taking part in these important discussions, and to PMNCH and also Anshu, all his colleagues, for bringing us here together. And it's an honor for WHO to host this event. We have heard inspiring voices from around the world, united by a shared commitment to the well-being of adolescents, all the 1.8 billion. Change often begins with young people. Our path must be guided by the voices we aim to empower. And yet, adolescent health and well-being continues to be a low priority in many national health plans. The challenges young people face are many and growing every year. As we have just heard, an estimated 4,500 young people lose their lives every day, including 2,600 adolescents, mostly from preventable or treatable causes. 1 in 7 adolescents experience a mental health issue, and more than 12 million girls give birth each year, mostly in developing regions. And 1/5 of young people, many of them young women, are without employment, education, or training. All of these challenges are further compounded by other crises, including climate change and the increasing cost of living. This Global Forum for Adolescents is a key milestone in the What Young People Want campaign. In the past year, the campaign has amplified the voices of more than 1 million young people through more than 100 events, resulting in concrete commitments to change from countries. Adolescent well-being is a collective responsibility that transcends borders, generations, agencies, and sectors. Over the next 2 days, I invite everyone to join the discussions on various aspects of adolescent well-being. Together, we must strive for a world where young people can be the best versions of themselves. WHO has always been and will always be an ally of adolescents and youth. And as you know, we have a WHO Youth Council that participated in the planning of these events. And our Youth Council members actually represent the major youth organizations. And using those organizations will bring result. It's when we're organized and push in an organized way that we can get result. And that we will help in any way possible to work with you. By the way, not only WHO Youth Council, we have also, as part of the transformation, established Civil Society Commission, and we can also work with them and mobilize for this big agenda. So we remain committed to supporting countries to develop policies and programs focused on the well-being of adolescents, including on gender, mental health, and inequity. Thank you all, especially, I said earlier, to colleagues who have organized this meeting for your commitment to promoting, providing, and protecting the health and well-being of adolescents. And I wish you a successful forum, and I'm at your disposal. If there is any issue that I can help, please feel free and don't hold back to come and ask me to help, because this is everybody's agenda. Thank you so much.
We know what to do. We need to do it. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Extraordinary. 1.2 million voices. That is immense. Every one of those voices needs to be heard, and that's what we're here to do.
Yes, and a lot of these young people who have never been asked to share their views before about their experiences before, their testimonies are so strong. And you know, we saw some key themes coming across. We heard about mental health, the need for inclusion, the need for health education as well. And Dr. Tedros said that we should call on him. So Dr. Tedros, we'll be calling on you. Now we have 2 sessions coming up. One is about meaningful adolescent youth engagement, and we'll be hearing about youth-led organizations, exploring what this really means, sharing their insights, and spotlighting some successes.
Or you can head over to a session called Lights, Camera, Action. I like the sound of that
Yeah.
word. That's where we'll see young leaders meeting with the UK Minister of State in the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, Andrew Mitchell. But first, we're going to hear more about the adolescent town halls that we heard about in the plenary, as well as some 1.8 news reporters. Here we go.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead!
Создавая безопасные платформы, создавая безопасные диалоги, где они могут задавать свои вопросы и получать точные на них ответы.
We demand that the government develops and enforces anti-bullying policies and trains staff and students on how to prevent them.
I wish to address the obstacles we are facing on the disruption of girls' education in the aftermath of the recent earthquake.
My participation in the Adolescent Girl Town Hall was motivated by the lack of transparency and support systems for adolescent victims of gender-based violence in my community, which stems from our autonomy being ignored.
We need to count on us as adolescent leaders not only to be beneficiaries of state programs, but to be part of the planning processes and implementation of state policies.
We drafted recommendations for civil society, philanthropies, and member states, and we hope you would join us in making sure that all girls get a chance to make the world a better place.
It is our hope that these recommendations are not just listened to, but are also acted upon. We really want to live in a world where the voices and aspirations of adolescent girls are actually listened and upheld.
Youth make up to 16% of the global population, which makes us a huge demographic group, and which is why it is very important to bring us into these spaces where these different topics are being discussed. So we have a huge potential to shape a better and healthier future for all. We bring the creativity, we bring the fresh perspectives and ideas into the discussion, and so we need to be equal partners in the decision-making processes.
More than any man can give to you, baby. 'Cause you were beautiful to me. I know many guys that love you, but I'm the only one for you. See all the love.
As a kid growing up in Norway, I grew up diagnosed with ADHD and dyslexic, and I was having a lot of problems with a lot of energy and didn't know what to do with all that burst of energy. And having a place where I can go and dance and have people with different colors and different cultures just take me in as a kid, letting me burst out with the energy with dance and with each other was just the most perfect thing growing up with. And I think it just shows how much it just contributed to my life and how I am now. So yeah.
Absolutely. I love all of those answers. Thank you for sharing that.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'd like first to thank you for the opportunity to bring in the perspectives of young healthcare professionals to this very important roundtable. It was only 6 months ago when my country, Egypt, hosted the UN Climate Change Conference in Sharm el-Sheikh. And I was lucky to be appointed by the COP27 president as a young medical doctor who herself saw the detrimental impacts of climate change on her patients and generation as the first official youth envoy. 1.8 billion young people, including children and adolescents, are now shouldering the impacts of climate change on their lives and livelihoods. Almost 1/3 of deaths of children under the age of 5 is directly linked to environmental degradation. 1 out of 5 children lack access to safe drinking water, while air pollution affects young people the hardest. This is also combined with the exacerbation of the inequality in access to healthcare services, education, and decent job opportunities, especially for young women and girls who make up 90% of the climate migrant population, and also experience gender-based discrimination and violence that is aggravated by the scarcity of resources. Climate change is also affecting the mental health of young people, from despair at the unpredictable climate disasters to the anxiety about the future of mankind. These feelings are further heighten the disconnect between young people and their governments and public institutions. Yet, I'm not here to tell the story of my generation's distress, distrust, and disappointment. I'm here to share that young people around the world are leading the climate challenge. They are doing this with innovation, with dedication, and most importantly, with a powerful health argument that climate action is going to provide the conditions for a world where no one has to ever face any health challenges. Creating resilient societies with cleaner air, access to green spaces, safer sources of energy, as well as a well-connected community. I'm proud to be part of the beautiful health community of young healthcare professionals who believe in their responsibility as the first-line responders to the impacts of climate change on health. Medical students are working with their institutions to integrate climate change in curriculum. Young health practitioners are prescribing nature to improve their patients' well-being when connecting with nature, as well as decarbonizing their healthcare facilities. However, such youth-led bottom-up approaches remain siloed from the top-down negotiation processes because of the little dialogue between the ministers that are in the negotiating rooms and young people who are on the outside.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead! Young people, this is our time.
Welcome everyone to today's interactive conversation, which is adolescent global adolescent priorities. Today we are not only going to be able to speak as well as to chat, but also we are going to reflect on the conversation a few young people had with the Minister of International Development. Andrew Michaels at the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office. Today with me, I'm not alone. I'm also with my colleague Tanya, as well as Erita from the FCDO. In the conversation, we weren't alone. We are also with our colleagues who are not present today. This is Gareth from PMNSH, as well as Ominia from FI International. Without going further with my conversation, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Queen Kimi Mandira from Malawi, working with Plan International as well as Haribati. Over to you, Tanya.
Hi, my name is Tanya. I'm here on behalf of Restless Development. I am a global health ambassador and I've done schemes on period poverty and sexual health and reproductive services and rights. I'll pass over to Chris now.
Work at the United Kingdom's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. I'm a Deputy Director and I head up a department called Human Development Department. And my department do our work on global health. So we cover sexual reproductive health and rights. We cover health systems, including mental health, nutrition, climate change impacts on health, and WASH. Right, back to you, Kimi.
Thank you so much, everyone. And also, viewers, you can be able to be commenting in the comment section so that you can be able to know one another and interact, where you're from, as well as which organization are you affiliated to. Let me go further and explain the background of this event and the event which we heard with the Minister of the International Development. So this conversation was held for adolescents to be able to come up with their priorities as well as concerns which they do face in their respective communities. So in today's conversation as well, everyone is given a chance to write down as well as point out your main priorities when it comes to adolescent healthy as well as well-being. So there is a poll which is going to be highlighted on your screen, which you should be able to point out your priorities as well as the concerns which is there when it comes to the healthy as well as the well-being of adolescents. And also don't be limited to only point out to the multiple choices which they are being given. You can also be able to write down in the comment section what is it that when it comes to the well-being as well as healthy for the adolescent, which are these you can be pointing out. So feel free to use the chat box as you're interacting with one another and also to be pointing out which ones are your priorities. Hopefully everyone is being able to be pointing out as well as writing down the concerns by the use of the poll. This is an interactive conversation and we would like to be hearing from you as well. It's the reason why we concerns and how are you pointing out these concerns? Before we highlight the points and the answers which you guys have pointed out through the poll as well as in the comment section, allow me as well to go and put up the video, which is going to be reflecting our chat with the minister. And it was a really amazing chance for us, the young people, that we interacted with him nicely, and he was able to answer to our concern, to listen to our concern. And one best thing which I loved, it was that he highlighted to say that you are not supposed to be finding solutions to your own problems, but as young people, as the readers of tomorrow, you have to be able to give us the problems, and we, the readers, should be able to be giving you the answers and finding out solutions to your concerns as readers. So
I think what Kimi was emphasizing there was just the encouragement of youth voice and being able to have something to say and speaking up about it, and not only being heard by the young people around us, but the leaders and the figures that are able to make actual change. Thanks, Kimi.
So we'd just like to welcome you, Minister, and thank you so much for coming today. We'll start off with some introductions. So my name is Tanya.
My name's Gareth. I'm with the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health.
Aha, yep.
Pass to my colleague Kimi here on the laptop.
hello, my name is Queen Kimi Mwandira from Malawi. I'm working with Haribate and Brand Malawi.
Thank you very much indeed for coming into the conversation from Malawi.
And hi, I'm Omnia. So I work with as the youth envoy for the COP27 presidency, but also supporting FIA Foundation.
And are you going to be involved in COP28 at all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, very much. Focusing also on the youth as well as the health, because I'm also a medical doctor by background.
Ah.
So as you know, the Global Forum for Adolescents shines a spotlight on adolescent health and well-being. And obviously we are pleased to have this opportunity to talk to you today. We do know that adolescent health and well-being is an important agenda for the UK government and yourself within its international development work. So our first question would be, what is the UK currently doing to engage with the Global Forum for Adolescents and development commitments to adolescent health and well-being?
Well, we recognise the importance of engaging with adolescents, and we recognise the importance of health. I was just talking to a group of young people downstairs about climate change in the run-up to the COP. And also we were reflecting that when I was on a visit to Mozambique earlier this year, this is a country where we've managed to reduce by 50% the infection rate from mosquitoes and on malaria. And we've driven it down over recent years. But because of climate change and because of the flooding, for the first time, malaria is now on the increase. Malaria is a disease which tragically but unnecessarily kills thousands of children every week. And it's a very sharp example of the dangers of climate change and health. But we are profoundly conscious of the challenges to young people at this time, and the needs for governments to listen. And while we don't expect necessarily young people to know the answers, it's only right that they should press us to find the answers. So I hope we're engaging in a humble way to listen, but also to take away the challenges and try and do something about them.
No, that sounds great. We can honestly appreciate as well that you're not just being an ally to these young people, but advocating for them as they express their issues to you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for those remarks. I think you've touched on something quite important, which is sort of the interconnectedness between health and other topics. And so at PMNCH, we've been mobilizing a lot of our youth-led partners across the globe in all the different regions to tell us what they want, what are their priorities, through the What Young People Want campaign. And through that, we've had over 1 million responses, so one of the largest data sets on the priorities for adolescent health and well-being, I think, ever. And actually what's come out very clearly is that health is a priority, but others are topping that feed into health. So actually what came out very, very strongly was that employment, education and skills was like far and away the most important topic that adolescents are looking for support with their well-being. And indeed, I was doing some work a couple of years ago on sort of HIV prevention research. And again, the top thing that came out was actually employability and employment, and not just in the gig economy, not informal employment, but good jobs, good careers that are really key to supporting that holistic nature of well-being. So I guess if not so much of a question, but really just to underscore the importance of listening to what young people are telling us in adolescence, which is that these skills, this employment, this education is so key to their health, and that when we're looking at these interventions, whether that be in Mozambique or any other country that you're working in, to really just see how can we bring in all those other aspects, all those other holistic aspects into the health agenda.
That's a really, really good point. I mean, one of the things that we do here is to try and put girls at the centre of everything we do in international development. And that means three things. It means education, because if you want to change the world, there's many ways of doing it, but the most effective way is to educate girls. And if you educate a girl, she'll get married later. She will make sure her own children are educated and they will get married later. She will take a bigger role in her family and in her community. And she's also likely to be economically active. And your point about jobs, very interesting, because I asked the Secretary General of the Commonwealth the question, what is, in her view, is the biggest challenge in Africa? And I asked the same question of the Secretary General of the Francophonie, the French version of the Commonwealth, and they both gave exactly the same answer. They said the biggest challenge is to find jobs for young people going forward. And we're going to have a meeting in London to focus directly on that with both of them there, to try and see what we can do to advance the agenda that you set out so eloquently.
I think I'll hand over again to my colleague Queen.
Allow me to share with you the experience of Malawi in issues to do with sexual reproductive healthy rights. We do have vulnerable groups of adolescents that need special attention on issues to do with sexual reproductive healthy rights and services. For example, recently we had Cyclone Freddy, which negatively impacted adolescent girls, for our government did not prioritize issues to do with sexual reproductive healthy rights, but rather food and shelter. By the end, there was high levels of teenage pregnancies, and which led to unsafe abortion. Same applies to my fellow adolescents who are in the rural areas. They do not have access to sexual reproductive healthy rights as urban adolescents do. As a result, there is high levels of school dropout, which has come up due to teenage pregnancies, which is the result of lack of knowledge in sexual reproductive healthy rights. From this, for me, it's essential that the UK government invests in the sexual reproductive healthy rights and services of these groups by drawing on the experiences of adolescent girls, particularly in the humanitarian crisis, as well as within the rural areas. Thank you.
So that is really, really interesting. And when I was talking about how we put girls and women at the center of everything we do in international development, I mentioned education, but the next thing I would have mentioned, there's three. The third thing is trying to prevent sexual violence, which is an appalling crime that takes place all around the world, and where last December in Britain we had a big conference and brought lots of nations together to try and bear down on sexual violence against women. But that's a third thing. The second thing is to try and ensure that women are able to decide for themselves whether and when they have children. Exactly your point. And we've had some success too at lobbying for countries not to exclude girls who do get pregnant from education. Recently, we've been doing some work from Britain in Sierra Leone and in the Cameroons, which has led to a change in the laws and the rules so that girls who are pregnant can go to school. But it's very important also to try and push back child marriage and stop it taking place. And we're very conscious of that. So when we talk about getting girls into school, we mean in making it easier for them, whether it's in terms of having proper hygiene and sanitation in schools, but also giving girls the maximum opportunity to take advantage of a 12-year period of education.
One thing I also wanted to highlight, we discussed how climate change is disproportionately affecting the health and mental well-being of adolescents and young people. A very recent report shows that 98% of African countries, children there are living in between severely high to high risk of climate change and impacts, either directly through death by extreme weather events, or indirectly, as we mentioned, in terms of access to education, to healthcare services, to decent job opportunities, as well as the distress and the anxiety that particularly adolescents feel by the disconnect with their governments in terms of climate action, as well as lack of meaningful integration of their perspectives. We also see another health-driven impact, which is road traffic injuries. It is the leading cause of death in adolescents aged 5 up to 29 years old. But at the same time, this presents a win-win opportunity when we think about addressing both safe and sustainable transport and infrastructure, where now we see impacts related to transport that is one of the leading contributors to the carbon emissions that leads to climate change, and it also leads to air pollution, where 9 out of 10 children globally breathe in polluted air. But at the same time, if we include young people, particularly adolescents and children and young people in the design of policies that are promoting both safe and sustainable transport, promoting safe and cycling and walking pathways, we are not only improving the health of the environment, which in a way sustains us, we're also improving the health and mental well-being of young people globally and in the UK as well.
So how right you are that it is road deaths, particularly in the developing world, that are a major source of trauma and difficulty. And making roads safer is something we try and build into any programs which are infrastructure and road related. And you couldn't be more on the money. It's the biggest killer, and we need to make sure that we build in education and prevention in that area as well.
Thank you so much, Minister, for directly responding to all of our concerns and issues. A question that we do have to ask you finally would be, as you know, adolescents are often overlooked and marginalized in wider society. Within this, young women and girls are also further marginalized. We were therefore happy to note that one of the priorities is empowering girls and young women as one of the 4 development priorities. We wondered, however, if you can tell us how the government will ensure it meaningfully involves and is accountable to adolescents, and especially young girls and young women directly impacted by all these priorities.
Well, again, it's a very good point, and the feedback loop that we always try and set up is very important. Also, by making a focus not so much on the financial support we give, but on the results of what that financial support buys, that's a very good way of boosting the feedback loop, because it means we hold ourselves accountable for the results and not just the inputs. And in order to do that, you need to engage with the people you're trying to assist and to help. So that's one way. Also by building in responses, by holding meetings like this, by making sure that people are able, we're very approachable and accessible, and people are able to give us their views, try to put forward as friendly as possible and in as easy as possible a way for people to respond and tell us what they think. It's extremely important, and it's a very core part of what we try to do in international development, that it's a partnership, and that definition of partnership should include all groups. And after all, you know, my generation is going to leave a world to you which today faces very significant challenges, of which migration is one, the danger of pandemics is another, climate change is another, and we need to make sure that all generations, particularly adolescents and young people, all generations are joined at the hip.
Thank you for answering that question. It's wonderful as well that you were able to kind of voice how the youth versus direct voices directly heard, understood, and actually being partnering with them. We do believe as young people that it's older people's duty to kind of give us the necessary tools to allow certain work to be carried out and for things to come into fruition. So we do appreciate that. That is actually our final question to you.
Well, thank you so much for such interesting and important questions, and for coming into this beautiful room in the British Foreign Office, and for taking the time and trouble to interact. I'm very grateful, and to form part of the feedback loop.
And thank you for engaging with us. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
And he was able to provide us with some type of insight to what some solutions could be, and some insight to what the government also plans to do in the future in regards to these issues. What we're going to do is go into some reflections and learnings from me and Kimmy. But to start off with, I'm going to bring in Chris to let us know his take on why youth participation is so important.
Thanks a lot, Tanya. I do think it's really important. I mean, the first thing is that we're talking about this or policies, people, and we need young people to be part of that conversation, because it's about them, and they're the only ones that can tell us whether what being the right approach is really the right approach. It's really going to have the impact. The second thing, and I've really experienced this myself, is the energy, the enthusiasm, the dynamism that young people bring to it. So I'm on a number of boards where we have a youth participant. I always look forward to them speaking. It's always more dynamic. I've also done quite a lot of these type of conversations where I've heard from young people, and I've just been motivated by that energy. Third thing, and Minister Mitchell said rightly that we're not asking with all the solutions, but actually I have lots of really good ideas from young people. I do think they can input quite a lot and come at it from a different approach. Maybe they've just got fresh ideas, new ideas for us. So it's important to listen for all of those. And I could go on, there's lots of other reasons, but it's really made a huge impact. I certainly will continue to talk to young people, continue to push that they're included.
I completely agree, Chris. Thank you. And I think that also leads into some of what me and Kimmy learned actually in this talk with the minister. I'd say one of my main takes from it would just be for young people to make your voice heard regardless of what parameters may be around you. Even if you can reach a small amount of people, it can make a huge impact, So starting digital campaigns, paper campaigns, local community campaigns, being able to reach out to like-minded people, creating collective voice is always important. And I think engaging other young people to care about the same things you do is something that really allows leaders and decision makers to actually take some type of stance on some of these issues and make noise about it on our behalf. And I'd say just try your best to do it. I'd say what I got from the talk as well was just the fact that we do have the ability to be heard and we have a platform to be heard. And yeah, what about you, Kimi? What did you get?
I completely agree with you, Tanya, as well as I totally say yes, it's true that what Chris said. And also, being an adolescent person, being a young person, it doesn't mean that what you have in your mind, the priorities you have, you don't have to be living out, that you shouldn't be voicing them out. It's better for you to be voicing them out so that these political readers, they should be able to be searching for solutions. And also the problem shouldn't be from us, the young people, to fail and succeed and have our well-being and healthy to be complete. So I agree. So this also, it's giving us to go to our second poll, which is a question, because a lot of people, I think everyone also is having this question in their mind to say that, do you feel heard with these political readers when you're giving your consents? Do you feel heard? Sometimes it can be a yes, or maybe it may be according to how you interact with your political readers in your respective countries. So can we please answer that? As we are answering that, we have amazing comments in the comment section from the last poll which we post. I got caught up from different young people in the poll, where a lot of them, they're supporting to point out the support for education and skills to be the most priority for the young people. And also secondly, it's going to mental healthy support. I agree, because someone, when they're not mentally stable and when they're actually finding difficulties in issues to do with mental health, it can be really a problem for them to succeed. As well as they have also pointed out a very important thing from and to say sexual reproductive healthy rights is also the main issue to talk about as a priority. As also, I agree, because this was my point when I was chatting with when we were chatting with the minister. This was also a point from my side to say that sexual reproductive healthy rights should be a priority to young people. And also, we have an amazing question. This is from I'm very sorry if I'm going away, but then
I think it looks like you might be breaking up.
problems of stigma.
Kimi, are you back with us? Hello?
Yeah, we
Yes,
lost
I'm
you there,
very
Kimi.
sorry.
We lost you for a second. It was breaking up. Do you want to repeat the question?
Oh, okay. So James is saying that most teenagers face problems of stigma, and need
I think I'll take
We're
you
losing.
while Kimi, yes. Let's see what question she was answering. So one of the first questions that we did get was, let's see. Most teenagers face problems of stigma.
most African countries are with this.
Sorry, we
So
lost you
most teenagers.
again, Kimi.
So just to repeat Kimi's question, James Niwagaba from Uganda asked, most teenagers face problems of stigma and need much time having fun. How is it going to be done? Because most African countries are weak on this. To answer this question quite lightly, before I pass on to one of you guys, I'd probably say um, it would be quite good maybe for governments to engage with teenagers that face problems of stigma in ways that is actually interesting for them. I think sometimes there can be a disconnect with the younger generation and the older demographic and how to engage in ways that are actually interesting and enjoyable for them. So doing things that actually allow the youth to be interested and have a fun time whilst actually discussing these issues and bringing it to the attention of their peers. Is there anything you would like to add to that, Chris or Kimi?
Tony, I thought that, yeah, I very much agree with that. I mean, what we found is that you need to work with all parts of a community. So we might, previously we might just focus on the people we're targeting, maybe women and children. But we've learned that we also need to engage the men, elders, other sort of decision makers. And once you engage them, you can build that understanding of different marginalized groups, build the understanding of how important it is to have inclusive services. The main thing is working and supporting the community and working at the community level for us as quite a lot. Kimi, if you had some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. Mostly, it's about the leadership. It's about
Oh no, we've lost her again.
Maybe we'll go to the next question, Tanya.
Yeah. So Henry from Uganda asked, how can we help the young girls and boys, youths, living with HIV in our communities since they lack enough emotional support and that's affecting their mental health? I'll let you take this one first, please, and then I'll jump in. Would you like me to repeat the question, Chris?
Yeah, no, I got it, Tanya. I just wondered, Kimi, if you were going to come back in on that. Let me take this one. This is emotional and more general support to young people living with HIV. Again, I think one of the really important things for us is that we think about the whole package of support or the whole system that needs to be there for support. So, for example, it's support for medicines and supply chains. It's support for actually community health workers who understand what support and what medical support is needed for those people in their communities, and making sure that they're valued. There's also the other side of it, which is building the sense of rights, so that people know what they should expect and know what they can ask for and have the confidence to do that. And that builds like more quality of the services, which I think is important. And work a lot on primary healthcare, which is trying to think about what are the essential package of services that need to be delivered at that community level. And we do believe that mental health support or emotional support is part of that, and that shouldn't be left out.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Kimi, did you want to jump in? Did you want me to ask the question again?
No, Tanya, I got the question. Actually, for me, from a grassroots level, because as a young person, you're always in your community, and these stigmas, they always come from your community and their surrounding. I feel like, first of all, there's a need of civic education to the communities by the use of the NGOs, which we do have as youth clubs and all those stuff, because we are talking about the mental issue here, which is maybe can be a cause of lack of interacting with your fellow peers, just because you're feeling that, oh, maybe I'm having this type of disease and I cannot be able to be interacting with this. But then bringing in these organizations in the grassroots level in terms of young people should be able to be interacting with their fellow adolescents. By the end, they'll be busy chatting, maybe having other promotive conversation in the clubs, which they always attend to. And by the end, we can say that they'll be having a mental stability in their everyday activities.
Perfect. Thank you, Kimmy. We're going to take a break from answering questions very quickly, just to ask a quick question over to Chris. So in response to the video of our interaction with the minister, how do you feel that this has impacted the way you and your colleagues work?
Yeah, I mean, it has really impacted in the way that we work in a couple of ways. I talked about the first way, which was the fact that we are spending much more time listening to young people and adolescents, really trying to include them in our processes when we decide what we're going to do with our funding and what policies we're going to support. So that's a really big way. The other way, we're moving in, we're just starting a new program on support to grassroots organizations. And what we mean is doing much more at that community level that I keep talking about, more directly. So I think previously we were working with very big UN agencies, perhaps, or the World Bank, or centrally with the government. But we do recognize, listening to young people, that we need to support those organizations, sometimes quite small organizations, that are able to work with young people and to build capacity at that level, so that they can, as I said, advocate themselves and have the support that they need to engage. So that's quite a big shift. I think also, responding, we're doing much more support on sexual reproductive health at adolescent or young people level, in terms of building up, working on the education side and the knowledge side, but also making sure that they, if they need to, have access to services. So that is something that we're thinking a lot about, and that was all part of this International Women and Girls strategy that the minister talked about, that came out. And remember, that had 3 E's, that had educating girls, ending violence against women and girls, but also empowering women and girls. And that empowering includes empowering young people and empowering adolescents on their rights and on their access to the services that they need.
Thank you, Chris. And a question in response to your answer, Lydia from Uganda asked, how can we include adolescents from the grassroots in the planning process up to the implementation, especially on health policy and education policy?
Yeah, I mean, Tanya, you and Kim probably have good answers to that, being involved in this space. Like I said, I think one of the ways is that we can build, help support with funding those organizations to help build capacity at that level as well, so they know how to engage, they can get to the right, they can be convened, we can make sure that their voice is amplified. This type of forum, this Global Forum for Adolescents, is a part of that, right? There's bringing all of these voices, all of these young people together to speak. It's very powerful. So I think we can help support that. So I think that's very important. The other thing is we shouldn't, what I call, be tokenistic about it, where we say, look, you can be part of this conversation, but you can't be part of that conversation, because, you know, further down the line when we get into implementation. And I think that was a question from Lydia. We do need to commit to saying you'll be involved all the way through, including at the decision-making stage and including when we decide on implementation. And we still need to think through how we do that effectively. But what we've had over the last year or so is a real beginning, particularly at that listening stage at the very beginning of our processes. What we need to do is work much harder, taking seriously young people's views all the way through. But what do you think?
Sorry, yes. Go on, Kimmy.
Actually, I agree with you, Chris, that this also is a platform where we are given a chance as young people to be expressing as well as giving out our concerns, because this is also part of the planning processes, because we're being able to be asking what are the near future and what are the current plans which the UK government is putting up. So I feel like this is also a great platform where as we young people and or around the world, we are being engaged to be also providing, pointing out and giving our concerns. Sure.
Thank you, Kimmy. And we have managed to get some responses to our question that we asked in the chat.
Over to you, Tanya.
And that question was, let me just find it again. How can governments better engage with and be more accountable to adolescents and young people? So thank you guys for all your engagement. It's nice to see all your comments. So Dr. Gurpreet Kaur Sandhu says, making parliaments gender responsive and allow young people to join political parties, which I completely agree with. I do believe, again, as we've said, youth voice, youth engagement is a big priority. Someone also said, Ivana Amponza from Ghana said, in Ghana, there is need for more youth-focused community centers that also provide counseling services for adolescents, especially in rural areas. And that leads me to the next question, which is, how can we help the adolescents who are facing gender-based violence? And to answer that, I'll start by saying two things. I think, one, education is necessary. I think raising awareness and removing stigma is something that is key in allowing people to actually understand the kind of repercussions of gender-based violence and how much of an impact it has on the victims. And I'd say finding allies and advocates within your community and peers in your schools, in your community, in your families that have some type of understanding and awareness surrounding gender-based violence. And if they're older than you, or if there's someone that has a voice that could possibly be more respected than yours, then asking them to help you kind of raise your voice, make noise about it, and engage with other people in kind of decreasing gender-based violence. And then once that kind of community, that message is spread throughout like the community and more rural areas, going up to, decision makers and leaders, and allowing that to go from there. Do any of you want to add an answer to that?
I think that was a great answer, Tanya. So nothing further from me.
Great. Kimmy, anything? Or should I move on?
No. Should we go to the poll results? Time excited.
Yes.
They're out.
Let's see what's come up. So from our first poll, which of these areas highlighted in WYPW would you consider your top priority for adolescent health and well-being? So at the top spot, we got mental health support at 33%, support for education skills at 30%, increased provision of well-being services at 17%, action on gender-based violence at 7%, action on climate catastrophe at 4%, lowering ending road traffic death at 2%, and others at 2%. So our top two were support for education and skills and mental health support. Do you guys have any thoughts on those two?
Yeah, I mean, we heard from in the video, didn't we, that education and skills, also jobs was the top priority. And the UK has been really prioritising particularly girls' education, as the Minister set out. But interestingly, we don't do a huge amount on mental health. We've been very focused on, infectious diseases through our support to the Global Fund and to Gavi, immunisation of children. I'm very focused on reproductive health and rights, so that we can reflect on. I talked about the fact that we do believe it should be in package of this essential services at primary healthcare, but maybe we can do much more on that. What do you think about that?
Totally, it's true that a lot of people and a lot of governments do not prioritize issues to do with mental health. But we understand that without mental health, nothing can work around. As well as I totally agree on the issues to do with education and skills, because we young people, I can say from the perspective of Malawi, we are really facing issues to do with employment for young people. So investing in this kind of support for education as well as skills, it can really save the young people around.
Great, thank you guys for your engagement with that. And the second poll we got was, do you feel heard by political leaders? 49% of young people voted no, 33% voted a little but would like more, and 16% voted yes. And I can completely understand why these were the results that we got from the poll. I think it is up to a lot of political leaders to actually take a stance on engaging with young people and not making young people take the first step, but instead approaching young people and asking, what do you guys need help with? What can we do? How can we improve on the situation in front of us? As young people, it is not our duty, I think, to kind of save everybody, but the people that have been put in power and put in these places to take the lead on that. So yeah, any quick comments from you guys?
Yeah, I mean, 49% saying that no is partly why we're here, right? This is what these 2 days are about, and we need to change that. And as I said, I think there's been a beginning. I mean, it's a bit encouraging that 33% said that a little, but they would like more. And that's maybe higher than it would have been a few years ago. So there is a beginning there. There's a journey we need to go on, but as I said, we need to do a whole lot more. And I really feel that this will be like a revolution, a sea change in the way that we engage young people, and we can build on this event and similar initiatives to change that dynamic.
Thank you, Chris. Any quick comments from you, Kimmy, before we wrap up?
Yeah, I totally agree to say that it's true that a lot of people can say no just because most of the times a lot of young people are never engaged in issues to do with the planning as well as the coming up of different issues to do when it comes for them to be doing the planning for development. So by the end, we always feel like maybe our concerns were never heard, but the government different governments should improve in adding us in different points as well as in different steps where they're coming up with different policies as well as different issues to do. So from there, we're going to say, yes, we're being heard, because when I give up a point and they address that, that means it's totally a yes.
Great.
Thank you,
what a great place to end.
Yes, didn't that go fast, guys? I feel like that went very fast. It was so nice being here with you guys. Thank you all for engaging in the chat with us. Thank you for watching the video. We had a great time speaking with the minister, had a great time engaging with you guys as well. This, again, is one of the great ways to just allow your voice to be heard. What you're saying is making a difference. What you're saying is being seen. You saw from the video that we were able to speak with the minister of the FCDO, and we actually were heard and were able to share with you guys. So making sure that you just, take time out to kind of, whatever's your heart's mission or what you're passionate about, letting that be known and making some noise about it. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Kimmy. If you guys have anything to say, but thank you guys so much, and it was great.
Yeah, thank you to you, Kimmy and Tanya. What a great session. It's been great to meet you. And we will look at the questions, everybody, all the comments that have been made. and keep watching the rest of the Global Forum for Adolescents.
Yes. Thank you.
Yep. Goodbye,
Thank you,
everyone.
everyone. Bye.
Bye, guys.
There is investing in tomorrow, empowering the next generation. Has a focus on young professionals because they're so vital to bridge the gap between adolescents and health experts. Or you can join Elevating Future Strategy for Education for Health and Wellbeing, which is being hosted by the African Union Commission and marks an incredibly historic moment for Africa's adolescents and young people, with over 60% of the continent comprising of young people.
And there's loads of exciting content with voices of young people from all around the world. So stay tuned and see you after the next sessions.
I was born and raised in a community that 98, if I may say 98% of girls of my age have gone through the CAT. But I didn't go through the CAT because first, my mom was not from that culture. Second, my dad was someone who was so vocal and an advocate for the act, so I was protected. But I went through a lot of stigma because I wanted to identify with the community and to feel like any other young girl in my community, because you find out that during holidays they used to say how they went through the CAT, how amazing the process was, how they are now complete woman, they can identify, you have that sense of the community and you want to be part of that community. But I realized when I now had sense in my head, I was like, okay, it was good I didn't went through the CAT, and I thank God I didn't. And I started now speaking up, like why I didn't go through the CAT, to also show other any young girl in community, like it's okay for you not to go through the CAT, like you're still a woman. But when I was their age, I didn't even used to say I didn't go through the CAT. Because stigma, you'll be seen as an unclean, you're not a woman, but now I didn't go through the CAT, and it's so amazing. Yeah, I'm so protected, So you need to speak out for yourself, and you need to have a voice as a young woman. Duty bearers need to be responsible with their roles. Like, we have the laws, we have the policies that are there, but we're not taking any action. So we need to take action as government. If the communities are doing it, why don't you take action on that person? Why don't you let them be the example to others? If we take action, then everything, we will not be talking about FGM, we will not be singing this song. I guess this is a song, and we are tired of singing this song every other day, every other month, every other year, like FGM. But we need to take action. We need to be responsible as community, and we need to report to ensure that we protect our girls.
The future belongs to the skilled generation, a generation that learns by doing. Only skilled young people are ready to face the world and the future. That future starts today. It starts now. Introducing FANDU, an initiative of UNICEF Uganda on your report to bring real-world life skills and help young people like you excel in your school, career, and beyond. Meet your new fun friend who will help you build 21st century skills, your career, study well, and do much more. You will be more self-aware, be able to solve problems, become a better communicator, and will feel more confident about your employment prospects. So, what are you waiting for? Get started and do exciting activities with FANDU. To join FANDU, send the word FANDU to your report on SMS 8500 or WhatsApp number 0709 168 500 or Facebook Messenger, your report Uganda Kampala Facebook, or visit our website on www.ureport.ug/select FANDU and start your fun adventure. FANDU, train for life, one task at a time. FANDU is brought to you by UNICEF Uganda.
Como assim, Isabela, um caminho? Um caminho cheio de oportunidades, para que eles consigam, enfim, colocar em prática o sonho. Hoje, a gente vê crianças e adolescentes que deixam de sonhar porque acham que não é possível eles chegarem lá. Meninas, meninos negros, meninas trans. Então, eu acredito que um futuro melhor é um futuro com esses jovens podendo serem quem são, sem discriminação de gênero, de raça, de renda, de deficiência, apenas seguindo o que eles acreditam e seguindo o sonho deles.
Hi, I am Saidu, courtesy of Youth Partnership for Peace and Development. I am serving as one of the mobilizers for the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign. I join hands with Global Forum for Adolescents in making the clarion call for governments and partners to invest into the lives of young people.
हेल्थ से रिलेटेड मुझे लगता है कि वो बहुत अच्छी रूटीन होनी चाहिए और एजुकेशन सिस्टम में हेल्थ के रिगार्डिंग पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन दी जानी चाहिए.
Richard and the partnership advisor for YPPD, and we live in a world where we are told we are the leaders of tomorrow, and those charged with the responsibility to man our affairs have sworn that tomorrow never comes. Let us today tell these people that the tomorrow they have been talking about is today. As youth, we should stand up and use our golden voice in sending a loud and clear call on things that affect our personal development, which includes our well-being. So in this light, I want to introduce to you the 1.8 billion campaign, which actually gives us the legitimacy as youth to stand up for our well-being. Thank you so much.
I'm Christine and I'm from Sierra Leone. The well-being of adolescents and young people should be invested for a better world for tomorrow. Thank you.
और मेरे गांव में कंप्यूटर क्लास नहीं है, वही क्लास कंप्यूटर क्लास चालू होना चाहिए सरकारी से.
मेरा नाम मुस्कान कुमारी है, मेरे पिताजी का नाम रंजित राजवंशी है. मैं इस गांव की निवासी हूँ. मैं कंप्यूटर क्लास के लिए सरकार से मांग करती हूँ कि कंप्यूटर क्लास के लिए इस गांव में व्यवस्था किया जाए.
The International Federation of Medical Students Association recognized the importance of prioritizing adolescents' health on multiple fronts. Adolescence is a critical period for physical, emotional, and social development that sets the foundation for future health and well-being and has long-lasting benefits on individuals and society as a whole.
Medical students worldwide calls on government to improve service delivery, enact supportive laws and policies, and increase funding to address the unique needs. Adolescents' health has to become a political and financial priority of member states so that young people can exercise their right to health.
We call upon health systems to address key issues affecting adolescents, including climate change, mental health, sexual and reproductive health, and non-communicable diseases, taking into account the diverse experiences of young people and the heightened barriers faced by adolescents from left-behind populations.
Medical schools to integrate adolescent health into medical curriculum, bridging the knowledge and research gap.
A survey we conducted showed that medical students from 85 countries feel least confident managing adolescent health.
Lack of data is seen as one of the obstacles in providing adolescents with quality care. Therefore, we need to address these disparities in medical research and education in regard to including adolescent-focused content.
Medical students will support the 1.8 billion campaign to mobilize collective action to meet adolescents' health and well-being needs, and to work toward a healthier future for all young people.
We are 1.8 billion young people in the world today, standing as one to reach equality.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launch of the African Union Continental Strategy for Education, for Health and Wellbeing for Young People. My name is Remy Shaw from the Regional Office for Southern Africa for UNESCO, and I will help to steer the conversation this morning.
We are positive and excited that these 2 days will be of rich discussions, sharing of best practices, networking, as well as co-creation. This launch is our opportunity to share the latest development and explain how this strategy will lead us into our next phase. Ladies and gentlemen, in a special way, I welcome you. Feel free, feel at home, and I therefore declare this meeting officially open. And I thank you.
So I wanted to say thank you, dear participants, for introducing yourself. It's really wonderful to see such a diverse group from all parts of our beautiful continent. I also thank you for sharing your expectations. There's clearly a big appetite for knowledge sharing, peer learning among countries. We have 4 key objectives for the launch of this very important strategy. If I can just run through them briefly. The first is to increase awareness among key stakeholders, including member states, civil society organizations, international partners, and of course the public, about the education for health and well-being strategy. The second is to facilitate a platform for active engagement and dialogue among all stakeholders on how the strategy can be effectively implemented at the country level. Third, we want to foster partnership among diverse stakeholders to collaborate on the implementation of the strategy. And fourth, we'd like to garner commitments and endorsements from high-level government officials, policymakers, and other stakeholders to prioritize and allocate resources for the successful implementation of this strategy.
Young people in the room, IPPF, sister UN agencies, ladies and gentlemen, civil society, and other development partners. First of all, greetings from UNFPA, the Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency of UN. I bring special greetings from our East and Southern Africa Regional Director, Mrs. Lydia Zigomo, West and Central Africa Regional Director, Dr. Senan Houghton, Director of our AU Representative Office, Dr. Satarin. We, UNFPA, is really grateful, ma'am, for making us part of this development process. The good news that despite challenges, Africa has made progress. As we speak, increasingly more children, adolescents, and girls are coming to our schools. Increasingly, health promotion, life skills education is becoming core part of our curriculum in many countries. Access to sexual and reproductive health services are increasing. However, despite progress, and that brings the importance of this particular strategy, a lot needs to be done. As we speak, the teen pregnancy in sub-Saharan Africa is more than twice than the global average. Child marriage continues to be high, very high in some settings. Almost 1/3 of our girls are getting married before age 18. Majority of HIV infections are still happening in young people. 1 in 5 young person has an unmet need for family planning. Gender-based violence, particularly among young people, continues to be high. So therefore, we all are here to discuss how this particular strategy is going to improve the health and well-being of young people. We have made a lot of accomplishment, and we can accelerate the progress to meet the aspiration of the Africa we want. As UNFPA, in partnership with our UN agencies, particularly with UNESCO, UNICEF, and WHO, we fully support effective implementation of this particular strategy. In the interest of time, let me very briefly say three things which I think are really important from UNFPA perspective. The first, and we are absolutely delighted to see that we need to take advantage of the ministerial commitment which has been already made in West and Central Africa and East Africa. So we as UN agencies, we will work with Africa Union to optimize, to take advantage of the existing ministerial commitment. The second, the role of REC, the Regional Economic Cooperation. Again, huge opportunities. We all UN agencies have significant engagement with most of the RECs. We could work together to work out an action plan, how our ongoing engagement could also benefit implementation of this strategy. The third and last one, which is closest to me at least, we need to also think about how do we partner with other initiatives of Africa Union, in particular with the Karma Plus initiative. As many of you know, last year the Karma Plus initiative, that's the campaign for accelerated reduction in maternal mortality in Africa. Plus means this time they focused on adolescents' health, and that's the plus part of it. And then that's really relates to this particular conversation. So how do we optimize? How do we partner better with Karma Plus initiative? Because Karma Plus initiative is being taken to each and every country as we speak. So better collaboration with Karma, in particular, may increase the linkages between health promotion and services. And that's the interest. Lot of awareness generation, lot of agency building can happen. If the access to services are not there, in many situations, the health and well-being may not improve. Therefore, the linkages between the promotion and the services is so important. Once again, I thank AU, I thank each one of you. We are here to learn from you, and I'm grateful that we are invited. Thank you, ma'am.
It's truly pleasing to know that the African Union Commission and the African stakeholders prioritize youth at the center of the strategy to ensure a stable and adaptive education system that contribute to building young people capacities and skills for various aspects of life. The thematic clusters which comprise of actors drawn from the education ecosystem to collectively work together and maximize impact by pooling comparative advantage expertise and resources. This cluster is to equip young people with entrepreneurial and resource management skills with an emphasis on empowering young girls to live healthy lives. In collaboration with the African Union and other partners, have developed the Continental strategy that will help African countries equip young people with the needed knowledge and skills to achieve their full potential in an environment that facilitates their holistic development with a right-based approach. For example, higher amount of alcohol consumption in young people may increase the odds of being a heavy drinker in the early years of adulthood. Therefore, the launching of this strategy and its implementation is very crucial as it will empower young people in improved reproductive, mental, and physical health while contributing to the achievement of education goals. Our wish is for the young people to be well informed in making the right decisions, more confident, and being able to stand for what is right. Ladies and gentlemen, the successful implementation of this strategy includes effective teaching and learning, parent and community engagement, linkage with essential services and support, and a school environment that is safe, inclusive, and health promoting. By the way of update, the African Union Assembly of Head of States and Governments held in February 2023 adopted education as the theme of the year for 2024. The launching of this strategy couldn't have come at a better time as we are all gearing up in preparing of the year of education. I urge all of us to run with this strategy up to its end users during the year of education to bring about awareness and to continue monitoring its implementation.
Said in July 2019, the Life Skills and Career Guidance Cluster was established, and there was also a subcluster on education for health and well-being. The cluster aims to advance a collaborative agenda with focus on health, education, and wellness to maximize the potential of the young people as guided by the vision AU Agenda 2063. Also in 2020, the subcluster prioritized the development of this strategy. And the strategy has gone to the Specialized Technical Committee on Education, Science, and Technology. And they have given us a go-ahead, and it was after this strategy we got the go-ahead from the member state that the strategy was validated. And I will say again that after today's event, the strategy will be shared with member state, and I believe that through our interaction, we believe that when shared with member states, it will be adopted and implemented, and it will produce a holistic development and empowerment of the young people in Africa, which is talking about the young people's health and wellness need. Here we can see across the African region, while educating our young people, health outcomes are very important because they are steadily, it leads to improving young people's skills and their awareness, as young people continue to face, health threats that affect their education and their life prospects and overall their well-being. Here we have issues that it seeks to address: the issue of HIV infection, the issue of nutrition challenges, mental health, lifestyle consideration need. So these are the things, the issues, the strategy seeks to address. And when you look at the rationale and the aim of the objective, we have three rationale, three aims and aim of the objective. The first one is it reflects increased awareness of the importance of investing in the education and health of our children and the adolescent ones, which is essential for our continent to realize the potential benefits of what we call the demographic dividend. And the strategy will also provide a framework for Africa countries to ensure that all young people acquire the knowledge, skills, value, and attitude that enable them to lead healthy and fulfilled lives, to make informed decisions and respond to local and global challenges. And the last one is serves as a blueprint for the regional economic communities and AU member states to implement a collective body of health promotion work for the benefit of learners across the continent. We also have the pillars. We have 4 pillars of the strategy. We have the health lifestyle, disease prevention. The third pillar is safe, non-violence, including the effective learning environment for all. And the last pillar is skill-based reproductive health education. Within each time, teaching and learning will build incrementally over the learner's lifespan, with emphasis on age-appropriate content that is curriculum-based, culturally relevant, and context-appropriate, and is also embracing vision of the AU Agenda 2063. We also have the expected result of the strategy. 4 areas of the results have been identified. We have commitment, leadership, and support. The second area is capacity strengthening at the AUC, at the regs, and the country level. We also have operational guidance, foundation and system in place. We also have the last one is monitoring, reporting, and a learning agenda to advance the strategy. So whatever we do, we should have the monitoring of it, the reporting, so that we know, we learn lesson, we know where we are having challenges, and we know the way forward. In conclusion, the AU Education for Health and Wellbeing strategy is a comprehensive plan that it aims at advancing education for health and well-being in Africa. We can see there, it outlines specific objectives and areas of focus, shaping a brighter future for African youth. The strategy has, it has unified commitment from member states, from regs, civil society, and various stakeholders that's essential for successful implementation. It also aligned seamlessly or with global initiative, including the Sustainable Development Goals. The strategy also places a strong emphasis on youth engagement. It encompasses life skills, health and well-being. It also, the strategy also has built-in mechanism for monitoring and accountability. The strategy represents an opportunity to build a more cohesive approach, to health promotion. Moving forward, we need to develop a monitoring and evaluation framework, or we need to align it with existing ones. We also need action plans at the level of regs to ensure the successful operationalization of this strategy. There's need for us to rally together to support this strategy for a healthier, more prosperous future for African youth.
On behalf of the government and people of Ghana, particularly on behalf of the 7 million young people in Ghana, we bring you greetings and congratulate all our joint governments for the single remarkable achievement, our coming together to witness the launch of this Continental African Union Education, Health, and Wellbeing Strategy. Permit me to mention a few of these interventions currently being implemented for adolescents and young people. We have the free senior high school policy, prevention of adolescent pregnancy and girls' re-entry to school after birth guidelines, HIV prevention education in schools, national safe school policy, reproductive health education, the folic iron supplement for adolescent girls, adolescent and youth responsive service delivery. We also have the school health education policy revision, which will take feed from the WCA commitment and the Continental Strategy for Education for Health and Wellbeing and Service Delivery Program. Integration of sexual and reproductive health education into complementary basic education for out-of-school young people. As a country, we pledge to work tirelessly to ensure that every adolescent and young person in Ghana benefits from quality education, inclusive sexual and reproductive health services, and a supportive environment to thrive, develop, and become a good African citizen who will be an effective change agent for the continent's sustainability development. As a major milestone within the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign convened by PMNCH, we are delighted to have been involved in this process, leading to the launch of the West and Central Africa Commitment and now the Continental African Union Education and Wellbeing Strategy. We give you the assurance that the Ministry of Education and Health will deepen our existing efforts to promote educated, healthy, and thriving adolescents and young people for Ghana, for the national development and the continental development.
Let me state from the onset that Namibia as a country values the well-being of the young people and their future. Therefore, the country makes a substantial investment in the adolescent and young people in school or out of school to ensure the country has a responsible and productive citizens. The government has various programs and policies in place to work towards ensuring the health and well-being of our children. This includes the Integrated School Health Program and Policy, a National Safe School Framework, the Integrated Physical Education and School Sports Policy, life skills-based HIV, AIDS and health education, and our syllabus, to name but a few. There is political will in the country, as demonstrated by the Cabinet's endorsement of the continuation of the Eastern and Southern African Commitment 2021 to 2030 in 2020. This was done with the aim to empower adolescents and young people with the necessary knowledge and skills, with the use of acceptable terminology and material to enable young people to make the right choices and decisions concerning their lifestyle. Namibia hereby reaffirms its commitment towards health and well-being for young people.
Nigeria fully endorses the African Union Continental Strategy on Education for Health and Well-being, recognizing it as a pivotal milestone in our collective efforts to empower and nurture our adolescents and young people. The strategy aligns with recent commitments that Nigeria has endorsed, including the West and Central Africa Commitment for Educated, Healthy, and Thriving Adolescents and Young People, in addition to other national policies and strategies, amongst which are the National Policy on Gender in Education, in Basic Education, National Policy on HIV and AIDS for the education sector in Nigeria, National Policy on Special Needs Education in Nigeria, National Policy on the Health and Development of Adolescents and Young People in Nigeria, the Family Life, HIV and Health Education, National Policy on Safety, Security, and Violence-Free Schools.
all of which underscores Nigeria's commitment to the health and well-being of our teeming adolescents and young people. Our commitment extends also beyond mere words. We pledge to work tirelessly to ensure that every adolescent and young person in Nigeria benefit from quality education, inclusive reproductive health services, and a supportive environment to thrive, develop, and become a good African citizen who will be an effective change agent for the continent's sustainable development. As one of the champion countries for this new strategy, we stand ready to lead by example, and we share our experiences and successes with other member states. Together, we can create a brighter, healthier, and more prosperous future for our youth, not only in Nigeria, but across the entire continent, to achieve the Africa we want. Thank you.
In 2013, South Africa hosted and endorsed the endorsement of the East and Southern African Commitment. The Honorable Mrs. Angelina Mutshekga committed the sector to the implementation of comprehensive sexuality education and the provision and ensuring the access of health services in all South African public schools. So South Africa is present to the challenges faced by adolescent and young people in the country, including the high infection rates of HIV, especially amongst the young girls and young women, the unacceptably high teenage pregnancies, and the lack of access to health-friendly youth services in our clinics, the gender-based violence, and the child marriages in the continent, just to mention a few. The Department of Basic Education is proud to share some significant progress in few achievements in the efforts of implementing the commitment. And I'm proud, Program Director, to indicate that in 2017, the Cabinet approved the Department of Basic Education National Policy on HIV, STIs, and TB for all learners, educators, school support staff, and officials in all primary and secondary schools in the basic education sector. Chair, it is an honor for me to affirm the commitment of South Africa to this strategy. Thank you.
South Sudan, as you all know, is one of the youngest countries that has just come out. But it has committed itself to these commitments. Starting from 2021, commitment that was made, the ESA commitment. And in this, again, it is committed by signing the Maputo Protocol this year. And we say that with this, we are not going to work alone. South Sudan is going to work with all the line ministries to support this launch, this health policy that is going to be launched today. We are committed, and we are thankful to be among the 10 champions. Thank you.
Zambia is one of the countries that mainstreamed comprehensive sexuality education in the school curriculum years ago. And we have a very good working relationship with other line ministries to ensure that this is implemented together with the support of cooperating partners and civil society organizations. On behalf of the Republic of Zambia, we, the Ministers of Education, Health, Youth, Sport, and Art, reaffirm our vision of supporting young people to be national, regional, and global citizens who are educated, healthy, resilient, socially responsible, and informed decision makers with the capacity to meaningfully contribute to their communities, countries, and regions' development. We are united in our understanding and deep concern that child marriage and teenage pregnancy are harmful practices and a violation of human rights which negatively impact on children's personal development, future opportunities, education, health,
and well-being, with detrimental consequences for families, communities, provinces, and the nation at large. Zambia will implement the framework taking into consideration the results of the ongoing consultations to review and update the comprehensive sexuality education framework, including the cultural values and the national context in line with the Zambian constitution. In view of the launch today, Zambia remains committed to the implementation of the Continental Strategy for Education, Health, and Well-being for Zambia, for the young people.
La République du Congo soutient pleinement la stratégie continentale de l'Union africaine sur l'éducation pour la santé et le bien-être, qu'elle considère comme un jalon essentiel dans nos efforts collectifs pour autonomiser et éduquer ces adolescents et ces jeunes. Cette stratégie s'aligne avec les récents engagements pris par la République du Congo, notamment l'engagement de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre pour des adolescents et des jeunes éduqués en bonne santé et épanouis. La stratégie sectorielle de l'éducation 2021-2030, la stratégie en santé de la reproduction maternelle, néonatale, infantile et de l'adolescent 2022-2026 et le plan national de développement PND 2022-2026, la République du Congo veillera à ce que l'engagement de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre et tous les autres instruments dont nous sommes signataires soient mis en œuvre de manière cohérente et redevable. Nous collaborerons étroitement avec nos partenaires régionaux et les communautés et nous nous engagerons à autonomiser nos jeunes afin qu'ils jouent un rôle actif dans la construction de leur avenir. Nous nous engageons donc à promouvoir un mode de vie sain englobant la nutrition, l'activité physique et le sport, le sommeil et le bien-être, la gestion positive du stress, de l'abus d'alcool et d'autres substances par le biais de programmes complets d'éducation et d'information. Prévenir les maladies, qu'elles soient transmissibles ou non, en liant l'éducation et la santé, en renforçant la collaboration entre les secteurs de l'éducation et de la santé à tous les niveaux, notamment en améliorant la qualité et la couverture des services de santé scolaire. Promouvoir des environnements d'apprentissage sûrs, inclusifs et non violents pour tous, en lien avec les services, en veillant à ce que les écoles et les environnements d'apprentissage communautaires soient plus sûrs, plus sains, plus conviviaux pour les jeunes et plus inclusifs pour tous les apprenants. Soutenir une éducation pour la santé basée sur les compétences qui promeuvent l'importance et l'utilité des services de santé sexuelle et de reproduction et d'autres services de santé pour les adolescents et les jeunes scolarisés et non scolarisés. Veiller à ce que les fonds nécessaires soient consacrés à la mise en œuvre de cette stratégie. Nous nous félicitons du soutien de nos partenaires techniques et financiers pour mener à bien la mise en œuvre de cette stratégie. Renforcer nos systèmes de suivi et d'évaluation pour contrôler la mise en œuvre de la stratégie et ses résultats pour les jeunes Congolais. Notre engagement pour le bien-être des adolescents et des jeunes est aligné avec la stratégie de l'Union africaine en matière d'éducation, de santé et de bien-être. On repense l'appel du secrétaire général des Nations Unies pour un engagement national et mondial afin de mettre en œuvre le plan de sauvetage pour l'humanité et la planète. Lors du sommet 2023 sur les objectifs du développement durable, ODD, ce qui contribuera à conduire la transformation des ODD en faveur de l'inclusion et de la durabilité dans les années à venir, et en soutien au Forum mondial pour les adolescents, le plus grand rassemblement des parties prenantes au monde, réseau des jeunes, gouvernement, secteur privé, donateurs, agences des Nations Unies et autres pour attirer l'attention sur la nécessité d'une action immédiate pour faire progresser les principaux déterminants du bien-être des adolescents comme une étape majeure de la campagne 1,8 milliard des jeunes pour le changement, organisée par le Partenariat pour la santé de la mère, du nouveau-né et de l'enfant.
La Côte d'Ivoire soutient pleinement la stratégie continentale de l'Union africaine sur l'éducation pour la santé et le bien-être, qu'elle considère comme un jalon essentiel dans nos efforts communs pour autonomiser et éduquer les adolescents et les jeunes. En effet, cette stratégie s'aligne sur les récents engagements pris par la Côte d'Ivoire. Il s'agit notamment, d'une part, de l'engagement de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre pour des adolescents et des jeunes éduqués, en bonne santé et épanouis, et d'autre part, de notre politique stratégie nationale d'éducation complète à la sexualité, éducation à la santé et à la vie saine. Ainsi, la Côte d'Ivoire veillera à ce que la stratégie, l'engagement de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre et tous les autres instruments dont elle est signataire soient mis en œuvre de manière cohérente et redevable. Notre engagement ne se limite pas à de simples mots. Nous nous engageons à travailler sans relâche pour que chaque adolescent et chaque jeune de la Côte d'Ivoire bénéficie d'une éducation de qualité, de services de santé sexuelle et reproductive inclusifs et d'un environnement favorable pour s'épanouir, se développer et devenir un citoyen africain de valeur, un agent de changement efficace capable de conduire notre continent vers un développement durable pour le bien de tous. En tant que pays champion de cette nouvelle stratégie, nous sommes prêts à montrer l'exemple et à partager nos expériences et nos succès avec les autres États membres. Ensemble, nous pouvons créer un avenir plus radieux, plus sain et plus prospère pour nos jeunes, non seulement en Côte d'Ivoire, mais aussi sur l'ensemble du continent, afin de réaliser l'Afrique que nous voulons.
J'ai le privilège de me trouver devant vous aujourd'hui pour représenter mon pays, le Burkina Faso, pays des hommes intègres. Nous avons l'honneur d'être l'un des 10 pays champions de la stratégie nationale de l'Union africaine relative à l'éducation pour la santé et le bien-être. Le Burkina Faso soutient pleinement la stratégie continentale de l'Union africaine sur l'éducation pour la santé et le bien-être, qu'il considère comme un jalon essentiel dans nos efforts collectifs pour autonomiser et éduquer ces adolescents et ces jeunes. La stratégie s'aligne sur les récents engagements pris par le Burkina Faso, notamment l'engagement de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre pour des adolescents et des jeunes éduqués en bonne santé et épanouis, et sur notre politique nationale, à savoir l'éducation à la vie familiale et des EVF, dont les modules sont déjà intégrés dans les programmes des écoles des enseignants du primaire. Le Burkina Faso veillera à ce que la stratégie, l'engagement de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre et tous les autres instruments dont nous sommes signataires soient mis en œuvre et de manière cohérente et redevable. Alors, notre engagement ne se limite pas à des simples mots. Nous nous engageons à travailler sans relâche pour que chaque adolescent et chaque jeune du Burkina Faso bénéficie d'une éducation de qualité, des services de santé sexuelle et reproductive inclusif et d'un environnement favorable pour s'épanouir, se développer et devenir un bon citoyen africain qui soit un agent de changement efficace pour le développement durable du continent. En tant que pays champion de cette nouvelle stratégie, nous sommes prêts à montrer l'exemple et à partager nos expériences et nos succès avec les autres États membres. Ensemble, nous pouvons créer un avenir plus radieux, plus sain et plus prospère pour nos jeunes, non seulement au Burkina Faso, mais aussi sur l'ensemble du continent, afin de réaliser l'Afrique que nous souhaitons.
We all have heard that the goal of this strategy is to improve the reproductive, mental, and physical health of young people while contributing to the achievement of education goals. And this epoch-making event today, we have the participation of young people who are eager to share their reflections on what this strategy means for them.
Aujourd'hui, on a un sérieux problème au niveau de la nutrition parce que l'agriculture est vue parfois autrement. Je prends par exemple dans la plupart de nos sociétés, il peut y avoir un jeune qui travaille dans un bureau où les conditions sont réunies, mais parfois avec un salaire minimum seulement de $150. Il se peut. Mais on peut voir encore un autre jeune qui est agriculteur et qui a pratiquement 2 hectares à son actif, mais qui quelque part convoite celui qui est dans un bureau. Au-delà de ça, on voit le pourcentage de criminalité qui ne cesse de gonfler au niveau également de l'Afrique, avec la vente de la drogue ici. Brillant, peut-être intégrer des programmes de développement personnel au niveau de nos continents. Nous devrions également promouvoir ces programmes-là, que ce soit au niveau scolaire, intégrer des cercles de réflexion où les questions de développement personnel sont abordées.
Selon les estimations, 246 millions des apprenants sont victimes chaque année de violations, que ce soit à l'intérieur ou bien à l'extérieur de l'école. 73 millions d'enfants vivent dans l'extrême pauvreté, l'insécurité alimentaire et la faim, sans compter les grossesses précoces. Les complications liées à la grossesse précoce sont la principale cause des décès des filles âgées de 15 à 19 ans. Et la pandémie du Covid-19 est un puissant révélateur des besoins non satisfaits des apprenants et de leur santé mentale. Pour rebondir aux recommandations, donc pour moi, il s'agira dans un premier temps de renforcer les activités de sensibilisation à l'école par des clubs EVF à travers des leçons de vie, des groupes de parole, renouer le dialogue ou renforcer la communication entre parents et adolescents sur la question liée à la santé sexuelle et reproductive des adolescents et jeunes. Mettre en place un dispositif qui permet la réintégration à l'école des filles mères. Renforcer les relations entre l'école et les structures de santé pour une meilleure prise en charge des adolescentes, espaces dédiés aux jeunes. En plus, intégrer l'éducation à la santé et au bien-être ados et jeunes dans les enseignements d'apprentissage. Équiper et renforcer les personnels pour mener des actions de prévention sur les grossesses précoces et faire de l'offre des services sur la santé sexuelle et reproductive des ados jeunes.
Selon moi, il n'existe pas une compétence spécifique. Je pense que toutes les compétences sont importantes. Tous les jeunes doivent être capables d'acquérir toutes les compétences en même temps. Il faut une approche holistique. Et je m'appuie sur un document qui s'appelle Our Future, a Lancet Commission on Adolescent Health, qui a été écrit par Palton et d'autres experts en éducation à la santé. Ça appuie un peu ce que je disais, il ne faut pas une seule compétence spécifique. Nous ne devons pas on ne doit pas accentuer ou se concentrer sur une seule compétence. Mais si je dois répondre, je parierais sur la compétence de l'esprit critique et la capacité de prendre des décisions éclairées. Parce que ces deux compétences, elles sont exploitées par les jeunes tout au long de leur vie. Donc lorsqu'ils réfléchissent sur tout ce qui est santé sexuelle et reproductive, dans le cadre de leur couple, mais aussi dans le cadre de la planification familiale. Donc pour moi, ça permet de guider de manière durable et pérenne. Donc ça revient aussi à prendre en compte l'éducation et l'information. Donc rendre aussi accessible l'information à tous les jeunes. Il faut qu'il soit notamment dire que le document est certes inclusif, mais il ne met pas en avant le rôle des jeunes. On a vu le rôle des parties prenantes, du gouvernement, des agences de coopération internationale, de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Mais lors de la présentation, je n'ai pas vu un moment où on mettait le rôle et les responsabilités des jeunes. C'est important de le mettre, c'est important d'être impliqué, donc je pense que c'est important à prendre en compte aussi. Et j'en profite pour faire du coup un petit plaidoyer sur l'appropriation. C'est un mot qui est ressorti dans le document. Donc l'appropriation et le leadership du document. J'appelle aujourd'hui, nous avons l'opportunité d'avoir la délégation de la Côte d'Ivoire et je voudrais l'appeler à prendre part à une démarche pour élaborer un projet de loi sur la santé reproductive.
The strategy is very comprehensive, well drafted, and will see to it that young people are in a better position to prevent both communicable and non-communicable diseases if the strategy is well implemented as it is being designed. So that is where I want to start from. We have a very comprehensive strategy that is capable of empowering the young people to prevent both communicable and non-communicable diseases. That is if the strategy is well implemented effectively and having the young people at the heart of the implementation. But for practices that are very common among young people when it comes to disease prevention, we can see from my experience working with other young people and from the little research I have done, we can clearly tell that young people do not consciously, I would say it's just a few that are conscious about disease prevention.
This is a song by King Kaka from Kenya. It's a powerful song called Bashte Yangu. It was done in collaboration with UNESCO, and it's about promoting friendship, emotional support, and self-expression to break stereotypes, embrace vulnerability, and openly discuss issues, especially among young men, highlighting the importance of knowing your HIV status. It's called Bashte Yangu, and so please, as you walk down, may you please dance to this song. And Patricia, feel free to lead the dance and celebrate the launch.
Kama ni noma, just the plan, uko hapa lakini akili mbali gani? Sumekuwa na mresh mali safi, complaints nimezisikia kwa majirani, mavita tena karibu rushwe ndani, vile una handle vitu ndio urazi, najua kutafuta kazi ndio kazi. It's possible, nauliza who's with me, usi lose weight.
Hey beshte yangu, barua nimesaini natumai kufikie. Beshte yangu, I hope uko poa uliko. Beshte yangu, sometimes beshte yangu, utakuwa sawa uliko. Oh la la la, oh la la la, alright. Oh la la la, oh la la la, alright. Oh la la la, oh la la la, alright. Oh la la la, oh la la la, alright. Beshte yangu.
Around last week another friend akanicall, ilikuwa 5-6 hivi na recall. kambana ni kama kameumana, naona kamba na ni kama amenikana. Mimi huyo like a friend nika come through by the bedside amekaa tu, mkono kwa shavu anawanda. Kings unajua been faithful na one guy, and the test doesn't look good, and I don't know what to do. It's possible to leave, usi lose rhythm.
Hey beshte yangu, barua nimesign natumai kufikie. Beshte yangu, I hope uko poa uliko. Beshte yangu, sometimes. Beshte yangu, utakuwa sawa uliko.
My friend, we'll be okay. We have to check up on our friends. Remember our rights, our lives, our future, and our welfare is very important. Check up on your friends. If you're not okay, it's okay not to be okay, man. My friend, you will be okay.
What an extraordinary group of young healthcare professionals sharing their experiences and talking about the challenges they face.
Yes, and we've even done a poll to see which of those challenges people are feeling the most keenly. And I bet burnout and fatigue are going to score highly. But the other issues are also very important. We're talking about the lack of formal research opportunities, the lack of mentorship and guidance from more experienced professionals, and not to mention, of course, the inequities in resources and opportunities across the regions.
And the launch of the African Continental Strategy on Education for Health and Wellbeing has really raised the bar.
Yeah.
Now, great so many high-level commitments in education and well-being. These are certain priorities that young people have identified up as most important.
So moving forward, everyone, you can now choose between two sessions. So you have a choice, right? They're either about agents of change, stories from young people on the front lines of the humanitarian response, and that session is very interesting. It's going to be covering how can we empower young people who are caught up in disasters and emergencies and ensuring that their rights are kept and build their strengths. Then we have a second session, and that's called Ready to Learn and Thrive, promoting adolescent well-being in schools. Because as we all know, healthy students learn better, and good education is good for their health.
Both sound pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to make a choice, but the countdown on your screen is about. And meanwhile, we have a powerful spoken word poem from Mumbi Macharia. Watch her on stage at this year's World Health Assembly. It was quite a moment. See you on the other side.
The right to health is a basic human right, right? The World Health Organization has 75 years of improving public health, but it's going to take each of us to walk the talk to reach the 30% who still are not able to access essential health services. Listen to the call and mean it when we join hands on the journey for health for all. So how many more movements is it going to take before you realize that fighting to have a voice should not be our own self-adventure? How many more poems, chants, before you move and give young people a chance to recognize that young people are creative, innovative, sustainable, with goals and ideas that with investments are attainable, but still you tell us to follow you and listen without questioning, but I think that says less about us and more about what you think of your own parenting. And frankly, we are tired of demanding your understanding. Our world has the most young people it has ever had, so I am calling to all my fellow young people from every part of every hemisphere to continue singing the songs that we sang last year and the year before that. We are not tired. Hatujachoka. We are inspired by the creative ways we continue to take up space. My grandmother's legacy and will is what I embody. I do not protest as a hobby. So to you, the 1.8 billion young people, keep making your voices heard. We will use to rejoice. Those voices are the same ones we will use to give others not only options, but choices. You are the moment. So with all your might, speak with the same conviction God spoke with when he said, "Let there be light." Thank you.
PMNCH is here in Bahrain at the 146th IPU Assembly to share with the parliamentarians the 1.8 billion campaign for adolescent well-being.
I am supporting the 1.8 billion.
Yo apoyo a los. Para mí es muy importante el futuro para los jóvenes.
We really need to drive the gender-responsive solutions to, tackle all the challenges that we face.
نحن ندعم 180 شخص من أجل تعزيز صحة الشباب والنساء والمراهقين.
I support a 1.8 billion campaign because we keep more young voices heard. Let's get more young voices heard.
Join the 1.8 billion campaign!
I support 1.8 billion for change.
My name is Gideon Youth Leader Dash an 8 billion Young People for Change campaign. I'm also encouraging the government to put keen attention to our educators.
Of the last count, Morocco putting the responsibility of the young people.
1.8 billion! We support 1.8 billion campaign!
Hello, we are right in front of Palais des Nations for the 1.8. It started here right now. Join in!
We want to give the young people the opportunity to share about their choices, to share their plans, to share their needs about how they want their health and well-being to be improved.
Our role will be to get governments to commit to improving the lives of the 1.8 billion adolescents in the world today.
We are going to advocate for adolescents 1.8 billion campaign. Let's start now.
Hello everyone, I'm Sugandha, an adolescent girl leader from India. I'm 16 years old and a member of the congregation Our Lady of Charity of the Good Shepherd. My participation in the Adolescent Girl Town Hall was motivated of trying to support sisters in my community, which stems from our autonomy being ignored. It is imperative that all stakeholders, including member states, support our efforts to enhance adolescent well-being. A key area to assist us is by creating safe spaces where the victims of gender-based violence are protected. Thank you.
The reason we have the Youth Council is we believe that we can advise us what's important and what's necessary for our world. So the sense of youth, I think no one can dispute. But from WHO side, we're benefiting for what you more. And make sure that commitment. Thank you for your help. Look forward to working with you even more closely through our youth council. Thank you.
kucheza ndi achinyamata manga pa zomwe iwo amafuna kuti moyo wawo ukhale wabwino.
1.8 billion young people for change.
It's high time now to stop and reflect the voice of adolescents and young people.
We are young people of Nigeria, support the 1.8 billion.
Welcome. My name is Diana Sacrifelis, and I am an obstetrician and gynecology specialist with Archipelago Indonesia. I'm specializing in pediatric and adolescent gynecology and one of the co-chair of the Emerging Professionals Network of the International Association for Adolescent Health. The session today is brought to you by colleagues from UNESCO, UNICEF, WHO, the UNESCO Chair, Global Health and Education, and the International Association for Adolescent Health.
Hi, and my name is Roraima Costa Filho, and I'm a physical education teacher in Brazil with a postdoctoral research background in health promoting schools. It is our honor today to guide you through this session titled Ready to Learn and Thrive, Promoting Adolescent Wellbeing and in Schools. Please feel free to introduce yourself to us in the chat. Tell us your name, which country you are from, which country you are joining us from today. We will also be glad to receive your questions and comments in the Q&A session or the chat box at any time. Some of the session today has been pre-recorded to keep the time on track, but we are also here live to take your questions and promote this discussion.
Roraima and I represent a partnership between early career health and education professionals working with and for adolescents, and that will be the spirit of our session today.
Yeah, we would like to draw your attention to the Ready to Learn and Thrive report published earlier this year. You can find it in the resources sections. The session today is inspired by the report's vision that healthy, well-nourished, and happy adolescents learn better and are more likely to lead healthy and fulfilling lives.
And we recognize the human rights of access to education and information to young people in all their diversity, so no one is left behind. We also recognize the workload of teachers and consider how to support them in their role.
Indeed. In this opening video, adolescents from around the world will answer the question, what does the ideal school look like and do to maximize student well-being?
Ideal school is nurturing, inclusive space, fostering holistic development and critical thinking while prioritizing student well-being.
An inclusive and safe environment. A safe environment where students may feel protected, may feel protected from bullying, violence, discrimination, where they can be free from each and every discrimination.
Training of efficient studying and planning skills in order to minimize stress.
Clean bathrooms, smoke-free zones, and healthy canteens in schools.
Sekolah yang ideal adalah sekolah yang memiliki lingkungan bersih dan saling toleransi.
And an ideal school for me is that school where students' voices and autonomy can be respected and the students can be included in decision makings of the school.
My ideal school should be a place where I am taught comprehensive sexuality education.
School with large ground, more trees and understanding teachers.
Sekolah harus berpusat pada siswa untuk bebas berekspresi dan berkreasi.
Peer mediation programs to teach lifelong skills of conflict resolution.
And an ideal school is that school that promotes supportive relationship between teachers, pupils, and parents, and between their fellow peers.
An ideal school should be inclusive for all children.
A safe, inclusive, nurturing environment fostering holistic growth and personalized learning. Nutrient-dense meals are offered at lunch, like this one. There is no shortcut for great education and a great school.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed the video. Listening to Ayodhya from Sri Lanka about large ground, more trees, and Demetrius from Indonesia who wants a place for activities, creativity, and expressions.
That's right. And Denisa and Mukanta's thoughts on the importance of an inclusive and safe school environment resonated with me. These environments allow students to maximize their potential. So, you have heard what our global youth want. The question is, how are you going to get there?
No doubt, step by step. We are delighted to introduce our panel members to you, who are going to lead the discussions today. First, Hana Hogunpule is a public health PhD student from Nigeria, exploring adolescent mental health. Second, we have Pierre Cook Jr., who is a law student from Barbados, a young leader in advocacy for the prevention and treatment of non-communicable diseases in children and young people. And the third, we have Suzanne Hargreaves, is a former senior education officer at Education Scotland in the UK, who specialized in health and well-being promotion in school.
Yeah, and we look forward to this conversation and to the audience questions. When we are designing the session, Pierre suggested a good way of breaking down this huge topic into two important themes. So we will look first at the school environment, the buildings, the spaces, the surrounding area, and how we can maximize well-being there. Then we will look at the learning process that go on schools, the relationships between people, the culture of schools, and the curriculum itself.
As we go into the first part, we would like to see your ideas about how the school environment can promote adolescent well-being. Maybe it's large green space for students to have activities. Please write them for us in the chat in English, Spanish, or French. You can do this while you watch our video case study from the Philippines on this topic.
Then here's some voices from the field about the issue reflecting the results of research carried out with teachers and health professionals during the pandemic by the UNESCO Chair, Global Health and Education. They will be presented by Miranda Beck, a young leader in public health from Finland.
Good day to everyone. I am John Michael Villa Sr. from the Water, Sanitation and Hygiene section of UNICEF Philippines. I have managed the Wash in Schools program since 2010 and the Menstrual Hygiene Management program since 2012. Thank you for allowing me to share the Philippines experience and success stories in investing in school environments and broader approaches to young people, parents, and communities. Since 2016, the Department of Education in the Philippines has implemented a comprehensive water, sanitation, and hygiene program in schools. WASH goes beyond hand washing, toothbrushing, and deworming to include food handling and preparation, menstrual hygiene management, health education, and capacity building. Menstrual hygiene management, or MHM, is an essential component of the Wash in Schools program in the Philippines. MHM promotes the right of girls to safe and dignified management of menstruation using hygienic materials, aided by clean and adequate water supply with safe and private spaces for personal hygiene concerns and sanitary pad disposals. To achieve this, the Department of Education enabled the implementing mechanism called the 3-star approach, where operational standards articulated incremental steps towards national standards. This involves schools conducting self-analysis to address gaps and areas of improvement. We also ensure that schools are motivated to move towards national standards by recognizing the efforts of school community to improve and achieve WIN's objectives. MHM-related indicators, specifically water availability, gender-segregated toilets, availability of sanitary pads, and access to information, have been monitored since school year 2017 and 2018. MHM-related data within WIN's monitoring presents impressive improvements that schools all over the country achieved within the last years. Today, more schools have included WASH into the regular planning and budgeting processes. The proportion of schools that have integrated WINs as part of the school improvement plan has grown to over 90%. In addition, sustainable funding for soap, feeding materials, funds for repairment, and maintenance has seen a substantial increase. In support of the Department of Education and with other partners, UNICEF continues to invest in providing positive enabling environment for our learners, including the promotion of gender equality. Together, let us promote gender awareness and empower children through education so they become productive and responsible global citizens. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Miranda Beck and I come from Finland. So what did the pandemic teach us about promoting well-being in the school environment? First, it is indeed important to keep schools open. Many respondents recognized that schools are a place that should always be open to adolescents for social, psychological, and economic reasons. Also, the physical school environment makes a difference. The success of implementing health protection measures during the pandemic was linked to the school environment. And for example, old buildings, lack of basic sanitation caused problems for teachers. Finally, those with chronic illnesses were especially affected. Participants noted that pandemics was challenging for students with diabetes, HIV, asthma, pneumonia, disability, mental health problems, as well as children from poor and vulnerable families. Participants elaborated that these students needed additional support from schools and parents for learning continuity. These findings show that we should keep school open as a priority, even when other institutions are closed. Update and invest in school premises to address gaps identified in the pandemic, such as access to toilets and clean water. Target health support in schools towards school staff and students who live with chronic illness, including catch-up visits to avoid dropout and long-term absenteeism. Thank you.
Many thanks to the Republic of the Philippines for presenting this case. And to Miranda, who is in the audience today. Do not hesitate to put comments and questions about this topic in the chat.
We would be very pleased to hear what the panel members thought of the first case study and the voices from the field. What do you think was important and useful for people trying to improve the school environment?
I would say prioritizing thinking of well-being holistically, so in terms of physical, mental, and social wellness, as opposed to just the absence of ill health. This way, we can ensure that every child, regardless of gender, economic class, disability, or health status, are able to see their schools as a safe space where they can come and be themselves without having to worry about being accepted, or if there's space for them, or even worse, if they'll be neglected due to their diverse needs. So making sure that the needs are being met, for example, by making sure that schools have active transport links so everyone can get to school on time and not have to walk long distances to school, or making toilets available and accessible having having sanitary products available, water for hand washing, ease of getting from one class to another as well, not being afraid that they would be punished for needing to skip PE or sports for a day due to having cramps. I could go on and on with this, but basically making sure that every child's voice is heard and catered to, although I understand that this might be difficult if we think of diversity of schools globally and the difference in resources available as well. So analyzing where we are now in this movement and building processes to address these gaps is crucial for a safe, healthy school environment for children. Thank you.
Thank you. The Philippine Department of Education is to be commended for implementing a comprehensive water, sanitation and hygiene, or the WASH programme, in schools at scale. Menstruation hygiene management, the NHM programme, plays a significant part, and this tailored programme reflects one of the country's priorities and needs. The Ready to Learn and Thrive report recognises that tailored school health nutrition programmes are a practical and cost-effective way to improve equitable educational outcomes. These programmes can promote gender equality by increasing girls' access to and retention in education, which in turn can reduce the likelihood of early marriage and early pregnancy. Their 3-star approach is an example of looking inwards, using data gathered to decide what needs to be done. And incorporated into this approach are their national standards, an example of looking outwards to learn from the best and other practice to inform improvement actions. Monitoring and evaluation, which is a key component of any implementation plan, provides really powerful evidence to continue what they are doing. Indeed, since the 2016 implementation, more schools today have included WASH into their regular planning and budgeting processes. It shows that by focusing on one aspect of health and well-being, it can impact on other aspects of adolescent experiences. I'm sure many girls have benefited from these programmes being in place to take the pressure off and also the worries around their menstrual cycle and allowing them just simply to focus on learning when they're in school.
I think this conversation has been really useful for us to understand how we can protect the rights of young persons. And it's brilliant that we're having this conversation because it ensures that no one is left behind within the school system. Children should have unhindered and comprehensive access to education. We should ensure that their physical environment is safe as well as their social environment. Yesterday was Global Mental Health Day, and this conversation also ensures that those who have mental health challenges are also protected. So really and truly what we're discussing today is how we can comprehensively protect the rights of all children to free and safe access to education. This is bigger than just a discussion about what happens within the schools, but it's about ensuring that we protect our young people and protect our future.
So thank you, Pierre. Thank you, Pierre, for your response. So now we're going to start our Q&A session. And thank you for those of you who are asking questions in the Q&A box. So I think I will start with the first question for Suzanne. Suzanne, what do you think one of the adolescent well-being domains is about safety? And how can students and teachers feel safe in school?
I think the important thing is, first of all, to do a survey to ask the children and young people what being safe means for them. Young people are the experts of themselves. They're the experts of the school that they are in, and so are very well placed to have an opinion, to have knowledge about what it means to be safe in their community and in their school. So a pupil survey would be my first point. I would also do a teacher survey, because again, the important thing is to find out where they're at. And once you have that data, you can then think about a plan and include, set up a committee and have a plan around building a safe environment. And I think that starts with the relationships across a whole school community.
So do you think who's going to start doing the survey?
Yes, I think young people are very articulate. We heard that in the videos, and they are best placed. Find people who are like-minded. Find people who feel the same as you, and try to include a range of people across the school, different age, different cohort, different gender, race, and try and bring people together to really have good discussions so they're building a foundation around what they want to do, and then have a timeline around that. You know, it's not a talking shop, let's get action. And then try to bring in some leaders, because after all, they might be the decision makers, but actually we want young people to be part of that decision making process. So engage as many people who are perceived to have the power in the community and in the school, and bring them in with the young people to set up a plan.
So this can be an idea for the student council to start with, asking,
yes, I think
doing some survey, yeah.
Yes, I think student council, but you can then look across the municipality and see if there are student councils there, because it's good to look outwards to see what other people are doing. And then, of course, in some countries, they have youth parliaments. So, you know, try to find out how they manage that in that country. Would that be something that would be worthwhile to do in their own country? So it's about kind of looking inwards at their own context, but also looking outwards to learn from others.
Pierre, do you have any comments on that?
I do. I think it's brilliant that we're having this conversation. And I also think that in discussing the protection of the right to education, we have to look at the built environment, both within and outside of the schools. So it means in doing those surveys to understand from young persons what is needed within their school system, we talk about and we ask questions about what is being offered within and outside the school. I think children should have access to an education that is free and unhindered and in their best interest. So it means that within their physical environment, they're not exposed to predatory marketing, they're not exposed to harmful practices, they have access to clean drinking water, they have access to healthy foods, because as much as the physical environment is important for the development of children, what they're consuming and what they're engaging in within that school system is also important. So I think in looking at those surveys and pointing out leaders, it is important for us to speak with young people, but also policymakers to make the right decisions.
Hannah, do you have any idea how can we create a good environment in both home and school?
I think including parents as well. So the school, young people come in there and they spend a big part of their life in the school environment, but also at home as well. So the school working with parents to ensure that young people are safe, young people are being catered to both in their home environment and the school as well. Also, speaking to young people about what their needs are, because young people's needs are diverse. Some suffer with chronic health conditions, disability, mental health struggles as well. And most times, young people aren't prioritized in these areas. So making sure that the parents, the school, the teachers as well, because they also have a big part to play in all of this. So the teachers need to be carried along. They need the messages needs to be the same across all boards as well. Speaking to teachers, hearing their voice as well, and seeing where they struggle and what sort of trainings they might need, what sort of support they might need as well, to be able to make sure that young people feel safe in schools. Young people's mental health matters. Young people, regardless of disability and social economic class, are all considered as one, are all given are all given an avenue to thrive in schools, basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. And thank you all for your broad experience. And probably for the last, I would ask Suzanne, what could we do regarding access to health service through school?
I think it's important.
Now we turn to our second part, the process of learning.
Go on.
Sorry, I think the important thing is to have a whole school community approach. So there's a shared understanding of what we mean by education, health in education, and what we're trying to do. So this involves teachers, but also non-teaching staff, because children have strong contact with them too. Parents, as Hannah said, but also community partners, the health community partners that locally support families in the community. If a school and the young people can share their vision and their ambition about what they want to achieve with the health partners and bring them on board when the early discussions are going ahead, then you have a shared understanding, and it means then that there is a key understanding between school, community and home.
So the key messages is school needs to stay open in time of crisis. Lack of investment in school buildings and facilities needs to be reversed. Think about environment around as well as within the schools. Mixed messages will not work. Unhealthy products in schools undermine the healthy curriculums. And students with chronic illness and disability need seamless access to health services to stay well and to be in school. So thank you all to our panelists for a great discussion.
Now we turn to our second part, the process of learning. This is, of course, about how students learn, but also about the relationship between important stakeholders. Examples could be teachers and parents, or teachers and health professionals.
That's right. It is also about the culture in school, the support for teachers, including their initial training. Remember that our global youth talked about tolerance and understanding teachers as part of the ideal school.
Yeah, and also Jessica from Trinidad and Tobago said about there is no shortcut to great education and a great school.
While you watch our second case study from Ireland and voices from the field on this topic, please respond to the poll in the chat. What is the most important thing to improve for a better learning process for adolescents' well-being?
Good afternoon to everyone. Our school has 770 students. They are all girls, and we accommodate students from the ages of 12 to 19 years of age. Our well-being program is centered around what we call 4 pillars of the curriculum. Now, I've divided this up subsequently into a simplified approach, looking at the heart, the hands and the head. The head area is all about the planning and the preparation. Now, our Department of Education in Ireland has been very progressive in planning all the areas of well-being, and they then distribute them to the schools after a collaborative approach, and we start the implementation. That's so much in the upper column there under the heading of curriculum. And that's where the teaching and learning takes place. That's where the practical hard work, which I refer to the hands, takes place. But what I really want to focus on today is the heart of the issue. What is needed to ensure that we have well-being in every classroom, that every child, every student understands what well-being is and experiences well-being. And what do we have to do as leaders to ensure that every teacher implements well-being at a whole school level? When the inspectors looked at how our students felt about the school, the 2 words that the students mentioned about our school was that they felt safe and they felt cared for. And that to me is the essence of well-being. One of our main learning is that you need to keep your team of teachers to a core group, and that core group needs to be absolutely committed to the whole area of well-being. Well-being is an area that not all teachers are comfortable with, so in order for it to be a success, you have to have buy-in from teachers. Before we can look after the well-being of students, we must look after the well-being of teachers. We must ensure that we build processes in the school so that everyone feels valued, that our students feel that they have a voice. We've changed the language in terms of how we speak about things. Many years ago, we talked about discipline. Now we talk about positive behaviour. Well-being in Ireland is no longer what it used to be, which was a filler-in subject. It is actually now part of who we are.
What did the pandemic teach us about promoting well-being through the processes of learning? First, health education is crucial. Most education professionals and a few health professionals shared that providing health education in schools was an important infection control measure. Teachers provided awareness and information to students, including demonstration of hand washing and discussing the current situation with the students in a manner they understand. Education professionals noted that schools were a safe space for children that encouraged interaction and prevented loneliness, depression, and anxiety. Finally, teacher well-being matters as well. Some believe that the adaptability among teachers and schools teams in creating remote learning methods during school closures had not been widely recognized or praised. Incentivize local education and health professionals to work together in non-crisis times to form strong connections that can support schools and communities through future health crises. Monitor student and staff well-being and include parents in these initiatives. Thank you.
Many thanks to Dr. Olive Lafoy for presenting this case, and again to Miranda. Do not hesitate to put comment and question about this topic in the chat.
Yes, please do write in the chat. And of course, we would be very pleased to hear what the panel members thought about the second case and voices from the field. What points about curriculum and culture resonated with you?
I love the approach of not leaving anyone behind and every child feeling safe and cared for in schools. So well-being, not just in terms of a buzzword, but something that everyone in schools understand and experience. The change in language from discipline to positive behavior as well, shifting the focus from punishment and reward to behavior that impacts everyone. That way, children are nurtured to be better and don't have to feel like they need to earn care. They are respected and viewed as important. So respect for their autonomy, choices, and behavior would be highlighted, as their peculiarities don't make them miss out on being looked after and speaks volumes to the child as well. As shared within the Ready to Thrive in Schools report, well-being is an essential component of maximizing educational potential and a key determinant even of educational outcomes. Hence, it should be a very important component of planning the taught curriculum in schools, be it maths, science, or English, and teachers should be trained in highlighting well-being as the primary objective of teaching. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lafoy, for sharing your case study. The college accommodates girls from age 12 to 19, and that shows that a school is best placed to consider sustained implementation or the longitudinal well-being of students in their care. What does the school look like and feel like now? And what will it look and feel like to each age and stage as the students progress through the college? It gives each school the opportunity to develop key life skills, knowledge and understanding in health and well-being over a long period of time. And as the Ready to Learn and Thrive report states, healthy, well-nourished children and adolescents learn better and are more likely to lead healthy and fulfilling lives. And I think the Dominican College recognises this. Dr. Lafoy provided the Wellbeing programme centred around the 4 pillars of the curriculum. Here, they have set their ambition and designed the programme. Education that develops life skills, positive values and competencies can improve emotional well-being and reduce risk behaviours. And this is a critical element of quality education. Dr. Lafoy also acknowledges that some teachers may not be comfortable with health and well-being if they're a particular subject area, and talks about what we have to do as leaders to ensure that every teacher implements well-being at whole school level. And what this demonstrates is that the leaders in the school community show that health and well-being is important. If commitment is made at leadership level, things will happen. And of course, central to that is professional development at all levels is critical for a sustained school, whole school approach.
I think what we are learning from this discussion and some parallels I'm seeing to what we're doing in Barbados in terms of reforming our educational sector is if our social settings, if our teachers, if our policymakers, if our community organizers are committed to ensuring that within the schools, the most vulnerable are protected, then we can ensure that we have a safe learning environment for everyone. We listened and we heard conversations about quality education, ensuring that teachers feel safe, ensuring that children feel safe, ensuring that we have a comprehensive educational system. But it also speaks to making sure that we protect those who are most vulnerable, those children with mental health disorders, those children who don't have access to healthy foods at home, those children who may be coming from difficult home settings. It's to ensure that when they enter the gates of their school, they feel safe and protected, and as if their right to education is being looked after. That is the important conversation, and that is what I want us to take away today.
We spend around 15,000 hours inside the school gates completing our primary and secondary education. Schools are second homes. They are where we grow up, learn, make friends, hope for the future, and try to fulfill our potential. Governments and schools should have policies and resources focusing on ensuring all students fulfill their right to quality education, health, and well-being. This means schools must be founded on principles of democracy, equity, and promote values and practices which prioritize health and well-being. School leaders should involve their students in decision-making. And teachers, parents, and community leaders should work together to promote the health and well-being of all students. Teachers should teach students life skills to help them make healthy choices, not only care about their grades. Schools must foster an atmosphere of friendship, understanding, tolerance, and empathy, where nobody gets ridiculed, excluded, threatened, or hurt because of differences in gender, ethnicity, family status, or exam scores. School environments must be safe and healthy, free from tobacco products, drugs, alcohol, and unhealthy food. They should have facilities for physical exercise, play, water, and sanitation. Students should have access to quality health services, including regular health checkups, psychological support, and mental health services. In summary, all schools should be health-promoting schools. When students are healthy, they learn better and have brighter futures. This vision is set out in the Global Standards on Health-Promoting Schools, which call for a change from scattered, isolated interventions to a whole school and whole education system approach to promoting health and well-being. From principals and teachers to parents or government officials, we must all do more to ensure every school becomes a health-promoting school.
Yeah, thank you all for your thoughts on these topics and for the video. So now it's turn to make our attention to your responses from the poll. We receive a lot of questions and a lot of answers as well, and opinions. The most strong messages related to the need to build relationships and culture, and they need to be improved. So I will organize some questions from the pool here for our panelists as well. I'd love to hear for everyone now, for Hannah, from Susanna, and from Pierre, to hear about any examples of how to successfully improve learners' connections to school, making young people wake up each day, each morning happy that they will be going to school and they are going to make more, receive support for their lessons they may have failed earlier, or how they could supplement this barrier. What do you have to say about this? How can we make improve student learners connections to school? Maybe we can start with Suzanne. Oh, Pierre. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm having some lag here.
If I may begin, I think it's important that everyone is committed to protecting the best interests of the child. When I was at school, which wasn't so long ago, I felt comfortable going when I knew that everyone was looking out for my best interests. So I knew that when I got there, the physical environment would be comforting. There were enough green spaces. There were spaces for me to engage in physical activity. I felt comfortable when I had access to mental health services. I had a really close relationship with my guidance counselor at school, and I always felt supported. I also had teachers who I felt were interested in ensuring that I left with the best education. And I also wanted to make sure that when I was at school, I had access to healthy foods. So you see, this conversation is about making sure that everyone, both within and outside the schools, so we're talking about vendors, parents, and community leaders, are committed to looking out for the best interests of our children and ensuring they have access to comprehensive and quality education. I think when we start looking at that best interest approach, we can create better learning environments.
So, Suzanne?
Yes, I would completely agree with Pierre. I think putting the child at the centre of all policies, of all decision making that goes in the school community is absolutely central. And I think it's important, as I said in an earlier part, about a whole school approach, because the relationship between education and health is symbiotic. In other words, it's interdependent. And where this works really well is when everyone, and I mean everyone in a whole school community environment, understands that education and health has to mean putting the child at the centre. But of course, you know, how do you make that happen when you might have teachers or you might have students or parents who are not interested in health being part of education? They might say, well, what's in it for me? You know, you have to be brave to go to school. And school is welcoming and has the child at the centre and has key people in place for every child. So that could be peer mentors, it could be guidance staff, key staff links to home, where they're putting the child at the centre to make sure they're supported, so that the child feels that when they enter the school gates, they feel safe and supported and nurtured. And for those who are maybe reluctant to engage in this agenda, and I don't think that's anyone that's here in this forum, but you might know of people when you go back to your own context, how do you convince people? I think you need compelling evidence to change the hearts and minds of those of whatever level they're at who are reluctant. And there's huge amount of evidence, particularly from the people in this forum, from UNESCO, from UNICEF, from WHO, UNESCO chair, the global chair in health and education, have really strong, compelling evidence. So when you feel as a student or as a teacher or as a partner, community partner, that you're not getting anywhere, why don't you access the huge amount of evidence and research that tells us that this is a good thing to do? And it would be great if people who are in this forum today could share links in the chat box with compelling evidence that can help people who are dealing with those who are more in this agenda.
Thanks. And Hannah?
Like Pierre and Suzanne has said, I think keep making sure that the young people's voice is at the center. So their autonomy, making sure that they're heard. Also removing the focus of schools as just being a place for getting an education to a place where young people can grow holistically. So socially, mentally, emotionally, intellectually as well. Shifting the focus of schools and education from just grades to the overall well-being of the young people as well. So young people can feel safe, excited to come to school, knowing they will see their friends, knowing their teachers will not just be focusing on teaching them, but also grooming and growing them as well. Sorry, making sure that young people know that a school is a safe space, somewhere that the focus is not just on their grades. So, like the Ready to Thrive in Schools report said, maximizing educational potential and a key determinant to even educational outcomes is well-being. So, making sure that young people know that coming to school, they're not just coming to learn maths and English and physical subjects. They're also coming to learn how to feel better, how to relax, how to have a good understanding of their emotions as well. And yeah, that their well-being is at the center of the curriculum, not just coming to school to learn, but also coming to school to grow holistically. Thank you.
Thank you all for your thoughts on this and your opinion. As a resume from the key messages we received from the pool, we can highlight that the student need to be the center of on the process of the development. Also, well-being should be woven through the curriculum, not something a spotlight on some discipline, but need to be all around, needs to be the core of the education. And the school leadership and culture, we need to be committed to the role models is vital. And finally, teachers need to support and confidence in this role right from their initial training. And moving on from this poll and going to our final part of the session, I would to ask you briefly, all you, what would be an action that young people could do after the section?
I think I want to jump in quickly to
Yeah.
say that young persons can lead the conversation, young persons can lead the action, but I think young people also need the support of their governments, and young people need support of their schools. So even as we ask young persons to step forward and to be equal partners in the fight for comprehensive and quality education, we also need to call to action those teachers, those principals, those ministries of education to support young persons so that it's not just a one-sided conversation or fight. We have the passion and we know what would be right to protect our interests, but we don't have the power necessarily to do that. And so we need the commitment of governments, teachers, principals, schools, and the community environments to protect our children. And a final point I want to say is, as much as we look at the best interests of the child, we must also ensure that teachers feel safe and protected within their school environments so that they feel happy coming to school and so that they feel happy to support the learning of our children.
What about you, Hannah? What do you think we should do?
Thanks, Diana. I think letting young people know that they have a voice, that we want to hear from them, um, their their voice matters as well. Also creating avenues that they can share. Young leaders groups, advocacy groups as well from the schools, giving them access to the policymakers, the school administrators as well. Just making sure that young people know that their voice is heard. They can share how the concerns and to be basically working together with young people, showing them that they are partners as well in their education, in learning, in the school environment, and they're not just sent to school as a punishment, but it is something that they can build how their schools will be. They can be a part of building how their schools would function as well. And I think that would make young people incentivize and even feel confident to come to school because it is a place that they have built together with the adults as well. Thank you.
So thank you. I would like to say thank you, many thanks to our panel contributors to the video, all the session partners. We hope that you will go away energized and committed to ongoing work to increase adolescent well-being in schools. Whatever your role, whether you're a student, a parent, a teacher, a health professional, a policymaker, or a funder, you all have a part to play. And if I may share a brief message that resonated with me during my studies, it would be think globally and act locally. Please look at the resources for the session. Thank you for your attention and your excellent comments and questions. Enjoy the rest of the forum.
Hear those stories of courageous young people who are in such difficult and often dangerous situations. And also encouraging that so many organizations are uniting to support young people in times of crisis. Great stuff.
Yeah, great stuff indeed. We are so ready to learn, and the Ready to Learn session had a lot of food for thought. It was fun to hear adolescents from all around the world telling us what their ideal school looks like. And now we've got two great core sessions coming up. Of course, the first one is Generation Cyberwise, fostering safety for digital natives. That's highly topical for sure. And you know, that's one that's really close to my heart. I love all things technology. So dial into that if you want to be a part of the conversation with young voices and experts about building a safer and more supportive online space. Or you could go to the launch of the AHA 2.0 Global Guidance for Accelerated Action for Adolescent Health and Wellbeing. That's an interactive session to showcase country examples on applying this framework to the local context.
And we've also got interesting videos for you from Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Did you know that cervical cancer caused over 340,000 deaths in 2020? Now, 90% of those were in low and middle income countries. Now, we can stop this, which is why it's so important that girls get accurate information about the HPV vaccine. And we also have more news from our Spot 1.8 reporter. Take it away, team.
We are seeking to eliminate cervical cancer in Sierra Leone. And part of that strategy is vaccination, the HPV vaccine.
My name is Karen Nakawala. I'm from Zambia, and I was born in a town called Chipata. I'm a cervical cancer survivor myself. So I was diagnosed in 2019 of June. So I was driving back home, I remember, and suddenly it hit me, cancer. This means that I'm dying, and I parked the car on the roadside. It was about 7 p.m. And the first thing that came to my mind was my children. I'm going to die and my children are going to remain alone. And I broke down. I remember I broke down for the longest time. For 3 days, I didn't sleep straight. Like I would wake up, literally see the sunrise, sunset for 3 days. The treatment is very harsh and it takes a lot from you. Even the strongest person, I think at some point, you literally give in to the treatment. And so to get out of that, I think I'm very lucky to be here because there are a lot of women that I saw that died during my journey. I now realize that if we are to eliminate cervical cancer, the HPV is the one sure tool that we have to do it. So the HPV in Zambia was rolled out in 2013. When I started talking to the doctors, they told me that it was met with a lot of resistance. One, because people did not believe in the vaccine, and two, because of what the vaccine was related to, cervical cancer and, the sexual part of it. And so that is when we decided, you know what? Yes, we're doing the screening, we're doing the awareness, we're creating demand for people to go and get screening. But I think our fight is trying to get the HPV rolled out successfully and getting the girls that are eligible to get vaccinated. We're losing a lot of women unnecessarily, and I think we shouldn't. We can't lose women to a cancer that can be eliminated and to a cancer that can be prevented. And that is where the HPV vaccine comes in. And we need to push for that to be received by the masses so that they can get their girls vaccinated.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I'm 21 years old. I'm a computer science student from Namibia. I think my biggest aspiration is always to inspire other people, helping young people know that despite their circumstances, their background, they can achieve anything they want in life. For my friends and I, it's also been a challenge to find job opportunities because due to lack of formal education and work experience.
So YOMA is a digital platform for young people to upskill themselves. They can sign up, they can do learning courses, they can do volunteering opportunities where they can impact their local communities. In return, they earn tokens, and these tokens they can redeem on a marketplace for digital and physical goods.
By completing the YOMA courses, I was able to add to my CV, which actually helped me to gain some work experience in digital marketing. I see a future where young people will have access to formal education, will have access to gain experience and be able to achieve their personal goals and their career goals with the help of YOMA.
Hello everyone, I'm Anuradha Gupta, the President of Global Immunization at the Sabin Vaccine Institute. And I'm so delighted to be with you for this virtual forum. It is indeed exciting to be a part of the enthusiasm and energy that you, the 1.8 billion young people, bring to our global community. This forum is about how you all can force change, accelerate change, shape lives, improve lives, and most importantly, save lives. I can tell you about one more opportunity that you have to do that. It is about preventing the horrific human papillomavirus that leads to cervical cancer among women, but also cancers among men, including head and neck cancer. Unlike other cancers, cervical cancer can be prevented and eventually eliminated. We have a highly effective vaccine that prevents HPV, and we have screening and treatment methods today that detect and remove precancerous lesions much before they develop into cervical cancer that today claims a woman every 90 seconds. These deaths are mostly among younger women, and the tragedy is that though they are preventable, HPV vaccination coverage remains very low. Only 1 in 7 young girls received the vaccine in 2022. HPV vaccine is best taken when you are an adolescent between 9 to 14 years of age. So I would urge you to take agency of your own health. Demand that you get protected by this powerful tool that can prevent cancer and also other HPV-induced cancers. Be your best advocates. Your voice will be important to end cervical cancer that is unnecessarily killing women in the prime of their youth. If we and you don't act now, a woman would die of cervical cancer every 60 seconds by 2040. Don't allow that to happen. Imagine what you, 1.8 billion young people can do. Thank you.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead!
Okay, I think we're getting started. So, hi everyone, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you're joining from today. Thanks for joining the Global Forum for Adolescents. My name is Gareth. I'm the Vice Chair for the Partner Engagement and Countries Committee at PMNCH, as well as a member of the WHO Youth Council. And I'm really excited to welcome you here to the global launch of the newly updated AHA guidance. So during this session, you'll hear from adolescents and young people, representatives of UN agencies and countries on their efforts to improve adolescent health and well-being and the key role that global guidances such as the AHA play. And I'm really excited to be able to present this to you today with my colleagues, as I've also been involved in the update of this. So it's very exciting to see how all of our inputs have been incorporated into it. So just some quick information for those of you in the audience. We do have an interactive session or interactive panel as part of our session. If you have any questions, please do add them to the Slido link. You should see it in your chat. And you can add any questions that you may have, and then we can put them to the panelists towards the end of the session. Within Slido, you should be able to vote or kind of upvote on different questions. So if you see a question that is similar to yours, or covers the same topic, don't feel like you have to add in the same question. You can just do the thumbs up, and then that'll flag to us that that's a really important question for you. And we hope to get responses from both our UN agency colleagues and, of course, our adolescent and young leaders as part of the session and hear from their valuable experiences. So without further ado, I think it's time that we hear from some of our young leaders. So first and foremost, I'd like to introduce Shukti from the YP Foundation in India, who will be speaking about her work. So looking forward to that video.
Hello everyone. I'm Shukti A, representing the YP Foundation from India. I was also a youth consultant for the technical working group on the AHA, which is the Accelerated Action Towards the Health of Adolescents. The AHA guidance aims to assist governments in identifying national and subnational priorities and implementation strategies as they respond to the health and well-being challenges, opportunities, and needs of adolescents in their countries. It is intended as a reference document for national and subnational policymakers and program managers to assist them in planning, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating adolescent health and well-being programs. Adolescents and youth are the future. They are the ones who will inherit the world and face the challenges of tomorrow. That's exactly why it's extremely important to invest in them and ensure that they have the skills and knowledge that they need to thrive. One way to do this is to meaningfully engage adolescents and youth in the design and implementation of policies, programs, and services that affect their lives. This is known as meaningful adolescent and youth engagement. MAYE is a mutually beneficial partnership between young people and adults where both parties work together to achieve common goals. It is not about tokenism or simply giving adolescents and youth a seat at the table. It is about giving them a real voice and a real opportunity to make a difference. Ensure that they have the skills and knowledge that they need to provide them with training and mentorship opportunities. When adolescents and young people are meaningfully engaged, they are more likely to be satisfied with the programs and services that they receive, and they are more likely to achieve their full potential. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Ramon, and I'd like to tell you about an exciting initiative which the World Health Organization, PMNCH, other UN partners, and young people across the world have been working on. Drum roll, please. It's the second edition of the Global Accelerated Action for the Health of Adolescents. Now, this is a big deal because this document has been written by technical experts informed by young people every step of the way, to assist governments in deciding how to respond to the health and well-being challenges, opportunities, and needs of young people. Let's get into why this guidance is so important. Sharifa, please take it away.
Thanks, Rahman. Before proceeding, let's remind ourselves of the facts. There are 1.8 billion young people aged 10 to 24 years old in the world today, and 1.2 billion adolescents aged 10 to 19 years old. Yet, there aren't nearly enough adolescent-focused health and well-being programs, policies, and financing. So the question to answer is, why don't we see more action for adolescents' well-being? Right, Darshana?
Right. If decision makers focused on some of the main health and well-being issues adolescents face, we would be building much resilient, healthier, and happier communities. So what is in this new edition of AHA Guidance, Sharifa?
Well, this new edition is a step-by-step guide to the national or subnational programming process. The guidance first looks at the most important health and well-being issues for adolescents globally and regionally. It then takes the reader through ways to identify national priorities for adolescent health and well-being through a consultation that also meaningfully engages adolescents and youth. The guidance outlines options for programming with key messages on ways to implement strategies, and most importantly, it supports policymakers in designing effective measurement tools to enhance accountability. So Rahman, what can young people do now to make sure we continue to be involved in this process?
As a young advocate, you can make sure you're involved in the implementation of these recommendations by calling for your decision makers to engage you in their process so that your opinions and concerns are heard and responded to.
Brilliant. I hope you all are as excited as I am to hear from our young colleagues. And in particular, I think the important thing to take away from that is while we're launching the AHA guidance today, this is only the starting point. And as young people, we also need to be involved in the implementation and accountability process. So next on the agenda, we have an input from Anshu Banerjee, who is the Director for the Department of Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health and Aging at the World Health Organization, a long title, but certainly well earned. Anshu is a great ally for those of us working on adolescent and youth health, and it would be great to hear from him. So I'll hand over to Anshu.
It's wonderful to be part of this Global Forum for Adolescents and to launch today the second edition of the widely used AHA, which we've been working on for the last 2 years. Today I will present the highlights and key messages of the second edition of the widely used AHA guidance, which was updated based on new evidence. AHA is a direct response to a request by the 68th World Health Assembly in 2015 to develop global guidance for accelerating adolescent health programming. It takes a one WHO and a one UN approach. It allows governments to identify their national and subnational priorities and strategies to respond. The first edition is built on the momentum created by both the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development and the UN Secretary General's Global Strategy for Women, Children's and Adolescents' Health. Today we are launching the second edition. So what is new in this second edition we are launching today? It provides updated data on the adolescent population globally, their mortality, morbidity, selected health outcomes, risk and protective factors, and determinants of their health and well-being. It also presents the latest developments to guide global and national measurement of adolescent health and well-being by featuring the recent consensus on core indicators for adolescent health and well-being. It also updates the evidence base on what works to improve adolescent outcomes globally. In relation to recent advances, the last 5 years have seen the launch of major global initiatives such as the Making Every School a Health-Promoting School. Further, new evidence has become available on quality of care in support of universal health coverage. New evidence synthesis has helped to better inform actions by sectors other than health to become more responsive to the needs and concerns of adolescents. This edition has also integrated learnings and case studies from the application of the first edition of the AHA from many countries which have used the guidance to develop or update comprehensive strategies and plans for adolescent health and well-being. Also, the thinking about adolescent well-being domains has evolved, and a consensus framework for defining, programming and measuring adolescent well-being was developed, resulting in moving from a largely health-centric perspective to a more holistic understanding of adolescent well-being, including its implications for programming. The unprecedented school closures and lockdowns around the world during the COVID-19 pandemic have affected the learning, development and well-being of adolescents worldwide. This and other lessons from the pandemic are brought into the second edition of the guidance to inform the building of resilient educational and other systems critical to adolescent health and well-being. Importantly, the revised version emphasizes topics and issues adolescents and young people wanted to see covered in the second edition. Our consultation exercise with over 600 adolescents and young people identified mental health, SRH, access to healthcare, adolescent involvement and engagement, and social determinants of health, amongst others, as key issues to be addressed. These add to the continued focus on the need for a comprehensive approach to adolescent well-being, recognizing relationships between health outcomes, linkages between risk factors, and the value of early investment. In the last 6 years, scientific and political advances have been made to promote adolescent health and well-being. Examples are the articulation of well-being for adolescents by the UN agencies, linking progress in UHC to progress in adolescent health, as well as the unprecedented attention to school health. Also, the investment case has highlighted that preventing noncommunicable diseases during adolescence yields US $400 billion over 50 years. The UN has strengthened its work with and for youth. Adolescents have gained more visibility in health agendas, and monitoring adolescent health and well-being is improving as well. Since the launch of the AHA in 2017, the need for a comprehensive approach has been amplified over the last few years. The investment case brings new insights into the benefits of investing in a comprehensive package of services for adolescent health and well-being. The political declaration on UHC in 2019 stressed the need to comprehensively address a broad range of health problems and their social, economic, environmental and other determinants of health by working across sectors. This was reiterated at the UN General Assembly 3 weeks ago during the high-level meeting for universal health coverage. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the need to have a holistic response to the pandemic that included the totality of adolescents' needs. The WHO-UNICEF Lancet Commission, A Future for the World's Children, called for a comprehensive narrative that places children's and adolescents' health and well-being at the center of decision-making. The Adolescent Wellbeing Initiative proposes a consensus conceptual framework for adolescent well-being that consists of 5 interrelated domains. The Health Promoting School Initiative calls to put learners' health and well-being at the core of the education agenda by investing in health-promoting education systems. And the Lancet series Optimizing Child and Adolescent Health and Development provides evidence of the effectiveness of a comprehensive intervention package for adolescents across a range of priorities and delivery platforms. By the end of 2022, the AHA guidance had been used to inform national policy in most countries in the WHO regions of Africa, Southeast Asia and the Americas, along with select countries in the Eastern Mediterranean and Western Pacific regions. The guidance was an influential framework for informing and realizing political commitments from several regional initiatives, such as the Adolescent Health Flagship Program for Africa, the Plan of Action for Women's, Children's and Adolescents' Health 2018 to 2030 of the Pan American Health Organization, the Regional Framework of Joint Strategic Actions for Young People of the Eastern Mediterranean region, and the European Region Adaptation of the AHA. The experiences show that the guidance can be adapted to different contexts and levels of the health system, as well as improve involvement of young people and multi-sectoral approaches. The AHA guides countries through a systematic approach to develop health and well-being. It provides information on what the key arguments are for investing in adolescents, helps identify the main causes of ill health, then provides a menu of evidence-based interventions, helps conduct a needs assessment, and then finally explains how to set up a program for adolescents and also shows how to measure impact of the program. This all needs to be done with engagement of adolescents. It also provides guidance how to do this in special settings, such as in humanitarian situations. Finally, adolescents are not simply old children or young adults. Well-being is more than the absence of disease. It means optimum nutrition, good education, connectedness, agency, and supportive environments. Effective solutions exist, and they should be available to every adolescent. In relation to sectors and stewardship, multi-sectoral action is crucial, and it requires strong stewardship across government. Ownership by adolescents for adolescents of decisions affecting their lives is a right, and the multiplier effect throughout life and across generations results from investments in adolescent well-being. Equity means every adolescent counts. In short, AHA says awesome. Thank you very much for your attention.
So I think we've seen there a very comprehensive overview of the new AHA guidance from Anshu, the director of WHO. And if I were to pick on one point in particular, I think it's that co-ownership between all stakeholders. So Anshu spoke in particular about how this was mandated by member states at the World Health Assembly, how it engaged all of the UN agencies in the development, and critically how this is co-owned by adolescents and young people and how they've been engaged and led on the process. And we've heard some of the great testimony from Shukti already earlier today. But now what I will do is hand over to some of my colleagues and the other stakeholders. So in particular, we'll be hearing from some of our colleagues working in member states on the ground on adolescent health and well-being, as well as from some of our UN agency colleagues. So first we'll be hearing from the countries.
Hola, soy la doctora María del Carmen Calle, secretaria ejecutiva del Organismo Andino de Salud, Convenio Hipólito Unanue. Yo trabajo con 6 ministerios de salud, el Ministerio de Salud de Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Perú y Venezuela. Y estoy sumamente contenta.
And I'm extremely happy because the Global Accelerated Measures to Promote Adolescents' Health, the famous AHA, will be launched. This guide serves as a guideline for the countries to provide health for adolescents, so their health and well-being is much better. What is my experience? In 2017, when I was General Director of Strategic Interventions in the Ministry of Health and later Deputy Minister of Public Health, we applied this guide and it really did yield results. For this new version, we have also sent our ideas, our comments, and we know very well that this is extremely important to improve policies, programs, projects dedicated to adolescents. The idea is that the approach has to be multisectoral and that we have to recognize that there are different types of adolescents. And obviously, we all have to participate so that the application of this guide, which is orientation guide, a guideline for all countries, is successful. From the Andean Health Organization, Hipólito Unanue Convention, we promise through our Andean Committee on Adolescents that we will collaborate for the implementation of this guide in Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, and Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela. We see you soon.
Pakistan is world's 5th most populous country, with around a quarter of the population between ages 10 and 19 years. There is a significant urban-rural and gender-wise divide, posing greater challenges in promoting adolescent health and development agenda. Pakistan committed to operationalize the Accelerated Actions for Health of Adolescents framework at the 64th Regional Committee of Eastern Mediterranean Region in 2017. The Ministry of National Health Services, Regulation, and Coordination led a needs assessment and landscape analysis exercise in 2018 to inform the strategic prioritization workshop involving multi-sector stakeholders to draft the national strategy on adolescent health and development in Pakistan. A national consensus building workshop was also organized in 2019, and the Pakistan National Strategy on Adolescent Health and Development was officially approved in 2020. During the consultative workshops, adolescent girls and boys participated from inaugural to closing. They also delivered keynote messages at the opening session, which was presided over by the Federal Parliamentary Secretary for Health, Dr. Nosheen Hamid. They joined the group discussions on various thematic priorities and made significant contributions by sharing their perspective and life experiences. They also presented the results of group discussions in the plenary, owing the final outcomes from thorough exercise. Resulting from the thorough consultative and participatory process, including voices and choices of adolescents, the Ministry of National Health Services, Regulation, and Coordination officially approved the Pakistan National Strategy on Adolescent Health and Development. National Strategy has paved the way for Pakistan to realign the focus of reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health policies and plans to keep adolescents on priority agenda. The recently developed Universal Health Coverage Benefit Package with clear adolescent health-focused interventions is a testament to it. Another live example is the adolescent-centered activities integrated into the Ending Preventable Maternal Mortality and Every Newborn Action Plan, Joint Country Action Plan finalized by the government of Pakistan. There is growing focus on the issue of adolescent mental health, and the country will adapt the global guidance to develop a training program engaging available large-scale platforms engaging directly with adolescent girls and boys. For example, Pakistan Girl Guide Association and Pakistan Boy Scouts Association. The country is fully committed to leverage the full potential of its adolescents and young population for a prosperous future.
В нашей стране за последние десятилетия, конечно, достигнуты очень хорошие результаты благодаря системным мерам. По данным Комитета по правовым учетам и статистике Генеральной прокуратуры, за последние 7 лет количество суицидов среди подростков 15-17 лет снизилось на 28%. Но эта, значит, проблема остается наиболее актуальной, потому что этот период жизни и факторы риска, которые могут повлиять на здоровье детей, являются наиболее такими, ну, как бы заостряют внимание политиков здравоохранения и вызывают серьезную обеспокоенность в целом правительства Казахстана. Сегодня Министерство здравоохранения решает вопрос повышения уровня доступности и снижения барьеров для оказания помощи и поддержки в области психического здоровья. Законодательно определена необходимость поддержки в области психического здоровья в рамках школьной медицины. Отдельно урегулирован вопрос предоставления услуг по охране репродуктивного психического здоровья детям от 10 до 18 лет, определяющие конфиденциальность получения любой помощи по самообращению, медицинской, психосоциальной, юридической помощи. Для обеспечения территориальной доступности создано около 200 молодежных центров здоровья. И необходимо отметить, что на сегодняшний день произошла интеграция службы охраны психического здоровья на уровень первичной медико-санитарной помощи. Теперь помощь и поддержку оказывают мультидисциплинарные бригады, врачи общей практики, психологи, социальные работники, педиатры. В то же время специализированная психиатрическая помощь может быть оказана в поликлиниках по месту жительства. Для этого развернуто 77 первичных центров психического здоровья на уровне ПМСП, в городских условиях более 200 кабинетов психического здоровья на сельском уровне. Еще раз хочу подчеркнуть приверженность правительства в этом вопросе. Конечно, без современных и актуальных научных исследований сложно улучшать помощь. На сегодня появляются все новые и новые данные. В этом году уже запускаем исследования по негативному детскому опыту. На следующий год эпидемиологические исследования по распространению зависимости от психоактивных веществ. Как ответ...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Slavut Bunsuk, Deputy Director General of Department of Health, Ministry of the Public Health, Thailand. Today, I would like to present about the health promoting school and One School, One Health Teacher project. According to the collaboration between the Ministry of the Public Health and Ministry of Education have jointly implemented project to promote adolescent health to health promoting school and health literate school approach. We aim to improve knowledge, encourage healthy behavior, and empower school health teachers who play key role in the public health, integration and guiding students toward a healthy and high quality future. This initiative aims to develop human resource for the 21st century. Therefore, we launched a curriculum named Health Teacher for Health Literate Thai Children under the One School, One Health Teacher project. The importance of the project, the One School, One Health Teacher, Building Health Literacy Among Thai Children project, is a comprehensive development program for Thai children. This project is also in accordance with the collaborative agreement policy of the 12 ministries. The goals of this project are known as the 4H. The goals comprising the head, heart, hand, and health. This is an important issue. We expect this project can improve the skill of the mental health and physical health of the whole student in Thailand. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm Prerna Banati from WHO. We've just heard 4 country testimonials from Thailand, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, and Peru, who have just shared their commitment and action to improving adolescent health and well-being. We'll now move to hearing from our UN partners. Today, we welcome 7 agencies. We are making progress in doing this. And how can the UN and your agency best support governments in making change in their country? We'll start with Danielle Engel from UNFPA. Danielle, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to be here and represent the United Nations Population Fund and this exciting launch of the second 2.0 of AHA. We have been involved from the very beginning with developing AHA. So very happy to see the second iteration. To your question about a comprehensive agenda. To ensure that adolescents and youth can thrive on their road to adulthood, what we really need is integrated policies and programs which address the whole person. And as we are at the verge of celebrating the 30th anniversary of the ICPD, the International Conference for Population and Development, which is which our work of UNFPA is of course deeply rooted, I'd just like to remember and recall that governments in 1994 actually agreed and committed to put the young people in the center and ensuring access to education and health, including sexual and reproductive health. And UNFPA is the dedicated agency to implement this mandate. And our adolescent and youth strategy, My Body, My Life, My World, which speaks directly to the AHA framework as well, is our commitment to a comprehensive approach to dedicate and a dedicated work with and for young people.
Thanks so much, Danielle. Now, over to Linda Keys from WFP. Linda, over to you.
Great. Thanks very much. And again, I'm very happy to be here and to participate on behalf of WFP at the launch of AHA 2. I think it's really important to acknowledge a lot of the progress that we've made, but reaching adolescents to improve their health, nutrition, and well-being is still a challenge in many contexts. So we must take advantage of all the opportunities and link different platforms that we all are contributing to. In some settings, for instance, we find that we can engage adolescents around food and nutrition. For instance, in humanitarian settings, we can often engage adolescents to ensure that their households can access food and nutrition. And then using and building on this connection, we can link them to platforms and services to meet their other needs. Nutrition across the life cycle is now fully integrated into WFP's organizational strategic plan and within our country strategies. WFP is therefore committed to strengthening the connections across the different sectors, the different systems, and the platforms that we engage in for adolescent health and well-being as part of our engagement in food security and nutrition in humanitarian and transitional settings.
Thank you so much, Linda. Now over to Valentina Baltag from WHO. Valentina, over to you.
Thank you, Prerna. WHO mandate for comprehensive agenda is enshrined in our mandate for universal health coverage, because universal means universal also in terms of the range of services to be provided. And to your question, are we making progress at the country level? I must say, yes, we are making progress. We are not yet where we want to be, but every single country that has used the first edition of the AHA guidance to update or develop a new adolescent health plan made it with a very intense youth involvement from the beginning to the end. I want also to reiterate that, as our Director General says, the lack of progress towards UHC is not as much a technical problem as a political problem. Therefore, WHO works tirelessly to influence the political discourse. And the latest example is the political declaration of the UN high-level meeting on universal health coverage 2023 that calls inter alia to integrate a focus on youth, to leave no one behind, and calls for age-appropriate integrated services to ensure the needs of the population across the life course. Thank you, and over to you, Prerna.
Thank you, Valentina. We'll now hear from Nazneen Damji from UN Women. Over to you, Nazneen.
Thank you so much. We're pleased to have been involved in AHA 2.0 and to be part of this conversation. At the halfway point to 2030, there's global recognition that the success in achieving the SDGs, including the one on health, actually hinges upon the achievement of SDG 5 on gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. And unfortunately, there's still a way to go to realize this vision. As UN Women, we're fully committed to promoting health and well-being of young women and adolescent girls, and particularly in demanding ensuring that adolescent girls, and particularly adolescent girls and young women, are able to access health and to be able to have fruitful lives. So to make impactful change, we're really promoting adolescent health and well-being through the lens of gender equality and the empowerment of women. And we're supporting this through transforming unequal gender norms and practices, repealing discriminatory laws, integrating gender equality into health-related policies, programs, and budgets, mobilizing communities, traditional and faith-based leaders, and nurturing the leadership of adolescent girls and young women themselves. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Nazneen. Now we'll hand over the floor to Christopher Castle from UNESCO. Chris, over to you.
Thank you very much. And UNESCO is also very pleased to continue our partnership and engagement in AHA and our commitment to adolescent health and well-being. Of course, at UNESCO, as the UN agency mandated for education, we consider education a really critical entry point for supporting young people's health and well-being more broadly. UNESCO was involved with other UN agencies to release a new report called Ready to Learn and Thrive, which was released in February earlier this year. And it really confirms what we all know, which is that health, nutrition, and well-being of learners is a key determinant of education outcomes. So healthier learners learn better. And so that's really important for all of us to keep in mind. One of the things that we saw last year at the UN Transforming Education Summit was how critical young people's involvement is. Have to be in the driver's seat of learners is a key determinant of education outcomes. So healthier learners learn better. And so that's really important for all of us to keep in mind. One of the things that we saw last year at the UN Transforming Education Summit was how critical young people's involvement is. They have to be engaged, they have to be in the driver's seat. And so all of us in the UN have to do our part to support countries to meet that holistic set of needs. And AHA provides us with a great framework for that. In UNESCO, we particularly focus on supporting countries to deliver good quality, comprehensive sexuality education, working with UNFPA and other partners to make sure that young people achieve that right that they demand, good quality education that includes comprehensive sexuality education. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Now we'll hand over the floor to Joanna Lai from UNICEF. Joanna, over to you.
Thank you so much, Perna. And we at UNICEF are also very glad that AHA 2.0 is launching today. And UNICEF's commitments to health and well-being of adolescents are integrated across 5 goal areas of our strategic plan as part of our overall mandate to ensure all rights of children, which includes adolescents. And this means, our mission is focused on advancing policy action and program across systems and across sectors to address the risks, but also boost the protective factors that impact health and well-being outcomes for adolescents. And at the core of our work really is partnering with young people themselves and also strengthening the platforms and the capacity of adults to work with adolescents. And I believe that there has been progress at the regional level, at the global level, at country level in this regard, as we've seen an increase in participation of adolescents in decision-making forums, advisory groups, from school councils to youth parliament to taking leadership positions. And I think that this kind of engagement has been a key reason why we have seen stronger integration of adolescent priorities into national and subnational policies, strategies, budgets, and action plans that impact their health and well-being. And it's really, really great to see this kind of emphasis in AHA 2.0 on the role of young people. And I think this is going to be a critical aspect in making further progress on health and well-being outcomes for adolescents.
And now over to Suad from UNAIDS. Suad, over to you.
Thanks so much, Prina. And on behalf of UNAIDS, I would like to congratulate you for the launch of this second edition of AHA and the work that has been put into it. We were very glad to have contributed. UNAIDS Secretariat plays a crucial role in advocating and coordinating the HIV response for children and youth through the convening of UN co-sponsoring organizations and multiple sectors and stakeholders at all levels to ensure comprehensive, tailored, and integrated political and programmatic approach to end AIDS among populations. And this is why UNAIDS has partnered with UNESCO, UNFPA, UNICEF, and UN Women in launching the Education Plus initiative to advocate for a holistic, multi-sectoral approach to prevent infections among adolescents, girls, and young women by positioning secondary education not only at the right, but at a key pathway and a strategic entry point for layered interventions to protect them against HIV at all levels.
Thank you, Suad. And thank you to our UN partners for participating in today's panel and for their continued commitment to adolescent health and well-being. Now we'll return back to Gareth. Gareth, back to you.
Policy about education, which is the National Education Policy. So we consulted a bunch of young people about this policy and asked them about their concerns. And I'm sorry, am I audible? I think I disconnected.
No, it's fine, Shukti, you can keep going.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We asked them about their opinions about the national education policy. We asked them what they want to change within this policy, and all of us collated those suggestions and passed them on to the government. And also, we spoke about the national youth policy in India, about what changes young people want within certain sections, such as health and well-being, and how their voices need to be represented. And all of these suggestions were collated and sent to government authorities. So I think these are just some of the ways in which young people can be represented and have their voices heard. So yeah, thank you. And over to you, Karen.
Brilliant. Thank you, Shukti. So yeah, it's so clear that as young people, we do need to be actively engaged in that and working with our partners, stakeholders, agencies, governments, etc., to take part in these consultations, have our voices heard, and also collect the data that we might have access to that they don't. And on that point, I think data is a clear theme and a clear issue in terms of identifying health needs for adolescents. Obviously, within AHA, everything is evidence-based. So perhaps I can ask WHO here, what do we do if there is very little data or information on adolescent health and well-being and the status of that in a country?
Gareth, I can try to answer these questions. And indeed, this is a very often situation we encounter when we go to countries. But there are some things that you can do even in the absence of data. First, talk to other sectors and partners. You will be surprised how many data are sitting there and not necessarily being used, because sometimes, for example, criminal justice systems or telecommunication system will have data that are very useful to be acted upon by other sectors, health sector included. We saw this, we witnessed this during the AHA workshop when countries used the first edition of the AHA guidance. When you put sectors together and people start to talk and find out what are the management and information systems in other sectors that can help have this full picture of the health and well-being of adolescents, then there is more data than the traditional kind of health sector centered people would think of. So that's the first one, talk to other sectors and partners. Second, if you don't find data on certain or the key areas of health and well-being for adolescents, look at the estimates. We, WHO, one of our function is to monitor health and trends. And in doing this, we also face this issue that we don't have good data from country to have global and regional estimates, but we produce estimates. What are estimates? Is our best guess based on some objective criteria what might be the levels of mortality and morbidity in a given country, in a given region, and globally. So this is not a perfect, but it is something you can start with. And our department produces and maintains a data portal. If you Google maternal, newborn, child, adolescent health and aging data portal, and I will ask colleagues who are in the room to put the link in the chat, you will be surprised how much data you can find on your country. Data on behaviors, data estimates on mortality, estimates on morbidity. Use this. Third, if you don't find data estimates even for your countries, use regional and global estimates, more useful regional estimates to start a discussion in your country. Because if, for example, mental health condition is the #1 cause of ill health in, say, 5 out of 6 regions, then it is likely it is an important cause of ill health in your country as well. So this is not useful to go to the granularity, but it is useful to start a discussion. And finally, acknowledge the gap. put as an action in your plan to improve your system. And then next time you will be in a better position. Over to you, Gareth.
Fantastic. Thanks, Valentina. We've only got a very short amount of time left. And one of the questions here is about actions for governments. So perhaps Suad, as sort of the representative from UNAIDS and a joint program of agencies, is there any program or initiative that really speaks to you very quickly in terms of governments having taken action to improve adolescent well-being?
Yeah, well, I mean, we have lots of good examples from countries where we've seen useful, meaningful youth engagement in like the country coordinating mechanisms in national AIDS councils, even in regional AIDS coordination bodies, and even at the global level in UNAIDS Program Coordinating Board. However, this is not the rule, and the participation of adolescents or youth is not always designated or institutionally mandated. So we must all understand and tackle the barriers to youth engagement and build our own internal capacities to mainstream the principles of meaningful youth engagement. As UNAIDS Secretariat, I just would like to share that we are leading on the development of a global framework to strengthen sustainable youth-led HIV response to and youth-led organizations in order to generate a shared understanding of the definitions of youth-led response and youth-led organizations in the context of HIV and how to engage and support youth as partners and as leaders in the response.
Brilliant. Thanks, Suad. And I think, as always, we'll be learning lessons from the HIV response and youth leadership in that. So that almost draws an end to our panel. I'd like to thank WHO, UNAIDS and UNFPA, UNICEF, WFP, UNESCO, and all others that joined, and in particular Shukti, our youth leader, who was able to join us live and share some of her knowledge and wisdom on youth engagement. Finally, we have our closing remarks from Eno George Stevens from the Digital Transformations for Health Lab. So I'll hand over there.
Good afternoon, esteemed policymakers, fellow young people, and all present today. Over the course of today, we have been reminded of the essential nature of the AHA guidance, its very essence, to prioritize and address the unique health needs of adolescents and young people. What inspires me most about this guidance is its origin. Not only does it emerge from the collaborative efforts of global health giants, but it also springs from the voices of my peers, adolescents and young people who dream of a world where every young person thrives. While the testimonials today from various countries shed light on how the AHA principles have shaped public health initiatives, it also underscores the need for continuous commitment. To the policymakers here, we urge you to embed the principles of AHA 2.0 deeply within your agendas. Let it not just be a guideline, but a blueprint for action. To my fellow adolescents and young people, I implore you to be vocal, be informed, and be the change you wish to see. I thank you.
That guidance. No, 100%. So let me tell you what we have to look forward to in the next hour. We are going to see some more amazing newsreel from our 1.8 reporters.
And our core sessions are actually about mental health. So that's all about youth leaders breaking the silence. And I think that's so important.
100%.
I mean, did you know that poor mental health outcomes now affect 1 in 7 young people globally?
Wow.
That's shocking. This session is going to look at how youth are shaping effective services for a brighter future. Or you can join a session on communicating the non-communicable, how marketing policy can really protect young people from disease. So, NCDs are the leading cause of death and disability worldwide, and that is a big concern within my region of the Americas. So this really is a chance for us to add our voice, this call for government commitments to regulate harmful marketing practices which make things worse.
All life-saving and really important stuff. But first, let's hear from an incredible mental health activist, Meg Zinat-Wamithi, who has a powerful story to tell. We'll see you later, guys.
1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.
Hi, wonderful people. My name is Meg Zinat Wimithy, and I'm a global mental health leader and educator from London, but also the proud founder of MyMapper, which is a global education company that provides young people just like you with the tools, resources to live mentally healthy lives. My team and I are on a very tough mission at the moment to try and ensure that 1 million young people across the world have access to basic mental health education. So thank you so much for being along on this journey. Why is today so important, and why am I so excited to be speaking to you all at this year's Global Forum for Adolescents? Well, because there's 1.8 billion of us. There is, in fact, 1.8 billion young people across the world. And within that, 1.2 of us have been bold enough to say that mental health and well-being needs to be at the top of the agenda. And from me to you, I couldn't agree more. We all have mental health, and we all need to start doing something about it. And within there, it's about time is of the essence, not tomorrow, not yesterday, but today. As it currently stands, mental health is the second biggest killer for young people aged 15 to 25. That is, in fact, out of all of you, out of all of the classes that you might sit in, 1.6 of us will be suffering in silence with a mental illness. And this is why we need to do something about it. But before I end up talking a little bit about my story, because that's where it started for me, I actually just wanted to say a massive thank you, and actually that I'm so proud of you all. I'm so proud of each and every single one of us, whether you are there in person, you are streaming online, or will tune into this afterwards. It's not easy to be bold, courageous, or radical enough to stand up for the things that we believe in. And I truly believe that our generation is going to be the one that changes the world. It's not just about talking about the changes that we want to see. It's about being the change that we want to see. So thank you for showing up today. And I just can't thank you enough for all the work that you have done to this point, but that will do moving forwards. So why Meg? Why am I here today? Why does mental health and well-being mean so much to me? Well, when you look at me, do I look like someone that has a mental illness? Probably not. When you look at me, do I look like someone that survived suicide? Probably not. And that's the thing. Mental health has no face. It's a silent killer. Unless we speak about it, no one really knows the silent battles that other people are facing. And for me, mine started when I was only 13 years old, and my story is not unique. When I was 13, I was diagnosed with severe depression, anxiety, anorexia, and paranoia. Sadly, by the time I was 14, I had my first suicide attempt. And by the time I was 16, I had my second. I had my last suicide attempt when I was 20, actually on my 20th birthday, where I was rushed to hospital when I was sectioned. And it wasn't until that 20th birthday and me being at the point of crisis that I finally received the support that I needed. And the thing is, I feel like I'm one of the lucky ones. And I think it is my duty to do more, to shout about this, because there's not a lot of people that are proactive enough and feel confident enough or safe enough to talk about it. Right now, at the age of 25, I'm a proud navigator, I would say, of borderline personality disorder, social anxiety, and also as a recovering anorexic. And whilst it may feel scary to talk about my mental illnesses are my superpower, and I wouldn't change them for anything, because at the core of it, the only person that can stigmatize me is me. And therefore, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm proud. I'm proud of my mental illnesses. I'm proud of everything that I've gone through, because I think I wouldn't be Meg today. My story with MyMapper started with me just sharing my story. And it can for you too. It's as simple as that. It's being bold enough to be vulnerable and realizing that that's a strength. But I do have some takeaways for us all today. So once you finish this forum, what can you do? What can you take away? Here are my top tips. Number one, don't just be comfortable having a seat at the table. Build your own. One of my core mentors said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I feel like for so many of our young people, our voices go unheard, or we're just a tick box exercise. We're always on the menu. And I think the big thing that I really decided with MyMapper, I didn't just want to have conversations about change. I wanted to be the change. So instead of being comfortable just having a seat at the table, I built my own, and I invited other young people along on that journey. So think about it for yourself. Who can you collaborate with? Who can you bring involved in the work that you're doing? Number two, and I think number two is a really, really, really big one, which is use your personal story to fuel you. Your story is so powerful and so many people want to hear from it. So please find safe spaces to talk about it. And actually a reminder for me to you is always for all those people, because it has been difficult, definitely been difficult, for all those people that made you feel uncomfortable about opening up, there are 100 people that will make you feel so proud that you spoke up. So it's about finding your tribe. Connect with everyone who's joined the forum, share, meet new people. But when you find your tribe, you'll feel so much more confident with your story. Number three, it's absolutely okay not to be okay. You know, there are seasons that we come in life, and I might seem really confident now, but I do have those times as well that I still struggle, that I feel like I'm going back to old habits, that I need help, and that I actually reach out. So if this is you and you're not going through a great time at the moment, just remember that this too shall pass. And actually, that is absolutely okay to not be okay right now and to take your time. You know, getting better, needing support, needing help takes time. Number four. Is it number four? Number three? Number four. I think it's number four. But I think the big thing for me is don't focus on changing the world. Focus on changing your world. It will feel like there's a mountain of problems that you need to solve. I remember when I first started my mapper, I was just like, I just want to change everything. And actually, it's counterproductive that way. I started thinking about how I can change my world, the things that I can see around me, schools, my universities, my workplaces, my friendships, my relationships, my peers, on social media. Doing the small things daily leads to big change. Think about doing the small things consistently, and I promise you the rest will just be like a snowball effect. And finally, find what motivates you. For me, it's that 13-year-old girl, 13-year-old Meg, who never ever thought that she'd make it to her 18th birthday, who's now had the privilege to talk to all of you.
For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.
Hello, everyone. Welcome and thank you for joining this product's launch session. The title of today's session is Unpacking Marketing Policy to Protect Children and Young People from Non-Communicable Diseases. This session is hosted by NCD Alliance, Children in All Policies 2030, NCD Child, and the WHO Global Coordination Mechanism on NCDs. Next slide, please. I'm Toyib Olatmiji Abdulkarim, a Senior Policy and Advocacy Officer with NCD Alliance. I'll be the moderator for today's session. Over the next 48 minutes, I'll provide some background for today's conversation before we have the panel discussion. There will be Q&A right after. Please share your questions with us, and we'll also have some polls at the beginning and at the end of today's conversation. Next slide, please. We will now be sharing the pre-session poll to get your perspective about the topic. Please respond as soon as possible. Can you please put on the poll? The question will be only up for a few moments. For this, we would like to know about your awareness of the topic of harmful commercial marketing, and if you feel you have been targeted before. Thank you for answering the poll. Can you please close the poll and go to the next slide, please? NCDs are the leading cause of death and disability globally. The burden, which is also in young people, is driven by commercial actors who spend billions of dollars annually to target children and young people, harming their physical and mental health. From unhealthy diets, alcohol, tobacco, to gambling, the unhealthy industry uses marketing tactics to influence purchasing habits and decision-making. The policy report we are launching today makes a case for urgent action and calls for national governments to prioritize health, protect our future using legislation and policies. Another recommendation in the publication is the meaningful engagement of children and young people as partners and collaborators. As we proceed with this session, we'll be hearing more about these recommendations and our roles as partners to make communities safer and healthier for children and young people. Next slide, please.
Oui, allô?
Now we'll be starting the panel discussion. Next slide, please. Today we are joined by Alice and Maria from Children in All Policies 2030. Anna from NCD Child, Danielle from Healthy Caribbean Coalition, and Gabriel from the Bigger Picture.
En fait, ça revient tout le temps pour la livraison. J'ai déjà eu des livraisons ce matin. Je suis désolée, je dois raccrocher, je suis en réunion. Merci beaucoup.
Next slide, please. Starting with Alice and Maria, can I please invite you to start by sharing your perspective as a young person and present the policy report?
Thank you, Toyib. Before we share the policy report, we want to open this conversation by centering children and young people's voices. So I'm really pleased to invite Alice Mazon to start our presentation with quotes from children about harmful marketing.
Thank you so much, Maria. So, like she said, especially when it comes to harmful marketing practices, we think it's so crucial to include children in the conversation because they have the unique experience of it and can look at it kind of comprehensively instead of just the more explicitly presenting issues. So on this really powerful slide, there are a handful of examples of this. Our responses to this question range from explaining that marketing is way more pervasive than adults think because they don't face the same level of exposure to it, to discussions of how we're made to feel awful about what we're eating in the blame culture that is created and the impacts of this on our body image and self-esteem. Thanks, Maria.
Thanks, Alice. Next slide, please. So as Toyib has already introduced, NCD Alliance and CAP 2030 are really thrilled to be launching our policy report today at the Global Forum for Adolescents. It's entitled Selling a Sick Future, How to Counter Harmful Marketing Towards Children and Young People Across Risk Factors for Non-Communicable Diseases. And you can read the full report by scanning the QR code there on the slide. And next slide, please. So we are short on time today, so I'm not able to go through everything in detail, but I will briefly discuss our methodology for developing this policy report. We conducted a review of scientific and technical literature. We established an expert advisory group to guide our research and our recommendations, and we conducted focus group discussions with over a dozen children and young people from all over the world. We synthesized this information and analyzed existing regulations. In total, we reviewed over 50 countries' regulatory responses to harmful marketing, and then we formed 10 policy recommendations applicable cross-country, cross-sector. Next slide, please. So just to give an idea of the magnitude of this problem, commercial marketing is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's projected that just this year alone, global spending on advertising will reach $674 billion US. And it's estimated that advertising spend targeting children and young people specifically is around 17 billion annually US dollars. So this is a huge problem. And there are examples on the right of how companies market their unhealthy products to children and young people. You can see they use very enticing tactics such as flavors, colors, toys, celebrities, and they're all advertising very harmful products to children and young people. Next slide, please. So to break this down, we have a graphic explaining how various marketing techniques target child-specific environments and non-child-specific environments through different mediums. So this could be through broadcast media, printed advertisements, online commercials, influencers on social media. And these techniques adapt to technology. You'll see there are traditional techniques listed, such as people and place-based advertising. This is marketing based on information about a known environment or audience. But there are more sophisticated techniques that are becoming commonplace, like contextual advertising. This form of advertising uses online behavioral monitoring to understand the user's likes, dislikes, and even their spending habits to deliver them very tailored advertising content. And we already have things like AI-generated marketing and marketing in virtual reality environments. So marketing techniques are constantly evolving to keep pace with technology, and they're evolving in order to strategically evade regulation. And that brings me to my next slide, please. So this are some of the challenges we face to regulating harmful marketing. There's a lack of available and relevant data to describe the problem and convince decision makers that there needs to be support and buy-in. There's the complexity and global nature of the digital media makes it very hard to monitor online advertising and enforce any sort of regulations. There's no effective method right now for verifying age of users or buyers online. There's insufficient resourcing of monitoring and enforcement of compliance. And inevitably, there is poor design and implementation of policy, and sometimes this has unintended consequences. And as I mentioned earlier, there's also powerful industry groups that counter any attempts at regulating harmful marketing. And they all typically use a common playbook. And that's one, they undermine attempts at regulation through lobbying, use of front groups, and flooding of consultations. Two, they promote Hello? Sorry, the Zoom just kicked me out, but I'll just keep going. Hopefully you didn't miss anything. Three, so talking about the playbook that powerful industry groups use to counter regulation. Number three, they instill doubt about the severity of the problem, including through biased research and promoting arguments in favor of individual choice. And four, they shift practices and constantly adapt to evade regulation. Next slide, please. So after reviewing existing regulation and the shortcomings of these regulations in about 50 countries, we identified 7 policy design elements that are key to effective marketing regulation. The 7 are regulating by product, content, age, environment, power, exposure, and technique. And we have examples listed here for each, but we have many more examples in the full policy report. So I encourage you to take a look at that after. And ideally, we would undertake a comprehensive approach to regulating harmful marketing to children and young people. And we would do that by employing all of these elements in our regulation in order to fully protect their rights and their health. Next slide, please. And finally, I want to end by sharing the 10 recommendations we developed for national policymakers to counter harmful marketing to children and young people. We developed these in collaboration with our advisory group, as well as children and young people and people who self-identify as living with NCDs. So number 1, promote mandatory marketing regulation. Number 2, support comprehensive approaches to marketing regulation. 3, ensure environments in and around schools, as well as at off-campus events, are given special protection in marketing regulations. 4, craft regulations to address the power, convincing nature of marketing. 5, use specific definitions, technology-neutral language, and opt-in protocols for data collection. 6, plan for regular policy reviews and embedded evaluations. 7, allocate sufficient funds to implement robust monitoring, evaluation, and enforcement of policies and regulations. 8, mobilize the strong existing scientific evidence on marketing harms. 9, include children and young people in policymaking processes through meaningful and inclusive engagement. And 10, keep unhealthy commodity industries out of policy consultations, prohibiting them from using lobbies or front groups to influence public policy. And I want to come back to recommendation 9, include children and young people in policymaking. In our vast review, there are few examples of young people being involved in marketing policymaking. But in a powerful and rare example, we learn about a youth-led campaign called Bite Back in the UK. Bite Back's policy advocacy against junk food marketing has been incredibly successful. You can read about it in the policy report and you can check them out on their website. But we are lucky to have Alice here, who is a member of Bite Back and is engaged in their policy work. So I'm going to give the floor back to Alice to share a bit about her experience as a change maker in the space of marketing regulation and youth participation.
Thanks, Maria. So yeah, I've been very, very lucky to work with an organization that does put youth at the forefront of what they're doing. And I think from this, I've kind of drawn 2 really effective ways to engage young people in policymaking. And I think it's firstly by actively inviting them into the conversation, and secondly through allowing them to take genuine, impactful roles. So I say the first one of like actively inviting young people in, because I think that young people are too often made to feel that policy and activism isn't really for them because we're not really experts and we're not very particularly like represented in politics. And in an instance, I think that this has been done very well with Bite Back and with the work that I've done is when I attended a meeting with the Greater London Authority on preventing diet-related ill health among children, and I was speaking on my experiences facing a flood of junk food marketing advertisements. And after speaking on my experiences, the chair of that meeting, he kept inviting us back in every time that there was new input or a new topic. He would bring it back to the young people and ask us, okay, well, what do you think of this? So we were actively given that space to talk about what we felt and empowered to join in with that conversation. And we were like a valued and integral part of that conversation. And then on the second part, I think when adults physically step back to allow space for young people to enter, it can have a massive impact because you're no longer simply like a tokenistic add-on, but you're an individual with a great capacity to contribute to the debate in your own right. And I really felt this when doing an MP drop-in event on the food system, because the adult leads and the youth coordinators physically stepped back in the room and gave us that space to receive and discuss with MPs. Thanks, Maria.
Thanks so much, Alice, for those really powerful examples and insights. I turn it back over to Toyib.
Thank you for your intervention, Alice and Maria. Indeed, we need to protect young people. Over 90% of the people on this call, for example, agree with us, talking about the awareness of the topic. Next slide, please. Now we go to Danielle. Given your experience in the Caribbean region, what are the roles of community partners, including young people themselves, in developing, implementing, and monitoring policies that prevent harmful commercial marketing?
Thank you for the question, Toyib, and really for allowing the Healthy Caribbean Coalition to be engaged in this crucial conversation. So I want to start by painting a picture. So imagine a classroom adorned with fast food branded chalkboards and school supplies. A school sports day where banners of ultra-processed products fly high and enticing alcohol ads featuring young people, especially young women, are on social media. This is our reality in the Caribbean, and I know these red flags are not unique to our region and that they're global. So what can we do? I think we must not underestimate the power of policymakers. They must implement robust policies to tackle the harmful activities of these industries, prioritizing people over profit. And as advocates, we find our footing when policies and engagement guidelines with industry are in place. The truth is, though, policymakers are still working on this, hence the critical need for this report. Given that no country in the Caribbean has implemented policy to address marketing of unhealthy food to children, except in Barbados, where this is limited to the school environment, all activities that bring this issue to the fore are paramount. Based on our experience, there's role for community and young people by 1, initiating conversations. Many young people, or many people in general, don't understand the harm in big food, big tobacco, big alcohol's marketing efforts. They don't see the billions of dollars poured into strategic marketing campaigns to shift consumption patterns and foster lifelong customers. This is especially true in resource-constrained settings like islands in the Caribbean, where these companies step in when other companies simply cannot. So at the Healthy Caribbean Coalition, we conduct capacity building sessions on harmful marketing for our civil society organization partners and youth advocates. And this ongoing exchange of information with advocates is important for us for many reasons, including the fact that our small community settings warrant a unique approach with industry, given that some companies, for example, sell healthy and unhealthy products. We also reiterate that marketing of unhealthy commodities is a public health issue and a matter of human rights. The Caribbean grapples with some of the highest rates of NCDs and obesity in the world, and so stagnation on this issue is really not an option. Number two, building evidence and resources to support policies. So in my role as advocacy officer, I collect instances of harmful marketing and encourage our youth and civil society organizations to do the same. These examples shape discussions with policymakers and inform advocacy efforts. Healthy Caribbean youth members have developed model policy and legislative guidance to regulate the availability and marketing of unhealthy beverages and food products in schools, and even an advocacy agenda to address childhood obesity using a rights-based approach. They're also leading research on healthy food environments. And finally, number three, advocating for change. Our youth members have penned impactful letters to the editor and released Instagram videos drawing attention to these harmful marketing practices within school environments and rallying for policy action. Recently, we joined forces with other youth organizations, composing a letter to the governing body, convening all heads of government across the Caribbean region. In it, we outline the need to regulate the sale and marketing of unhealthy foods in schools and engage youth meaningfully in the process. Partnerships, especially with stakeholders from different issues like climate change, are paramount as they serve as a megaphone for our messages and can also be a shield of protection. Finally, we push youth advocates to have a voice in influential spaces. They've contributed to discussions at the recent SIDS high-level meeting convened by the WHO and supported local policy design in Barbados. So in closing, Toyib, no effort is too small. Together, they create spaces for dialogue and mobilize communities. In all that we do, we must let our voices resound, urging policymakers to rise and prioritize people over profit. Thanks, Toyib.
Thank you, Danielle. Indeed, no effort is too small. And I really like your point about the meaningful engagement of young people. In the policy reports, we make a case for this, and it's one of the recommendations. Now we go to Anna. Young people, including adolescents, are active in the digital environment and across social media. From your own perspective, what can be done to ensure young people are safe from harmful marketing when online?
Thanks for the question, Toyib, and I'm going to jump to Spanish to tackle this. Lo que he recomendado y me encanta.
What I've recommended, and from what I've heard here, I think there are many points in common, but I think something very important is first to acknowledge that self-regulatory measures that are implemented in most of our regions in our countries have shown to be absolutely ineffective. They do not protect the youth appropriately. So we need, social society needs, and people who work for child health, we need to get closer to policymakers, to agencies and governments. And we have a lot of evidence on that. Maria said a few minutes ago, even though we have these evidences, industries are guided by their own interests. So we should not let the industries have this power. And I think we have many tools and wonderful recommendations, such as the ones that have been presented here, that help us get closer to policymakers and decision makers to help youth, children and youth online. So I think this is something decision makers should have clarity on this, that self-regulatory measures are ineffective. And I think it's very important to consider an approach of children's rights. We know this is a public health matter, but it is also a matter of rights. And we have the higher interest of children. So this makes our governments have the obligation to prioritize the protection of health in the life of children. So this allows us to make use of this powerful tool that has been supported by international organizations. And finally, something that has also been said is involving youth, young people to this in this discussion and bringing them to the decision making, because the industry is doing that. The industry is doing that in a way that we have influencers. And something that's really odd, as I was preparing for this session, I was reading news that said in Latin America, being a YouTuber or being an influencer was the thing that kids most say what they want to be when they grow up. Most kids in Central America, Mexico, and South America said, I want to be a YouTuber or an influencer. So that means that kids are seeing a space where they can fit in, where they can have a future. And this is a place that's absolutely dominated by companies' interests. So governments and society have to include children, because industries are including children for their own economical benefit. So I think this is the most important thing, to include these youth so that they can defend their own rights. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Anna. Good intervention there. You made an important point about focusing on comprehensive policies and not self-regulation. You also reinforced the need to regulate, influence, and market it. All of this are also like some of the points raised in the policy report. Moving to Gabriel, given your experience with the Bigger Picture project and work with young people, what roles do you think young people can play in shaping their environment and health policy?
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Toyib. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the injustices happening in Palestine today. A big part of my work is the challenge of systemic violence happening against young people and how that violence is often rooted in colonization. So it's important to observe the ways access to fresh food and water and safe environments are currently being used as weapons against a population where at least half are the age of youth that we would work with. So with that, what's the Bigger Picture Project? It's a collaboration between Youth Speaks and the University of California, San Francisco Center for Vulnerable Populations. It was created about 10 years ago in response to the disproportionately high rates of type 2 diabetes in youth. It's a fact that about 1 in 3 youth in the United States are expected to get type 2 diabetes in their lifetimes. This number increases to half for Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Pacific Islander youth. And why is it like this? The same reason that COVID-19, poverty, asthma rates, and more disproportionately affect these same communities. One of my favorite poets and sociologists, Eve Ewing, says that when you place an equal opportunity virus on an unequal landscape, the results are often unequal. But it doesn't have to be this way. These conditions were created by people, which means that they can be changed by people. Our strategy is to share the important facts I just named in ways that resonate with the lives and experiences of the youth we hope to engage through poetry, hip hop, online videos, by coming directly to their schools with assembly presentations and kickballs for recess. We meet youth where they're at, and we ask, why are the water fountains not working at your school? How many liquor stores are in your neighborhood versus how many grocery stores? And what is in your refrigerator, and how did it get there? We introduced the idea of type 2 diabetes as an environmental issue, one that isn't natural, but is artificially created as the poisonous beverages that are constantly being marketed to us. Then we get out of the way, inviting the youth themselves to tell the stories of what they notice about their surroundings. In a world created by and dominated by the voices of grown people, we know that there's power in inviting young people to speak up and speak back to power, sharing their personal experiences with type 2 diabetes. We know that it resonates on a deeper level with young people to hear other young people that share these experiences. And we know that one of the most powerful ways to activate young people as a base is to help them understand that they're being targeted, that they're being treated wrongly by unjust systems, and that they have the power to do something about it. Some of the results from our work we know is that the bigger picture helped pass the United States' first ever citywide soda tax in Berkeley, California, which quickly spread to San Francisco and Oakland. And this helps fund actually like community gardens and education programs directly within their schools. Our works also helped inspire countless young people to challenge the unhealthy food and beverage offerings at their schools. And young people have started conversations with their families, talking to them about what they've learned and bringing that knowledge back home. And with my continued work, this next school year, I'm going to be working with the Ecology Center's as their first poet in residence to lead a paid writing workshop for Bay Area poets this fall. The topic's climate justice, food sovereignty, and histories of resistance and how these all relate to each other. The poems we create together are going to be toured throughout the city in spring 2024. And my goal is to evolve this model past the quote unquote scare to care model of education that it was often necessary in the last 10 years to one that's more deeply rooted in histories of resistance specific to our location in California, thinking about the Black Panthers, the indigenous lineages we come from, and helping to understand how that we can be in right relationship with our food environment and our environments. We know that in a moment where youth are constantly barraged with narratives of urgency, this idea that if we don't do something now, it's the end of the world, there can be a sense of apathy and hopelessness that can develop. We also know that one of the strongest ways to combat that is by offering solutions and incorporating the lessons of climate justice and food sovereignty into every part of their education. And finally, we know that identity is of the utmost importance when doing this work. We know that sugar-sweetened beverage companies and capitalism in general have co-opted identity to sell its products. Just last night, I saw an ad by Vitamin Water on the popular video game Fortnite. And we know that they want to separate us from our relationship to the natural food where we come from and replace them with natural flavors. They want to separate us from our identities and the rich, vibrant histories that we come from and reduce us to target audiences categorized by age, gender, income so that they can sell us products. But what happens when we unlearn these toxic lessons and reorient ourselves and our identities and our possibilities in a mutual relationship with the land, in long and effective histories of life and sustainability and resistance to the very things that threaten to maim us? That's what we hope to explore this next year. I'm going to pass it back to you, Toya. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you for sharing about your work, and thanks to all panelists. We've had rich interventions, and it's now time to hear from the audience. Please take time to share your questions with us via the platform. Next slide, please. We already have a question, and the question is about why are we focusing on youth in schools? And how about young people who are at home and who do not have jobs? And I think this is quite relevant in thinking about youth-friendly spaces and not just the environments around schools and thinking beyond schools. Just checking if any panelists want to have a go at this. Should we start with Maria? So from the policy reports, itself, because I know we looked at different environments. Do you want to speak to the question?
Yeah, definitely. So first, I think we gave extra emphasis on schools because there's such a high concentration of children at schools. It's definitely a child-dominated environment, and it's an area that is more feasible to regulate. It's hard to regulate public transportation, sports stadiums, because there's adults. It's considered a public space. And so there's just different laws, different barriers and challenges to getting around that. But in a school, children are the priority, and policymakers, in a UNICEF survey that came out earlier this year, policymakers cited schools as one of the environments that they thought would be most feasible to employ regulation in. And so that's why we gave special attention to that. And then on the other, I think the second part of that question was talking about children and young people and why just to focus on children and young people. We decided to take a bit of a broader stance. So the policy report goes from young children all the way up to young people age 30. And even though young people age 18 to 30 typically aren't considered children and aren't given the same protections as children in regulation, we know that habit formation in childhood and even as a young adult leads to your health outcomes in your entire life. And we wanted to take a life course approach. And so you're still forming habits as a young child and as a young adult. And so if we can reduce the harmful marketing that children and young people are exposed to, this is going to have really positive outcomes for them much later in life and prevent NCDs, or at least minimize the effects of NCDs.
Thank you, Maria. Just checking if any other speaker wants to speak to other environments outside school.
I would like to briefly add something to that. And I would like to bring on the experience of Peru when regulating the sales of ultra-processed products in schools and also the advertising of these products. And I think they made a wonderful justification for it by adding that schools are learning environments. And when you're a child and you're at school, you don't just learn from what you see here in a classroom from your teachers and from your peers. You also learn from what you see around, from your surroundings. And if your school surroundings are filled with advertising and with ultra-processed products that are unhealthy, that also becomes part of your learning experience. So I think the Peruvian example is a great one to incorporate how, education spaces have to be aligned with what's best for the children. So yeah, I completely agree. And I think we can learn a lot from different countries that have regulated school environments.
Thank you. Just moving on to another question that we have. This says, are there examples of strategies that young people, especially in low and middle income countries with limited resources and lacking direct access to policymakers, can employ to combat the harm caused by harmful marketing targeted at children and teenagers? So possible roles for young people in low resource areas to engage in this work, even though they don't have direct access to policymakers. Danielle, do you want to have a go? And then maybe Gabriel.
Thanks, Toyib. I think it's a great question. So from our end, and I guess going back to something I would have mentioned in the intervention, is raising voices. And there's a lot of value in partnerships as well in terms of amplifying messages. So we've had really great success in partnering with youth organizations in perhaps writing a call to action, letters to the editor, however we can get our concerns out there, I think is really valuable, especially in the instance where you might not have direct access to policymakers. So raising your voice, and I think a big tactic or an important tactic in that is not undermining the value of partnerships in doing that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can hop in after that as well. I'm thinking of a couple Oakland cultural organizers out here, Jeff Chang and Fabiana Rodriguez, who often quote, they say culture shift precedes policy shift. So the work of shifting culture comes first, and then the policy shift. And I also want to big up that young people are the greatest creators of culture that have ever existed. And we can look at some of our current and past movements for evidence, thinking about the globally unifying and life-affirming force that is hip-hop, to the civil rights movement that's evolved into the abolition movement in recent years, challenging the prison industrial complex, the Sunrise movement, the way it activates young people to challenge their governments to move with that same urgency that they feel. And these are all movements led by young people, often young people in conditions where folks are saying that, that they don't have power. And specifically out here in California, if we looked in 1969, the Black Panthers of young people started the free breakfast programs that eventually spread across the whole United States. So yeah, when thinking about hip hop, when thinking about the most marginalized, it's most important that these young people are speaking up speaking their truths and speaking to each other because of the incredible movement work that can come out of just that people power. So big advocate for that, and very excited for the ways globally connected young folks can move in a way that they couldn't, especially in this moment right now.
Thank you, Gabriel. We have a couple more questions. There's a question about if the data collected by the private sector for marketing can be obtained by the public health sector. And I think maybe this is a question that Maria might be able to speak to from the policy report if we saw any instance where the public health sector was able to obtain data from the private sector.
Yeah, I think this introduces a bigger topic about children and young people's rights, which I know our presentation, we only have a short amount of time, we were focusing on health, but the policy report does go into the rights that children have guaranteed to them. And so just looking at the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is the most widely ratified convention in the world, children are guaranteed the right to privacy, and that includes data privacy, data protection online, safety online and in digital environments. And so we do have companies violating this right by collecting children's data and using it for marketing purposes. And I think we should be cautious about trying to counteract that by continuing to spread children's data. I think the solution is to stop private companies from collecting this data. Yeah, so I would just be cautious about encouraging more people to have this data and use it. But I understand the argument for wanting this data to try and counteract it in the public health sphere.
Thank you, Mary. I think totally agree with you. I think prevention is probably the best option here, ensuring that the private sector is not just collecting data of young people. There's another question here which I think might go to Alice. It's about the use of body enhancement. The question is, I have noticed harmful marketing from a few body enhancement businesses in my country. Popular celebrities are also helping to promote these businesses with false health information. How can I counter this trend without offending business owners and triggering the people, the spirits, and sensitive about their body image? So it's a question about how someone can engage in advocacy around body enhancement while being sensitive to the needs of people who might be looking to use this product.
I think just introducing more voices into the conversation, having this respectful conversation and opening it up into a debate, because I think a lot of the time there's just one very powerful narrative coming from, say, the big companies pushing it, or the local businesses who are benefiting from the funds that the big companies are giving them. So I think opening the conversation up for more people and challenging the narrative of kind of individual blame and needing to fit in with a certain kind of way of looking. So I can't speak too much on body image because I campaign on junk food marketing, but I think there's similarities in terms of challenging the narrative, because there's a massive idea of kind of individual focus and you need to change your dietary habits instead of we need to question why there's a system set up for us to eat unhealthy food as the status quo. So yeah, I think just kind of beginning a conversation and exploring other options. So how are other ways that we can make ourselves feel better about the way that we are, instead of just accepting this kind of answer that is put on us by big corporations with vested interests.
Yeah, and if I could add to that, I think in this space we typically talk about the traditional harmful commodities, tobacco, alcohol, junk food, gambling. But when we conducted the focus group discussions with children and young people aged 13 to 30, every single person in both focus group discussions brought up beauty products, skin whitening products, dietary supplements, all these things that we don't typically put in the bucket of contributing to non-communicable diseases and harming our health. But I think this is giving us good direction that we need to think more about mental health. And we need to think beyond the traditional unhealthy commodity industries. This is what children are telling us are harming them. They see it on social media, they see it online that they need to buy skin whitening products or dietary supplements to grow muscles, to become thin. And this is what's concerning them, they told us. And so I do think this is giving researchers, policymakers, activists good direction and saying we need to broaden our conversations to talk about these products as well.
Thank you, Alice and Maria. Just waiting to see if we have more questions. Okay, it's looking like that's it for now. Moving to the next slide. Before we end today, we have some poll questions for you to understand a bit more your awareness of the topic and what you'll be taking from this session. Can you please put the post-session poll up? As you respond to these questions, we would like to know what you would be doing following this session. The policy report in itself, which we could not have gone through throughout today, would be available, is already available on NCD Alliance's website. It's available for you to download, to already share with your friends and colleagues. We are hoping that national governments, policymakers take up the recommendations and the call to action. But in addition to that, we'd also like to hear from you what your awareness are about the topic and what you would be doing following today's session. Thank you. Let's give it some time for the poll questions, as there are a few this time. We have also shared the policy report in the chat, and we have the QR code. So if you want to download, please feel free. Okay, thank you. We would be closing the poll now. And from the initial responses, it sounds like almost everyone that has attended this session is aware of the topic, and a lot of people are saying they would be doing something, with a significant number, above 70, saying that they'll be sharing the reports, the policy reports with people, which is really, really good. A couple of people have also mentioned that they would be having a conversation with a friend. Yes, that's one of the things that we can do. Alice already mentioned how we should be bringing more voices to the topic. Next slide, please. So as we wrap up today, in closing, the rights of young people must be protected. We deserve and long for a world where we can reach our full potential, safe from the harm of unhealthy products. We deserve to be protected from harmful commercial practices. We call on national governments to prioritize health and safeguard our future by enacting and strengthening health policies and legislations. In doing this, it is important that they consider enablers and barriers, as listed in the policy report. They also should meaningfully engage young people and communities. These are some of the points that we've heard from our panelists today. We have shared the report with you in the chat. We hope you download it and share with your governments and among your networks. As Alice has mentioned, let's bring more voices to the table. That's all from today. I thank you and enjoy the rest of the forum.
I want to go back. Personally heard Meg, and it was such an amazing. Went to school with her. Yeah, she was 2 years younger than me, and it's incredible to see that she's doing around mental health. And, you know, thinking about that session on mental health, question people can take action. I like that it was solely so important to talk about this stuff. We have to before we.
Forum is really getting us to think differently, like in marketing, the sort of marketing that we're to can really be the start of radical lifestyle. Yeah. Now, looking at the free play, we know that young people are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis. The solutions are to this generational challenge.
Of course.
The other session is that you could join is We Lead, youth-led advocacy strategies for sexual and reproductive health and rights and bodily autonomy, because I think we can all agree adolescent and young people should have control of their bodies, their lives, and their choices. And I'll be joining that session.
Of course. But first, we're going to hear from environmental activist Dominique Palmer, who has an important message on climate justice for us. See you all again after that.
Hello, my name is Dominique, climate justice activist from the UK. Hello to everyone at this Global Forum for Adolescents. It's so great to be speaking with all of you, and congratulations to everyone who took part in the amazing global survey of over 1 million young people saying what young people want for the future. As young people, our voices deserve to be heard, and so many of you are already using your voice to stand up for the future you want to see. In the survey, a cleaner, greener world was right up there with what you want for the future. We can all agree on that, and it is something we truly can achieve when we rise up. But my message to you today is about climate justice, because justice has to be at the heart of everything we do. We need to be sure people are not left behind. We need to look at the equitable side of climate action. There is a lot of focus on polar bears and trees, which is great, of course, and very needed. However, we must also look at intersectionality. The climate crisis is not just something far removed from us, it's also about us, about people and societal structures. Climate justice doesn't exist in a vacuum, separate from society. Social and economic inequalities are at the heart of it, just of all you are talking about these 2 days of the Global Forum. Everyone deserves the right to a safe and clean environment, water, air and green spaces, but not everyone has access to these or the resources to mitigate the effects of climate change. So part of climate justice is something called a just transition. This is all about protecting vulnerable and marginalized communities. Due to social and economic inequalities, some communities are more at risk to the climate crisis. This is an unequal crisis. We have to bring everyone along with us, so we must look out for those who are being disproportionately impacted. We must look at racial justice, gender justice, disability justice, and more, so that everyone has the right to a safe and clean environment. The exploitation of people and our natural resources is fueling the climate crisis. And so to create a greener future, we must demand climate action that addresses these inequalities. Not everyone has the access to resources to mitigate the damage of climate change, such as extreme weather impacts, food and water scarcity, air pollution, health impacts, loss of nature spaces, and the impact on people's well-being. We have power in demanding action that creates a better future for all of us. We need to decarbonize in a way that doesn't leave anyone behind. We have to look at reparations and loss and damage. Countries on the front lines of climate change contribute the least to the climate crisis and yet are facing the worst impacts. So reparations means that the richest countries who have contributed the most to climate breakdown pay to help countries mitigate climate change. Richer countries need to stop exploiting our natural resources and people and support a just transition everywhere. We need to live in harmony with nature and wildlife, and not continuously take from it without giving back. I have a vision of a better world in which all of the intersectionalities I mentioned are truly included in climate action, and one where, instead of the separation from nature that we live with now, let's look at how beautiful our world is and how much we still have to protect and save. This earth is precious and the only one we call home. A green, just and safe future is possible. We can demand it. We can reclaim the future that we deserve. The oceans are rising, but so are we. Another world is possible with justice at the heart of it. Thank you.
When I started to volunteer for OAY, I was really new to the field of CSOs and NGOs and humanitarian work. Through the series of trainings, I think I've really grown in the advocacy world. I feel like my voice is being heard, especially when Kenya was transitioning. There was elections, so there was leadership transitions. Just being able to approach leaders and talk about their manifestos, just requesting them to add adolescent well-being into their manifestos, that really felt good. That felt powerful. I feel like the government is listening, especially now more than ever. They realize that the population of young people in Kenya is very high. People below 35 years is 75% of the population. So I think more than ever, they are focusing and listening to the young people and the adolescents, and it's a good move.
We're facing a learning crisis around the world. There was already too much inequality in education, and the pandemic has made things worse. Today, in low and middle income countries, up to 70% of 10-year-olds cannot read and understand a simple sentence. Without basic reading and math skills, it will be harder for kids like me to contribute to our future, our families, and our communities. When there is less access to digital tools, there are fewer ways to boost learning. That's why UNICEF developed the Learning Passport. Since the Learning Passport launch in 2020, the program has reached millions of users in more than 20 countries. It's being used to support children, young people, teachers, and parents in all sorts of ways, including formal primary and secondary curricula, skills development for adolescents, teacher training, early childhood education tools, and key resources to support girls. Your help mobilizes experts, increases the reach of products and services, and encourages involvement from the private sector. So join us. Help revolutionize the educational landscape for kids like me.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I don't know where you're listening from and joining this discussion, but I am so excited to have you here. Hope you can see that on my face. Welcome to the Global Forum for Adolescents. And allow me to highlight that actually this day is coincidentally meeting with the International Day of the Girl Child. So happy International Day of the Girl Child to everybody here. And back to our segment, we are discussing what we are saying. We lead youth-led advocacy strategies for sexual reproductive health and rights and bodily autonomy. I'm going to be a moderator, and my name is Musonda Memorich Kombo. Allow me to give you a brief background about myself. So basically, I am a student of development studies, and I'm also currently employed with Alliance for Accountability Advocates Zambia, where I'm leading on the SHESOS project. And SHESOS simply means sexual and reproductive health and economic empowerment, supporting out of school, adolescent girls' rights and skills. That is a project with Youth Coalition. And I also have a certificate in drug addiction counseling and a licensed counselor in psychosocial counseling and HIV testing. You should be looking forward to the people that we have today as our speakers, which I'll be doing shortly. So in this particular segment, we have amazing young people that are doing amazing works who are going to be our speakers for today. And basically in this space, the discussion is meant to highlight youth efforts to advocate for sexual reproductive health and rights from the diversity of organizations that convene this panel. So from the young people that we have here, we have representatives from Force Feminista, Youth Coalition, the World Health Organization, International Pharmaceutical Students Federation, that is IPSF, and GATMACA, not forgetting Save the Children. So now allow me to take you to the speakers that we have. They'll introduce the full names and also give us their pronouns when they'll be coming to speak. But the first one is Romina, who is currently an assistant in prompt sex strategic litigation area. She has contributed as a consultant on trans population human rights for civil society organizations and UNFPA. With a background in youth activism, she served in various capacities such as CUMEA, advisory board, as a council member and UN volunteer for the SDGs. So looking forward to hear from Romina. And then we have Salma, who's a representative of Children and Youth Advisory Network, which is called CYAN, Save the Children Indonesia. She is active in our activities as a child campaigner in the West Java area. Also, she's a college student in social work. She's currently involved as a youth researcher for youth-led research on sexual reproductive health and rights and mental health with Save the Children Indonesia to do evidence-based advocacy on adolescent health issues. Then we'll go on to Sarah, who is a pharmacist by training. She received her PharmD in 2020 and is currently working as a pharmacy resident in Algiers, Algeria. Sarah has taken an active role in the International Pharmaceutical Students Federation since 2019, where she served as the coordinator of public health activities and public health policies. She's now IPS chairperson of public health for the 2023 to 2024 mandate, representing the voices of over 500,000 pharmacy students and recent graduates in global health meetings. You better be looking to this conversation that we're going to be having. And then we have Pelmika, who is an undergraduate student of integrated BALLB program at Maharashtra National Law University in India. She is passionate about adolescent health and well-being, including SRHR and human rights, and she has been active in the youth advocacy since 2018 and is a national representative of YPER, that is YPER India Youth Network, a youth-led, youth-run pan-Indian network supported by YPER Asia Pacific Center, Thailand. And lastly, not the least, we have Semaria, who is a social worker student and is passionate about advocating for meaningful and inclusive youth participation, sexual and reproductive health rights, and inclusive education. As a Yali alumni, she excelled in the Yali RLC public management track, winning for the innovative project on integrating children with neurodevelopmental disabilities into public schools in Ethiopia. In her daily work, Semaria collaborates with health and youth centers, guiding young people in making informed decisions about sexual reproductive health and rights. I'm just wowed. So these are young people that we're going to be discussing with in today. Hopefully you can still be with us. Before we can dive into that particular discussion, we have a poll that we have to make and carry out. So we're going to be having a poll before we go to our discussion, where the audience will have to answer 2 particular questions regarding access to sexual and reproductive rights. So are we ready to take on that one? Okay, so the first question that we're going to be responding to, that is going to be posted, is abortion criminalized in your country? Just say yes or no. Is abortion criminalized in your country? Yes or no? That is the first question. And then we have the second question, that is, did you receive comprehensive sexuality education, CSE, when you were young? Yes or no? Did you receive comprehensive sexuality education when you were young? So let's have that moment to just comment on those 2 questions in the poll, and then we'll continue with the discussion. So the first question, which is supposed to be yes or no, is asking the audience and people here to say, is abortion criminalized in your country? Yes or no? And the second question is, did you receive comprehensive sexuality education when you were younger? Okay, I guess the poll is still coming through. We're still receiving your polls. Please keep your comments coming. Just comment on what your response is, just yes or no, and we should be able to get that feedback. All right. So allow me, while the pause is going through and while I'm waiting to see the feedback from the majority, we'll be moving to the first segment where I get to ask the panelists that we have, the speakers here on the platform, questions that they'll be taking on. Okay. So the first question, which I would respond to, because being a moderator, I have an experience, I have my own success stories, which I will highlight. And on this particular one, the question is being asked to say, what strategies are you using to face the main SRHR issues your organization acts on? So in your own organization, where you're coming from, what are the main strategies that you're using to face the sexual reproductive health issues that your organization is looking into? And I would like to speak about the organization that I'm coming from. Basically, it's called Alliance for Accountability Advocates Zambia. That is AAAZ. And we have a project that is being led by us through the Youth Coalition called SHISOS that I highlighted in my preamble. And we have many advocacy issues that we're looking into in regards to sexual reproductive health and rights. And I'll just highlight 3 that we mapped and prioritized. So we noticed that the first one is in regarding to the stock out of sexual reproductive health and services. We've noticed there are a lot of stock outs in this different clinics that we go to, the spaces where adolescents are expected to access the service. Also, we noted that there is no priority put towards the budgeting. We do not have a specific budget that speaks to adolescent sexual reproductive health services. So we felt there was a gap and needs to be addressed. And the last one comes to representation. You know, in as much as we're trying to talk about these issues, we need to make sure that in this decision-making procedures, we have representation. So that is how we are trying to handle that as a main strategy. And how we're doing it basically is recognizing the fact that we cannot work in silos. As organizations, we need to work with other stakeholders, government, the implementers. So our strategy has been involving the implementers, the decision makers, and to be specific, Ministry of Health, because we know they're in the forefront. So we're trying to have them on board to work with us to make them realize that they have the biggest role in actualizing these issues that we are facing. And so far, by making them own the challenges and see that they have the biggest role in actualizing them, they've started taking up on themselves to say in their individual capacity or in their position as maybe a director of health, what are they going to do different to see that these issues are being addressed? So that is one of the strategy that we're using, and it was basically through a mechanism that they call accountability mechanism that we used as a project under SHISOS. Okay, so let's get down to hearing from other speakers, and the first one is going to be Sarah, who's going to be responding to the question that is, what strategies are you using to face the main sexual reproductive health and rights issues your organization acts on? Let's have Sarah on the floor. Okay, is Sarah ready to speak? Sarah is going to be responding to the question, what strategies are you using to face the main sexual reproductive health and rights issues your organization acts on? So basically, we just want to understand. Okay, I think Sarah is trying to speak.
Sorry. Can I confirm that you can hear me clearly?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I had to turn on my camera because of the small technical apologies for that. But thank you very much for the floor. Thank you for the invitation as well. So I come from IPSF, which you briefly introduced at the beginning. And at IPSF, we do recognize our role as future and young pharmacists in advancing SRHR, as well as the shared responsibility that we have to raise awareness, particularly among adolescents, and to respond to their needs. And we do try to achieve that through two main strategies. The first one is through designing projects, sessions, and campaigns, where we talk about things like FGM, bodily autonomy, period poverty, STIs, and HIV, and more of this, and which could really serve as a platform for the empowerment of our members, like pharmacy students, and enables them to initiate their own advocacy on local level. And the second is when we do take their asks all the way to high-level meetings, UN high-level meetings, such as the World Health Assembly and the recent statements that we had on children's health in last May, where we really touched on the issues of the role of pharmacists in reducing adolescent pregnancies, etc. But yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, Sarah, thank you so much. Can we get just maybe a success story from some of this? Like you highlighted that you get to define the projects like campaigns. Can you highlight something that came out as a result of the campaign? Just under maybe 30 seconds, just highlight one of the success that we had through this campaigns that you've had.
Yeah, so I think what I mainly want to highlight is that our campaigns usually allows our members or are created to be as a resource for our members to act locally. So if we count the number of campaigns that we usually have, on local level, it's over around 100 of campaigns every year. And if we do go statistically and look into how many people we've had the chance to speak to, then that would be just multiply of those numbers. So I think this is one of the achievements that I want to highlight, is the fact that we take our advocacy into a local level. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. And it's becoming my highlight, taking the advocacy to the local level, communities, decentralization. Great. Okay, so the same question is going to go back to Salma to just highlight for us the main issues that they're targeting and the advocacy strategy that they're using, or rather the strategy. So let's have Salma responding to the same question.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Salma, part of Children and Youth Advisory Network, or Science of the Children in Indonesia. Together with the National Children Forum, we conducted evidence-based advocacy to the government of Indonesia. We just started with youth-led research about adolescents' perception on reproductive health, develop policy brief, dissemination of the research, and will continue ministerial roadshow. It also linked to global advocacy efforts. The background of this youth-led research is our concern as adolescents who might be exposed to reproductive health issues such as sexual transmission, HIV, sexual violence, and teenage pregnancy. The research, using online survey to 433 adolescents from 31 provinces and in-depth interview with 10 adolescents from 7 provinces, including the adolescents with disability in Indonesia, aims to describe and analyze 1. Adolescents' comprehension on reproductive health, 2. Communication channels used by adolescents in getting information on reproductive health, and 3. Adolescents' participation in utilizing reproductive health services provided by the government. The key findings are 1. Adolescents have not yet possessed a comprehensive knowledge about reproductive health, which they only know about puberty and human reproductive system related information. There are some who even hesitant and reluctant to explain about it. This is not in line with what UNESCO recommendation. There should be at least 8 topics. 2. Reproductive health problems are defined by individual factor, the relationship with the family and peers, as well as educational institution and community. 3. The reproductive health information source obtained from digital media are still far from being inclusive to embrace all types of disability and not yet supported with adolescent-friendly services from health facilities. And 4. Adolescents are aware, able to access nor being involved in government's adolescent health program in Indonesia. So our advocacies ask, such as 1. Increase capacity and integrated services provision that involves adolescent, peer, family, educational institution, and community on comprehensive reproductive health. 2. Develop regulation of reproductive health information, which also includes adolescents from various backgrounds. And 3. Development of adolescent health service that is inclusive, participatory, responsive, and fulfilling the adolescents' needs. I think that's all about our strategies.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that complex explanation. Really, you're doing great work. The highlight of that is the issue of youth-led research. Okay, let's hear from Samaria and what the strategies have been. The question is, what strategies are you using to face the main sexual reproductive health issues your organization acts on? Samaria, please take the floor.
Hi, everyone. This is Samaria from TAIA, formerly known as Talent Use Association. So in my country, Ethiopia, the SRHR topics are usually considered taboo, and they're not usually most people are not outspoken about it. So as TAIA, we work towards creating awareness about SRH, correcting misconceptions, and creating youth-friendly SRHR services to be given in health centers and hospitals young people find nearby. So in order to do that, some of the strategies we use is capacity building, digital advocacy, preparing different fact sheets, and providing the right information for adolescents and youth. So in order to do that, one of the powerful tactics we use is evidence-based advocacy to advance the adolescent and youth health, sexual and reproductive health. Like, as most of you know, numbers say a lot and help with our advocacy and allow policy and program designs to be better informed and equitable. So I think what we've been doing as TAIA is the adding it up research by Guttmacher Institute has helped us in our evidence-based advocacy efforts in advocating for policy level for young people to get the right services. And Guttmacher Institute's data provides the cost and impact of investing in adolescent sexual and reproductive health in lower and middle income countries. So one success story is one of the many is that the adolescent and youth health strategy, we advocated through the Guttmacher's data, we advocated for adolescent and youth health strategy to be implemented. So now youth-friendly SRHR services are easily accessible and are mandatory in the strategy. So what we're left with is advocating for the strategy to be implemented properly. So in order to do all this, our evidence-based advocacy and the data we got from Guttmacher Institute, adding it up research by 2018, has been an eye-opener and has brought a way for us to advocate at a bigger level. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Samaria. I love the explanation, and I'm getting highlights of the main points that have been brought out by the speakers. And Samaria's was invest in adolescents' sexual reproductive health and rights. Bravo. And then we're going to have another speaker coming through, that is Romina, to give us her strategies that they're using in their organization and just the success story that they have regards to sexual reproductive health and rights. Romina, over to you.
Gracias por la pregunta. Buenos días con todos y todas, aquellos que nos están viendo atrás de la pantalla. Bueno, PRONSETS es una organización feminista que trabaja principalmente en Perú, país ubicado en la región latinoamericana. Según data y estadísticas referidas al acceso a la salud sexual y reproductiva de adolescentes y jóvenes en Latinoamérica, esta es constantemente puesta en discusión por los sectores conservadores de la sociedad. América Latina es una de las regiones más desiguales del mundo. Es así que PRONCETS trabaja como una de sus principales líneas temáticas la defensa de los derechos sexuales y reproductivos y el acceso a la salud sexual y reproductiva. En todas estas áreas temáticas tenemos en primer lugar el fortalecimiento de capacidades, en donde mediante la educación podemos prevenir el embarazo adolescente, de aquellos embarazos no deseados que interrumpen el desarrollo de las y los jóvenes y adolescentes y los llevan a una cadena de pobreza y subdesarrollo. Además de ello, realizamos tareas de investigación en derechos sexuales y reproductivos, realizamos lo que es la incidencia a nivel internacional en órganos de Naciones Unidas, como en el órgano regional de Latinoamérica, que es la Organización de Estados Americanos. Asimismo, realizamos incidencia local y una de las principales actividades que tenemos es el litigio estratégico de casos que vulneran propiamente los derechos sexuales y reproductivos en la región. Algunas historias de éxito en la defensa de los derechos sexuales y reproductivos por parte de PRONCETS tenemos desde el fortalecimiento de capacidades, que el proyecto Derechos desde el inicio ha fortalecido a jóvenes y adolescentes en Perú en la defensa de sus derechos sexuales y reproductivos. Asimismo, PRONCETS, en colaboración con UNFPA, hemos realizado una guía de estrategia de educación sexual integral fuera de la escuela. Desde el área de litigio estratégico, PRONCETS ha litigado ante el sistema de Naciones Unidas, específicamente ante el Comité de Derechos del Niño de Naciones Unidas, el caso Camila, el cual habla acerca del acceso al aborto terapéutico de una niña que fue víctima de violación sexual por parte de su padre, y este caso ha sido ganado ante este Comité de Naciones Unidas y actualmente tenemos recomendaciones que son de obligatorio cumplimiento para todo el mundo, no solo para Latinoamérica, sino que es un gran instrumento que nos permite precisamente hacer la defensa de los derechos sexuales y reproductivos. Eso sería todo respecto a la primera pregunta. Muchísimas gracias por el espacio y espero sigan interactuando y participando.
So that was Romina. I guess I could tell that some people saying the translation didn't actually play. So we might have to get from Romina later with the translation. Yeah, for now, let's get to Bamika. Apologies for that, Romina. But we'll just make sure you just go through maybe in less than a minute later after Bamika gets to speak to the same question. Bamika, please, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for having me and for this wonderful question. Warm greetings, everyone. I'm Bhumika Gupta and my pronouns are she, her. So I'd like to start with giving you context of what my organization is. So I'm the national representative of White Peer India, which is YPEER, which stands for Youth Peer Education Academy. It is a youth-led and youth-driven network which was initially established in the year 2010, but then eventually became inactive due to certain reasons, including the COVID-19 pandemic. We are currently in the process of revitalizing our efforts and re-establishing and sort of restructuring it. We are committed to develop peer leadership while meaningfully engaging young people between the age group of 10 to 35 years, coming or sort of residing in India, and we're also fostering collaborations with other national networks in the Asia Pacific region. We are actually intending towards addressing sort of critical SRHR issues of regional national concern, including HIV and AIDS prevention, gender-based violence, peer education, mental health awareness, etc. Recently, in White Peer India in collaboration with White Peer Asia Pacific Center, which is based at Bangkok, we conducted a national e-course on the title Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights and Peer Education for people between the age group of 10 to 35 residing in India. From September 15 to 17 to 2023, we had applicants for we had around 70 applicants, out of which 26 people finally graduated from the course, which means they completed the course with with equal to or more than 80% of the attendance. So the primary aim behind conducting this course was to induct new members and train them to become peer leaders or peer educators, and also to sensitize them and create awareness around topics or issues relating to SRHR and then the relevant Indian laws about regarding it. In addition to that, we're also conducting various other outreach or capacity building activities. Just to refer to the strategies that we are sort of looking forward to, I'd also like to mention that recently I interned in a national NGO named Udyan Care Home, which is based at Kurukshetra, Haryana, India, which is dedicated towards children in need of care and protection. There we had girls between the age group of 7 to 17. And there were like so many of them who didn't know actually how to read or write. So I used audiovisual, sort of aids and customized towards their needs. And I sort of conducted sessions in the regional language, which is Hindi. And also used sort of dramatization, which is actually referred to as Nukkad Natak, to sort of create awareness among them and sensitize them about topics like child sexual abuse, or menstruation, menstrual products which are available in the market, menstrual hygiene, or child labor, child marriage, and related areas. If I specifically refer to the success story, then I'd come back to the national e-course that we conducted. So I think the pertinent thing that I'd like to highlight here is that we had people, like 26 people who graduated the course, from which we had people coming from 12 different states out of the 28 states and 8 union territories that we have in India. All of them were between the age group of 10 to 35 years and coming from diverse backgrounds. So there were students who were engineering students, legal students, medical students, public health students. And so they were coming from very diverse areas who, sort of associated with one NGO or the other, and, who were sort of interested in this field. And other fact was we had around 9 resource persons covering 9 different topics in the e-course. And the youngest of them was a 13-year-old that we had on board, who was a champion trainer in UNICEF's Youth Advocacy Guide, which is kind of something that I wanted to highlight as a success story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhumika. And I love the fact that you also highlighted what you're doing as an organization, just so we see how similar and how if we're to be united and work together, we'll make sure all these issues that we're talking about are really resolved. So being that you're the last person that spoke, I'd like for you to be the first on this particular question that we have, which I'd like you to maybe go to 1 minute at least. If you're to highlight the pushbacks or the difficulties that limits you in your advocacy, what would they be? Maybe if you can give out 2 main pushbacks or difficulties that you face in the advocacy space, starting with Bhumika.
Thank you so much. To refer to 2 main difficulties that we personally faced was advocating for sexually reproductive health and rights in India presents a unique set of challenges because India is very rich in terms of, the diversities that we have, in terms of the culture, the regional languages that people come from, and, sort of the language barriers that we have to address when we are sort of addressing SRHR related topics. So for that purpose, we have to specifically, sort of design tailored programs, workshops, initiatives for different age groups, sort of making them in different regional languages so that we can reach out to as many young people as we can. And the other aspect of it is, earlier as I mentioned, we also have to sort of use different techniques, either animation or dramatization to sort of, reach out to as many young people as we can. The other issue which actually comes forward is related to certain, India as a society is we're not some regions in India, they're not very open to discuss about topics like SRHR. So we need to sort of, we need to sort of talk about it in a very, we need to take care of a lot of things when you're talking about it, specifically reaching out to younger adolescents between the age group of 10 to 14. So those are the 2 main difficulties that we face while we're advocating for SRHR. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhumika, for that. So I'm getting translation where you needed to translate to different languages and segregating the ages. Okay, I'd like to hear from Romina now on the challenges. Just you can highlight 2 main pushbacks that you get to face in your advocacy space.
Gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you for the question. In my work as a human rights advocate, especially sexual and reproductive rights, we face several obstacles, considering that Latin America is a region with a lot of taboos around sexual and reproductive rights. Being that one of the main obstacles to implement, for instance, sexual education in public schools. Another obstacle that we face are age discourse from conservative sectors that think that we promote libertinage lifestyle, and rules are in constant change due to the elected governments, and we also have a weakening of democratic system in all Latin America, and in Peru it affects the defense of sexual and reproductive rights. And lastly, we have the stigmatization of youth that defend sexual and reproductive rights, so the activists. So there may be many obstacles, but those committed with the advocacy, we will overcome them.
Straight into Salma to give her pushbacks as well. You just pinpoint them, the two pushbacks that you get to experience or the difficulties you face in your advocacy space. Samaria, over to you.
So like I mentioned earlier, SRHR issues are usually considered taboo. So the culture, the social norm, the religion doesn't really allow you to openly talk about SRHR issues. So some of the things we've struggled with is one example is the anti-choice movement, specifically for SRHR issues and also specifically related to abortion. So they are really strategic in using social media, religious influencers, really high stakeholders like influential people, and also the cultural and religious norms that doesn't really allow you. So when they come through that, in Ethiopia, the culture, the social norm, and people listening to religious leaders is so much easier. So it's usually, they right away listen to them and change their minds. So when you're advocating for SRH, you really struggle with that, trying to make people believe that it's just the right thing to do. It's for young people to make informed decisions. And that's why I think we need evidence-based advocacy to show them the numbers and the struggles young people are having in order to make them believe, which is really hard when it comes to that in Ethiopia. Hi, everyone. My colleague laptop just blanked out, so I'll be moderating right after this. So the last points we have is everybody to share their call to actions regarding their respective organizations and what they have to say. So I'm going to start with Sarah.
Thank you very much, Maria, for the floor. So for like the final call that I would like to say is maybe directly related to my role as a pharmacist. And it's something that I want to address to all adolescents out there. I just want to highlight and repeat over and over again that pharmacists are trained to help you. And we continue to push for ways to elevate SRHR locally and globally. So you can trust us. Next time you're unsure about a decision that you have to make, just go to your community pharmacist. They will listen and respond to your needs to the best of their ability. So yeah, thank you very much. Back to you, Samari.
Thank you, Sarah. This is such a good perspective from a pharmacist. And Salma, we'll go to Salma next.
Okay, thank you. But before I explain about my call for action, I will explain about my pushback or difficulty. Actually, as an adolescent who tries to influence adults, policymakers and government institution representatives who have higher education than us, there are some concerns which we think might be quite challenging for advocacy. Among those are one, some government bodies tend to show normative responsive. We believe that there are already a lot of policies, regulations, and programs from government for adolescent health program, especially for reproductive health. But the evidence we obtain from the research shows the facts as mentioned by adolescents' views, which is the main beneficiaries that should be considered in improving the quality of regulations, policies, and government programs. And two, reproductive health right issue is not yet considered as a national priority, which leads to little interest from government on this particular issue. Unlike stunting, maternal and children's issue, reproductive health right issue is not yet perceived as a national priority by the government of Indonesia. And for the call for action, I believe knowing is surviving and knowing is fighting. When we know how to survive, we know how to fight for our rights. That's why knowing comprehensive information and services about SRHR matters for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Salma. I'll also go back to Sarah again so that she could tell us the pushbacks and challenges they've been facing when advocating for SRH. Sorry for not doing that earlier.
Thank you very much. No problem. So I'll be brief, just highlight or illustrate through one example, and maybe that would echo what you previously said. So it is no secret that today, talking about SRHR is still perceived as a taboo in many societies around the world, and not everyone gets the necessary education. Therefore, one of the things that our member organizations try to do locally is to approach high schools and middle schools in their own communities to propose educational activities that raise awareness in regard to SRHR and empower students to take action about their own body. Nevertheless, not all of those schools welcome these initiatives. Oftentimes, they will always have concerns either the parents or the teachers or the institution itself. And we find ourselves letting go of this idea, which is kind of a hindrance to the progress that we should be making on national, local levels to promote SRHR. So when we think about it, guidelines and recommendations are there. When we attend high-level meetings, we notice that member states and different countries also show support towards it. Yet the reality on the ground is very different, and we lack action. We don't necessarily walk the talk, and we should definitely start doing something about that. So thank you very much, Maria. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I'll go to Romania to give her last call to action.
Gracias por la palabra.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Based on my experience as an activist for sexual and reproductive rights, starting when I was 15 and now I'm 25, meanwhile, what I did to start to defend sexual and reproductive rights was looking for spaces that defend that. So I got skilled and empowered with information. And this is the recommendation I leave to you all, those who are following us through your skin, that you want to start to work in the defense of sexual and reproductive rights. Look for organizations that understand yourselves, inform yourselves, and start to act, because activism is something that we all can do. Thank you.
I'll go to Bahumika next.
Thank you. So I think in just few words, if I can say what my call to action would be, it would be engage youth and SRHR awareness together. So as you can understand from the few words, it actually means to, sort of reaching out to as many young people and adolescents as you can, and then sensitize them and make them aware of, different domains or different issues pertaining to SRHR. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'll finish up by my call to action. So my call to action is advocate with evidence and drive change in SRHR. So as young people, we should be self-reliant, healthy, to advocate for others, and also advocate with the correct data to create reasonable doubts among people we advocate to. So thank you so much for attending this session. This was such a nice session, and I want to thank everyone for being here. So, bye.
Karki. I am an artist and a law student. I am 22 years old and I'm from Nepal. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. For me, it is a significant milestone in my art journey. It is wonderful and fulfilling experience to share my platform with different diamonds artists and having a different diamonds thought process. I'm really honored for that. So taking part in this competition is one of the best things that I have ever done, because I had chance to not just share my platform, but I have chance to express myself, what actually it feels to be alone, what it feels to be heard, what everyone needs someone to listen your overall situation no matter what. So this competition had taught me you don't need to be more, or you don't need to be big in your age, but you can make a positive impact in your life. One thing that everyone should realize, that pain is not what you see, pain is what you actually feel. So I had a professional as well as thought process development, so I'm really motivated to explore and create such art which really has a positive impact in my society and my life. Thank you so much.
El bienestar es estar bien con tu mente, es estar en un viernes con tu gente, como superstar en un rap contundente. Se trata de superarse y vivir el presente. En el rap demuestro autonomía y resiliencia. Si me quiero expresar, nadie me silencia. Tengo silenciador por una recarga de conciencia. Si te identificas con esto, no es una coincidencia. La base de mi autonomía es mi autoidentidad. Mi origen son las letras, un autóctono verbal. Autonomía es tomar la decisión de rapear y digan lo que digan, en consecuencia actuar. Bienestar es poder expresarme al cantar. ¿Y qué más da? Soy feliz al momento de rimar. Ya, contribuir a la sociedad se vuelve algo vital. Eres único y recuerda, tienes algo que aportar. Como músico de letras lo debes comunicar. Encuentra valor en ti mismo ayudando a los demás. No temas expresar lo que hay en tu corazón. Escúchate este tema y conecta con tu pasión. Estoy contratando letras a medio tiempo para hacer empleabilidad en una canción. No pierdas el rumbo, invierte en tu educación. Nunca veas al estudio como una obligación, sino como una oportunidad de reflejarse en el bello mundo del aprendizaje. Bienestar es poder expresarme al cantar. ¿Y qué más da? Soy feliz al momento de rimar. Ya, libre de practicar mis creencias, intimidad con mi rap y las letras, sin discriminar, libertad de conciencia y desarrollarse como consecuencia. Son secuencias de sonido diario, solo buenos hábitos alimentarios. Yo me alimento de rap y diccionarios, mi cabeza llena de enciclopedias y glosarios. Salud depende de una buena nutrición, futuro depende de una buena educación. Desarrollo es vivir sin discriminación, bienestar es escuchar la rap generación. Bienestar es poder expresarme al cantar. ¿Y qué más da? Soy feliz al momento de rimar.
Rien n'est plus bon, satisfaisant qu'un simple bel sourire, juste parce qu'on est heureux. Tout ça pour soi, pour son bien-être, afin de rester ensemble, de son propre bonheur. Je n'ai pas ce que tu as, je serai ce que tu es. Je suis fier de ce que je suis, oh no way. Nous avons un trait commun, nous sommes tous humains. Soyons fiers de ce que la vie a nous offert, non. On est tous différents, les sens sont différents. J'accepte ce que je suis, accepte ce que je suis. Peu importe mon physique, ni mon état de santé, mon bien-être au mien, et tout ce que j'aurais voulu avoir. Je suis fier de ce que je suis. Sois fier de ce que je suis. Accepte ce que je suis. Fais ça pour mon bien-être, je sais très fier et satisfait de ce que j'aime, même confié. Me réveiller chaque matin, entouré des gens qui m'aiment bien, qui comprennent bien ce que je suis, qui comprennent bien ce que je ressens, qui m'acceptent que je suis. On est tous différents, des sensations différentes. J'accepte ce que je suis, accepte ce que je suis. Peu importe mon physique, ni mon état de santé, mon bien-être au mien, et tout ce que j'aurais voulu.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. I'm thrilled to welcome you to Take Action for Adolescents, a call to action for adolescent health and well-being. We'll begin in a moment, but first, just a few logistical items. First, please introduce yourself in the chat with your name, what country you're from, and what organization or school you're affiliated with. And you'll find that first icon on the top right corner is the chat. And then please post questions in the second icon on the top right, the Q&A section. And most importantly, for access to interpretation, use the audio interpretation button at the bottom right of the video with the alphabets. My name is Jessica Swafford Marcella, and I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Population Affairs and the Director of the Office of Adolescent Health at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, also known as HHS. The Office of Population Affairs advises HHS leadership on a wide range of reproductive and adolescent health topics, including teen pregnancy prevention and family planning. I'm so pleased to be here today to provide a preview of Take Action for Adolescents, a call to action for adolescent health and well-being. I'll review how the plan was developed, who was involved in creating it, our vision and goals for the plan, and how the plan is organized to spur action. So listen, as a public health official, former health advocate, and a parent of 2 children who will soon be adolescents, I know how critically important it is to make sure that young people are thriving now, when they become adults, and into the future, when many of them may be parents or guardians of the next generation. This is what the Lancet Commission called the triple dividend that will come from investing in adolescent health. With this triple dividend in mind, my staff has been working diligently with a wide array of youth and adult experts to craft an action plan to promote, improve, and sustain investments in adolescent health and well-being. When we talk about adolescent health and well-being, we're thinking about more than access to and utilization of healthcare services. This new action plan or call to action articulates a vision that all adolescents in the United States have the safety, support, and resources to thrive, be healthy, and have equitable opportunity to realize their full potential. The breadth and scope of this vision requires intentional collaboration and coordination across all levels of society, including government and non-government agencies, working in concert with young people themselves, parents and legal representatives of young people, educators, clinicians, researchers, academics, advocates, and other youth-serving professionals. The vision is very ambitious, but it's one I think we can and should work together to achieve. So note, we have built this plan on a foundation of research and a set of key cross-cutting principles. They are full and timely access to health and social services, focusing on agency so that young people can make or influence decisions about their lives and set their own goals. Health equity is at the center of everything we do. Meaningful youth engagement is paramount. Positive youth development, defined as building on young people's strengths and potential rather than seeing them as a collection of problems to be solved. Quality in healthcare and social services. And perhaps most importantly, taking a whole person approach that addresses all aspects of a young person's life rather than individual behaviors or symptoms. So I want to take just a moment to talk about what we did, because OPA undertook a deliberate, iterative process to obtain the most important, timely, and useful information on adolescent health and well-being to serve really as the foundation for this call to action. We conducted a scan of the current literature on adolescent health and well-being, an environmental scan of adolescent health and well-being programs and initiatives in the federal and non-federal sector. These data sources for the environmental scan included prior work completed by OPA, including adolescent health campaigns and partner webinars, reviewing bibliographies and existing literature, hosting a series of listening sessions, and then really calling through seminal reports and strategic plans on child and adolescent health and well-being. We then conducted a qualitative research study consisting of interviews and focus groups that delivered findings on the current state and future vision of adolescent health. And the findings were based on the insights and perspectives of youth-serving professionals, academics, researchers, clinicians, advocates, parents, and a diverse group of young people from around the U.S. In conducting this work, we centered the diverse experiences and knowledge of adults who work with young people and adolescents themselves. I think it's really notable to say that our qualitative research involved 102 participants from multiple sectors, representing 9 stakeholder groups with data from 16 focus groups and 18. All is to say, we had a number of conversations. And I'm really proud to say that young people made up 24% of the study sample. Because as we said at the outset, it is so critical to get the experience and expertise of young people themselves as we're thinking about adolescent health and well-being. And I'll say the adult participants shared their expertise in mental health, sexual and reproductive health, serving historically underserved groups such as LGBTQI plus youth and youth with disabilities and more. And many of the leading experts in adolescent health and development in the U.S. participated. And so we are grateful for everyone's contributions. When I distill this down to what we learned, I think the study findings highlighted just a couple things which I want to touch on. First, addressing unmet basic needs, the harmful policies and pervasive systemic challenges to support all young people, advance health equity, and address those challenges to help adolescents thrive now into adulthood. There was a real emphasis on providing more mental health resources and services to youth, as poor mental health can lead to negative outcomes and impact young people's ability to thrive. There was consistent findings around standardized and destigmatized sexual health education and information that is accessible to all young people. We saw that there was true need for supportive, trusting, and culturally competent adults who have the young people they serve and will listen to them and understand them. And perhaps, unsurprisingly, there was really a focus on education and training and additional resources to help adults work with young people to be more effective in their work. I should say this action plan includes the vision statement I shared earlier, key principles, goals, opportunities and challenge, and a set of specific actions. So it is a very meaty document that we hope that people will use in communities themselves. And the plan recognizes that young people's healthy development is interconnected with their environments, including their schools, families, and communities, and that caring adults from many sectors can play a role in helping them successfully transition to adulthood. So really, it's designed to sort of motivate, energize, and inspire anyone who has a role supporting young people to customize and implement the action steps. I mean, ideally, the plan will serve as a template for caring adults to create their own action plans that address the needs of adolescents they serve or youth serving adolescents they train and support. I just want to say one more time, I noted at the outset that the development of this plan was iterative, and here's what I mean. While drafting and revising the plan, we held multiple engagement sessions with allies and partners to obtain their valuable perspective and input. We obtained this feedback in virtual interactive sessions with government agency partners, with young people, and with staff from national youth serving organizations, and even state policy agencies. I have talked about how we engaged researchers, academics, clinicians, and advocates, all of whom actually reviewed and added to the action plan's draft action steps. The graphic here depicts some of the many U.S. government agencies that provided feedback, and I also want to note that we held a virtual youth town hall in May of this year to get input from a diverse group of young people from across the country to make sure that it resonated. We worked collaboratively with our government colleagues, state and local youth serving organizations and programs, other health and social service providers, parents and youth experts. And that's really how we developed the set of 8 goals and action steps aligned with each goal. And the goals, opportunities, and challenges and actions are built on the foundation of the vision and key principles. So I feel like before we turn it over to our session, I want to do a couple more things, which is 1, highlight the goals themselves, because this truly is designed to empower all adolescents to be well and thrive. And so each goal is actually described in a short introductory paragraph and has a line set of opportunities and challenges and an initial set of actions really intended to advance the goal and improve what we're hoping to seek. So as you can see sort of here laid out on the slide, we have a goal around eliminating disparities to advance health equity, increasing youth agency and youth engagement, ensuring access to safe and supportive environments, expanding access to healthcare and social services, increasing system coordination and collaboration within and across systems, strengthening training and support for caring adults, improving health information and health literacy, and finally supporting and translating and disseminating research. The action plan and its action steps are not prescriptive or exhaustive. They are meant to be a starting point for further brainstorming, for cooperation and collaboration across disciplines and sectors. And they're meant to be for use at different levels of government and community that affect young people. Really, it's meant to inspire everyone who cares about young people to take action to ensure that they have a healthy future. So that completes the overview of the action plan. But now, before we transition to our panel discussion, I'd like to share some of the work that OPA has been doing to walk the walk on meaningful youth engagement. For the last 3 years, we have asked young people ages 13 to 21 that participate in our grant programs to share their thoughts and experiences with us about the pandemic, their health, and what it's like to be an adolescent today. They submitted poetry, fine and digital art, videos, and original songs, and these submissions are presented in their original form to retain the young people's authentic voice. So you can see the 2023 submissions on our website and a compilation video on the OPA YouTube channel. But now I'd like to share a brief compilation video with you all. Thank you.
Youth Create is an annual celebration of youth expression, featuring work from youth participants in the Office of Population Affairs, or OPA's National Teen Pregnancy Prevention and Title X Family Planning grant programs. In 2023, OPA received more than 40 submissions from across the United States. They shared their thoughts on health in their communities, what is important to them, and their vision of a healthy future. Here's some of what they had to say. Young people candidly shared the health challenges they face and observe within their communities.
In my pictures, there are fruits and vegetables that are bright and full of abundance, the contrast to the stores that are in lower income.
Is this okay? Do you want to do this? Do you want me to stop? Can I?
I spent my life shielding my scars from prying eyes. I spent my life putting on a new mask each day to create the perfect facade.
I don't have no escape in this world. I have no peace.
I wanted to address mental health in the community in a way that highlights its hardships while also portraying the subjects in a more human way.
Young people cope with these challenges in a variety of ways, some of them personal.
During tough times, I pray and meditate and try to get myself through the situation, and I think adults can help by just being there mentally.
When I am going through a tough time, I always go to my art. I find peace in drawing and painting and being creative.
Taking chances, exchanging glances.
I began to play the violin once again and started to be a part of the community. My connection with music has given me so much inspiration to help others and my communities to recover from the pandemic these past few years.
Youth also rely on their communities to support their health.
I have come to value having and being involved in a community more, building bonds that last through thick and thin.
One thing in my community that's very important to me is having programs like this that help out teens learn new things and build bonds with each other.
I have come to recognize that I am not living this life alone.
In addition to their observations of today, young people also have big visions for their future and their health.
We are each born with a brilliance that becomes our life's purpose to discover.
A healthy future means we live in a society that values the youth because they are who controls what happens in the years to come.
Finding a balance between all of the things you enjoy in life and finding peace with both sides of the elements to your life.
I've been told that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and I've spent years looking for that beholder. And in the blink of an eye, I now know who it is. Me.
And as our flowers grow and grow to overcome adversity, bringing it back to the allotment, our little puddle will also become an ocean of opportunities. A healthy world to me and others is a place where our home is safe and never harmed.
Thank you again to all the young people who submitted this year. Check out the rest of their work on the OPA website.
Wonderful. And now it is my distinct pleasure to facilitate our panel discussion. We are welcomed by Micah Palacios, by Kimberly Waller, Dr. Carol Ford, and Dr. Paratosh Kaul. And so this is really the meat of the conversation. And I'm going to start with you first, Micah. So apologies for putting you on the spot. And then I welcome other panelists to join in. But like, which key health and well-being issues face young people in the US today? You are a young person. Tell us your perspective.
Yeah, so when I think about this question, I instantly think of mental health, specifically kind of depression and anxiety young people are facing today. We really saw it in the pandemic, youth being isolated at home from their friends and their family. But then I think also looking at social determinants of health, maybe youth not having a safe environment, lacking the support system they have. And I think that's really important when making and providing resources for youth.
That's fantastic. How about you, Dr. Kaul or Dr. Ford? You all have been adolescent medicine folks for years and years. You're working with young people day in and day out. What do you see and what do you believe?
Well, this is Dr. Ford. I'll speak up. I agree. Emotional health, the clear priorities for all the reasons we've just heard. And I think it's not only depression, anxiety, things that we worry about, but also helping young people with emotional intelligence and problem solving and skills building, and essentially creating spaces for them to develop self-confidence and the courage they need to face the years ahead. I think we also need to remember physical health and sexual and reproductive health. So the focus on emotional health doesn't mean that we pay less attention to the other domains, but I agree that emotional health right now appears to be the priority in our country.
Hey, thanks. This is Paritosh Kaul. Thank you for inviting us. I would agree with what Marcella said and Dr. Ford said. What I would add is this whole person care. That is something which is important. Because it encompasses both the emotional and the physical and sexual reproductive health. The second thing, which I think is a focus on on positive youth development, on positivity, those kind of strength-based, what we call strength-based literature, using that. I think so. Those are really important things, and I know that in the report we've mentioned that teenagers, adolescents are often seen as problems and not as as something that they are a great source of resources for us, as the program just showed us. So I think so that positive youth development, physical and emotional health, but also their sexual and reproductive health, all within the concept of whole person care and creating safe environments for them.
And Kimberly, over to you. Obviously, the Family and Youth Services Bureau does a lot of work with young people, and you yourself have even a lot of experience and expertise with particular populations like runaway and homeless youth. So what would you offer to this conversation?
Yeah, thank you so much, Jessica. Wonderful answers. Completely agree with all the things that have been stated already. The addition that I would bring to the table here is how exciting it is that the conversation is focused specifically on youth and young adults. So often our both mental and physical healthcare systems have been developed with a very kind of adult-centric focus that may or may not be the best tools, services, and care for youth and young adults. So it's really exciting to see this conversation really focus on young people and what young people are saying that they need and that would help them thrive.
And, just a follow-up question, first to Kimberly and then to everyone else. Like, when you look at the 8 action plan goals, which do you find most important and why?
Yeah, I think this is a hard question for me to answer because they are all so important and valuable to the conversation. They're also very intersectional. So you can't really succeed if you don't focus on both engaging young people and understanding what young people need, and also focusing on eliminating health disparities and focusing on ending systemic barriers and systemic inequities across our systems. And of course, you need coordination and collaboration across all of our systems. Unfortunately, government agencies and systems oftentimes function in silos, and that's just not how anybody lives. It's not how young people live. And so really focusing on eliminating those silos. And the one other thing that I would also bring up, I know I'm not answering just one specific goal, but it's really great to see that coordination with adults who are providing the services and really creating a space where adults are also supported and trained and understand that this is a learning journey, that it never stops, and that it's really important that we continue to evolve our systems and our responses to meet the needs of all young people. Jessica mentioned that my office works with youth experiencing homelessness, and there are a lot of specific populations and special populations that really need to have a voice at the table and really need specialized services. So just excited about all of these goals. It's hard to answer that question, so I kind of went for a few.
I appreciate it. Okay, now I'm turning to you, Dr. Call. You're being put on the spot. Which of the goals is most important and why?
I think, Jessica, I know you're a very fair person, but this is a really not so fair question. And I've struggled with this question for the past, since I've seen the action plan. I'm going to say if there's one thing we could do to really make a difference for the bang for the buck, it would be the first one, elimination of healthcare disparities. Because when we talk about health disparities, we are talking of every way and touching youth lives, touching agencies, touching healthcare providers, touching health researchers, the whole kind of everything. It's at that core. I think so. It's health disparities. So I'm actually going to say health disparities. If there's one thing we could all do together, it would be to eliminate health disparities, and it would result in a ripple effect.
Dr. Ford, your turn.
Yeah, it's tough because all of them are really important and there is a lot of intersectionality. I think that really as a doctor and a parent and an editor-in-chief of the Journal of Adolescent Health, which is the professional journal, science-based journal produced by SAM, Society for Adolescent Health and Medicine, I'm going to have to go with the goal focused on research and evidence and supporting evaluation and dissemination of research and evidence and best practices, because it's important that when we invest, we use what's the best available information we have to make sure that our investments have the outcomes that we want them to have, that the young people actually benefit. And as I've gone through my career and my life as a parent and as a journal editor, I just realized that having the best available information available to inform your decisions makes a lot of difference in terms of whether your efforts and your investments actually have the outcomes that you want. So I feel this age group really deserves to have evidence and research informed strategies implemented, and avoiding kind of feel-good interventions that we don't know if they have any impact at all, which means that we also need more research because we don't have enough. But we have a lot more than we did several decades ago. We've made major advances in understanding how to best use our efforts. So I would have to go with that as a core goal, but it clearly supports all the other goals.
And finally to you, Micah, which one rises to the top? And then I want to ask you a follow-up question, which is around how you think young people can play a role in sort of co-designing and implementing, the policies and the programs and the research affects them.
Yeah. So I think looking at the goals as everyone else, it was super hard, but goal number 3 stood out the most. The goal is ensure access to safe and supportive environments. I grew up in the 4-H youth development program, and that supported a big foundation of well-being for myself and for others as well. I think young people need physical and emotional safety to develop and thrive for the future, and these environments promote mental health and they reduce stress and encourage healthy development and in the long run. And I think for the follow-up question, can you repeat it again? Because I had my thought in the very beginning.
Yeah, of course. No,
but I
absolutely.
lost track because I got so excited.
Absolutely. So the question was, what roles can young people play in like co-designing or implementing policies and programs and research that affects them? And the reason why I asked the question, right, is like we have these huge overarching important goals that are very broad in nature, very complex, and yet we want to center young people in all of the work that we do. And so just sort of from your experience, the ways in which you think that we could engage young people or that other folks should be engaging young people and how to co-design and implement, I think is really valuable in terms of recommendations and insights.
Yeah, I think town halls with youth are a great starting point because you get their perspective and they give, and I think overall youth and adult partnerships work so well in creating collaborations because as youth, we get to say our ideas and be in the process of it, but then the adults are there to guide, and you just create overall mentorship with each other, and you just create something so much bigger than I think just with one. It could just be one person, but with multiple people, it can just grow so much. And I think this action plan really shows that.
Kimberly, you're an administrator. You probably have some experience here about co-designing with young people. What are your words of wisdom?
Yeah, Micah, that's a really great answer. I would add really the importance of co-designing from the very beginning with youth and young adults at the table, and really positioning youth and young adults and empowering youth and young adults with the knowledge needed to be able to be key advocates at the table. And I think, from the very beginning, incorporating young people's ideas, young people's expertise, and thoughts and guidance along the way. And as you continue to design and implement whatever that might be, if it's a program that you're designing, a curriculum that you're designing, perhaps changing a policy, having young people be part of those conversations from the very, very beginning throughout the planning stage and into implementation. And then importantly, making a plan for continued quality improvement that includes youth voice in that part of the process. Even, launching something and beginning implementation is really important, but continuing to evolve and change as needed in response to what young people are saying, and their thoughts and ideas is equally as important. So really taking young people's voices and expertise from beginning to end and empowering young people with the knowledge that they need to really be key advocates and leaders alongside adults.
Fantastic. Dr. Ford, I want to start the next question with you because you've highlighted the many hats that you wear. You said you're a parent. Obviously, you've been editor-in-chief. You are a physician by training. How can we ensure collaboration to promote adolescent health and well-being? How do we start to break down, the many layers of silos that exist?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think finding common ground is really an important strategy. And you can usually find nice common ground, particularly when you think about involving young people's voices and their parents and adult caregivers, and have kind of a micro as well as a macro strategy. So the idea when you really hear from young people and people who take care of young people, no matter what the setting, and parents and caregivers, and you usually can find common ground, even in politically volatile areas, and that can be really a wonderful place to build from. And so I think it's important to know the political environment and the complexities, but it's really important to also have young people speak and people who care for them about what they're facing in the real world. And I think that you can usually find common ground around most areas that you can start from. I think then also this idea of having allies and partners that are very diverse and from a broad spectrum of society is also really important, because you can definitely make a lot more progress when you have built your really coalition of partners and allies with common ground, and you stand together and you really advocate for what the young people need.
So true. Dr. Call, I'm coming to you. How can we ensure collaboration? What have you learned in your experience?
So I kind of echo what Dr. Ford is mentioning. I think so for me, the three key principles would be: first is to learn. See, we can actually work together to ensure collaboration, is because when we are open to learning, we're open to listening, and coming from that spirit of being really inclusive. Can we hear every voice? Do we want to hear every voice? I mean, they seem to be philosophical questions. At the same time, this is core to really ensuring collaboration so that we are not working in silos. And I think so, this forum and the report that you have created, that has been created by your office, Jessica, is an example of how we've collaborated. You have invited youth voices, you've had listening sessions, and I think so. It might not seem the perfect, but I think so. This is an excellent building or a roadmap of how we could collaborate together across agencies, across people that care for adolescents and young adults, and that common, the North Star being the health and well-being of adolescents and young adults. I'm unsure if I've answered your question, but that's how I think we could proceed and work together.
Absolutely. No, that was fantastic. So just, refining a little bit now, since both Kimberly and I are actually administrators, I turn back to you, Kimberly, to ask the hard question about how can policymakers, and I'll expand it a little bit, and youth serving professionals best support adolescents?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest key area here is, and this is kind of building on the prior question, is what are your goals and how are you building your coalition to move that forward? And importantly, who is at the table and who is missing from the table? Do you have culturally specific organizations at the table bringing in diverse and equitable focuses? Do you have youth and young adults from diverse backgrounds who are at the table and leading the charge there, and really identifying what's your core mission and what are your goals that you want to accomplish and achieve over the next year? Tools like this plan are really, really helpful to policymakers, to administrators, and to community organizations, so that we are all working together in lockstep towards similar goals and doing it in similar ways, with youth engagement, with a focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And so really being laser focused on what it is that we want to achieve together and how are we doing that, and do we have the right people at the table to get it accomplished?
Micah, I'd like to ask from your perspective the same question. From where you sit, and you are such a strong and tremendous advocate for young people, how can policymakers and youth serving professionals best support adolescents?
Yeah, I think having youth on boards, like in your organization, youth councils, to help make these decisions and get perspectives. I think the previous panelists said it head on. Make sure the diversity of youth and having different people from all across the world, or to bring those different perspectives, because then you can get a better shape for maybe a policy or direct for program that you want to create, and you can just see different get different perspectives, because I think when you can have sometimes really tunnel vision and maybe, okay, this is what they want to hear, but when you bring several youth together, and adults, they can just create something so much bigger, and maybe because I think it's always ever changing, so you don't want to just stick with one, always looking at multiple directions.
That's really great. You know, what Dr. Ford said struck something for me, and it's really around allies and partners. So I open it up to anyone in the conversation who'd like to react. But what do you think is the best way for our allies and partners to engage with and disseminate this call to action and the Take Action Toolkit?
I can jump in first. I think raising awareness is a really important first step. So it's upon all of us to ensure that the information is shared. It's shared broadly. It's shared with a diverse set of community partners, and that the conversation starts or continues depending on where each community and country is on their conversations in this space. So really, I think raising awareness, sharing information, and beginning or continuing the conversation is a bit of the step one. And I'll kick it over to other panelists to add.
I would say it's really important to talk about past successes and things that have worked, so that people understand that even though this work may seem overwhelming and impossible, it's not. We've had good successes with efforts that have made big improvements in adolescent and young adult health. And so explaining that it is possible to do this and giving models, I think, will help people realize that it's important work that's going to make a difference. And you have strategies that can guide smart choices in terms of your actions so that you actually make a real difference. And that's very empowering.
I like what.
Go ahead, please, Dr. Call.
No, I would agree exactly with both what Kimberly said and what Carol said. I would also add to that is the same principle that you asked us earlier of how can we collaborate. The same principles. And I think so one thing which would be important is to share just what Dr. Ford mentioned, the success stories, share the evidence, share the commonality, those common grounds, and then look at it as a journey and not as a destination. Each community, each person, each organization is in a different place, and to accept that they're on a journey, and this whole process is a journey driven and not a destination driven thing. So just kind of to keep that focus would be really helpful, would motivate people, talk to them about strength based, about positive youth development. That would kind of really help them to get. And I think so one key component is patience. Adolescents and those of us who care for adolescents, I can speak for myself, we tend to be a little impatient. I do. I want immediate impact right now. And things that are sustainable will take time, and we need to allow things to evolve on their own. Thanks.
I actually think those are really beautiful, thoughtful words to end on this part of our panel discussion. So thank you so much to all of our panelists, Dr. Ford, Dr. Call, Kimberly, Micah, really thoughtful, helpful commentary. And I want to take just a few more moments now for the part of the discussion that really engages the audience, because throughout the process we have offered sort of a Q&A box. And so now I will share some of those questions to get your insights and thoughts. And I will join into as I see the questions. So one of the questions actually, and I will answer this one, is, can you make this an all of government plan and bring these priorities to USAID health and development funding streams too? And so I think that is an excellent question. And I really want to note, our intention throughout has been that this would be truly a plan that could be used by anyone. Part of our work has been with more than 25 federal agencies participating in the Interagency Working Group on Youth, and several non-HHS agencies were involved in crafting and refining the plan. It is also not lost on us that we chose to sort of launch or discuss this call to action at a global forum, because increasingly we're recognizing the importance of learning the insights from across the world. As we lead up to the 30-year anniversary of ICPD, we really see that people are sort of reinvigorating their focus on how we support adolescent health and well-being. And I know that the pandemic really laid bare for people that we need to take a whole of adolescent, whole person approach to what we're doing. And so I think this is truly an opportunity for us to continue to say that this is the foundation, but there is so much more. And we really welcome working with our colleagues across the U.S. government and colleagues across the world with respect to how we implement, because it's really about driving towards the same vision. Okay, the next question I see is, how does OPA plan to engage civil society organizations from Africa in implementing the plan? So I will actually take this one too. I have the distinct pleasure of actually working with HHS's Office of Global Affairs on a gender equity and human rights portfolio. And I think we are looking to have as many civil society consultations as possible to recognizing the power of the existing multilateral forums. So, for example, coming up even next week in Geneva is sort of the UN Convention on Civil and Political Rights. There will be civil society organizations there. And I think in the ways in which we work very closely with regional partners to get feedback, we will continue to solicit that information because it's so important. And I will also say, we welcome the direct outreach, because I think there's so much to be learned and we really want this to be successful. And then the last question that I see right now, and I'm sorry, these were all questions really for OPA, so I can answer them all, is how does OPA plan to judge whether positive progress is being made? And the good news is that this is actually a great transition point, because we will be covering some metrics when we talk about implementation now. So I think this is actually my cue and a really great place to switch to that point and to the final PowerPoint as I close us out. So let me pull that up now. So again, thanks to everyone for those who were really inspiring in that roundtable conversation and the inspiring insights. Here's about what's happening next. In addition to this call to action, we have developed accompanying Take Action Toolkit. And so really this toolkit is meant to be a customizable document that is designed so our allies and partners can use it in concert with the call to action. So like the toolkit features tips, it has action planning tools, worksheets, and roadmaps to help partners gather input from young people and the adults that support them. It allows them to set their own goals and identify strategies so that they can align their efforts and take action, because that is the driving force here. So the toolkit will include a section of key resources that were made to develop, and others will assist with plan implementation. And so the resources listed here, as you can see on the screen, are just some of those examples. And OPA will be developing fact sheets and promotional materials, including downloadable social media assets, so that allies and partners can use them and customize them in implementing the plan in different settings. And all of these materials will be posted on our OPA website in late October, and we'll put the URL in the chat. In addition to sharing the action plan and the Take Action Toolkit on our website and via social media, we plan to take this on the road. So in the new year, we plan to travel across the U.S. to meet with young people and adults that care and support for them, to talk about how they can put the plans, goals, and action steps into action and create some new action steps that resonate in their communities. And we're also going to work with select national youth serving organizations to provide specific technical assistance and support around this collaborative implementation process. So over the next year, we'll be working closely with those experts to craft also an adolescent health research agenda, because what we recognize is we really need to strengthen our knowledge base and inform programs and activities. And so this process will involve convening youth and experts in adolescent health again, really to identify research gaps and innovative research methods, and really to expand the research to address the needs of underserved youth and actively involve youth in the co-design, as we talked about, around research evaluations and program evaluations and research projects. And we'll also be working with colleagues inside and outside of government and across from the U.S. in the effort, just as we did in crafting the call to action. So just to the point about metrics, all of that is going to be part of our technical assistance work. And I will say we have accomplished a lot, but there is still so much to do to ensure that our young people flourish and thrive. They are absolutely our future, and we must do our best to make sure they are equipped to embrace it. So in the final minute, I want to thank all of you who logged on today to hear about Take Action for Adolescents. Again, I want to thank our esteemed colleagues and panelists about the important insights they shared, and more importantly, their ongoing commitment to making this call to action a success. I am holding everyone to it. And for those of you who are engaging for the first time around this important endeavor, we really welcome your partnership as allies, as community members, as experts on what we can and should be doing. There are so many people who work so hard day in and day out in supporting adolescent health and well-being, and so it is a true privilege and honor to be working among you all in this endeavor. And with that, I thank you for today's session and really value this opportunity. Thanks so much and have a wonderful day.
Like the ability to pivot in order to give meaning to learning and to boost motivation. Let's make sure we don't hold back the talent of our generation while waiting to arrive at the problems of tomorrow. Instead, let's enable all young people to be actively learning and working on the problems of today so that we can fix them now. Here's to Gen Z.
Hello everyone, I'm Daniel, and I'm here to share with you new evidence that shows exactly why we need more attention and more investment in adolescent well-being. Now, we all know that campaigning needs strong facts to back up our voices. So now, for the first time, the BMJ, a leading academic journal, has released the first of a two-part collection on adolescent well-being. The best bit is that young people's views are at the heart of the series, so let's say hello to my fellow incredible young researchers who took part in this important work.
Hello everyone.
Now, we asked for your questions on this series and put them to our young research team.
It is understood that every government has to balance what they spend their money on. However, we do know that for every $1 spent on adolescent well-being, there's a return of $5 to $12, because if young people are healthy, educated, and have access to opportunities, they are much more likely to contribute positively to society. In this vein, governments can not only save money, but can also yield higher returns on their investment by making the decision to invest in young people today. That being said, it is necessary to note that the most important reason for investing in adolescent well-being is that this is their basic human rights. And as such, it is the duty of governments to plan for, support, and address adolescent well-being.
There are
5 domains of well-being that mattered to young people. Number 1, good health and nutrition. Between 2003 and 2015, adolescents accounted for 11% of the global burden of disease, but they actually only received 1.6% in terms of development assistance. We are calling for more financial investments for young people. Number 2, connectedness and community. Having a sense of belonging, good social, mental, and emotional support was linked to better health outcomes. We're calling to strengthen community and connectedness for youth worldwide. Number 3, safety and support. In 2018, 1 in every 3 girls between the ages of 15 and 19 suffered from a form of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse from an intimate partner. Unfortunately, we know that the pandemic made this much worse. We're calling for a safe environment, free from harm and violence, so we can live a life free from fear. Number 4, education and employment. Globally, 1 in 5 young people between the ages of 15 and 24 is not in employment, education, or training. Unfortunately, this is twice as likely to affect young women than young men. We're calling for all young people around the world to have access to school or training, especially girls and women, so that we can be financially independent, have control over our futures, and contribute to our communities. And finally, number 5, agency and resilience. We know our needs and rights, and we know how to advocate for them. We also know that what gets measured gets counted. So we are calling for stronger systems for accountability to measure progress, and platforms for our voices to be heard.
The Adolescent Wellbeing BMJ collection was co-written by young people, which is pretty key given that the collection built on technical papers to promote adolescent well-being. It was particularly important to have voices from the Global South because all too often research is produced in the absence of these voices. Beyond being involved in the writing itself, young people were consulted to determine the priority themes or domains of a BMJ collection. All in all, young researchers had the opportunity to share their expertise about issues that matter to them.
Climate change is already affecting our lives, putting at risk our physical and mental health and well-being, and exactly how it does so is covered throughout the series. We also focus on how health communities are in a unique position to tackle climate change, such as through evidence generation, net zero healthcare efforts, but also crucially by collaborating with adolescents on advocacy on how climate change is impacting their well-being.
Thank you, fellow researchers. The series has been 18 months in the making, and we are so delighted to be launching it now, especially because we know there's a force for change right here with us. So whether you're speaking with your head teacher, member of parliament, or president, we hope you can use this evidence to campaign for adolescent well-being. We can't wait to hear how this is being used, so let us know. There's so much more information on the campaign platform at 1.8.org. Thank you.
Unite! Rise!
Hi everyone. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to give it a minute for us to see if we can have other people join us, and then we'll start. Okay. Thank you, thank you. The timer is not moving. Okay, hi everyone. Welcome. Welcome to this session organized by Guttmacher Institute. at the Global Forum for Adolescents. Today we'll be focusing on evidence-based advocacy approaches by and for young people to prioritize adolescent sexual and reproductive health. My name is Lilibet Namakula. I'll be our moderator for today. My day-to-day job is I'm the team leader at Public Health Ambassadors Uganda. Public Health Ambassadors Uganda is a youth-led and a youth-serving organization, and we focus on issues of sexual and reproductive health, HIV, youth empowerment programs, health education, social enterprise, and everything good and everything important for adolescents and young people. I'm happy to have all of us here. We are excited about this session because we're going to preview new findings from the Guttmacher Institute. And this is going to concentrate on the costs and benefits of investing in sexual and reproductive health services, especially for adolescents, and especially looking at contraceptive services. So another thing that makes this session unique is that we're going to hear from 3 youth-led groups about how they have previously used this sort of evidence to successfully advocate for stronger adolescent sexual and reproductive health policies and programs, both at the national and local levels. We're not just picking from one point of the world. We have organized these groups from different parts of the world. So we have the YP Foundation in India, we have the TAYA in Ethiopia, and we have the IYAFP, which works in many parts of the world. So they're all across the world, but we have one common vision: sexual and reproductive health and rights for all young people. So you'll be able to see their full names and bios in the platform, but also we'll be able to hear from you through a poll in a little while. So please don't leave it up to us. We would like to hear your opinion. We'd like to hear what work you're doing. So share with us everything and prepare your questions in advance because we'll be taking questions at the end. Okay, so now I would like for us to go straight into our first presentation or first panelist. And the first one will be Beth Sally from the Guttmacher Institute. Beth Sally is going to share some new evidence on the costs and benefits of investing in providing adolescents with the contraceptive services that they need. Beth, take it away.
Thank you, Lilibet. My name is Beth Sully, and I'm a principal research scientist at the Guttmacher Institute. I'm excited to join you all today to preview our latest evidence from Adding It Up 2023 on the sexual and reproductive health and rights of adolescents. Next slide, please. In this brief presentation, I'm going to show the need, impact, and cost of providing essential contraceptive services to adolescent women ages 15 to 19 in 130 low and middle income countries. I'll present our exciting new results on the immense impact that could be achieved by investing in contraceptive services for adolescent women, what it costs to provide these services at internationally defined standards of care, and the additional investment that is required to meet all of adolescents' need. These are a preview of findings that are going to be released in early 2024 that will document a much broader range of sexual and reproductive health service needs among adolescents. Together, these are services that can ensure adolescents can decide whether and when to have children, to experience safe pregnancy and delivery, to have healthy newborns, and to have a safe and satisfying sexual life. I'm going to focus today on the global level for all low and middle income countries together, but later next year, all of the country data that's similar to what I'll present today will be available. Let's dive in. Next slide, please. So in 2023, 34 million adolescent women in low and middle income countries wanted to avoid a pregnancy. Among them, 41%, or 14 million, had an unmet need for modern contraceptive methods. That means they were either not using any method of contraception or were using a traditional method. The unmet need among adolescents is almost 2 times higher than it is among all women of reproductive age. Next slide, please. There are also wide disparities in unmet need for modern methods among adolescents across countries. 57% of adolescents in low-income countries, that's the bar you can see on the far left, have an unmet need for modern contraception, compared to only 22% in upper-income countries in the far right bar. Next slide, please. When we look in more detail, we can see that among the 41% of adolescents in low and middle income countries with an unmet need for modern contraception, so this is the orange bar that you see on the right of the screen, among them 7% are actually using a traditional method of contraception. However, 34% are using no method at all. The 59% of adolescents that do have their contraceptive needs met, so that's the teal bar on the left-hand side, among them, we can see that the majority are using short-acting methods, with condoms followed by pills, patches, and rings being the most commonly used methods among adolescents. Next slide, please. With almost 2/3 of adolescents using modern methods relying on short-acting methods, it's not surprising that the private sector actually plays a really critical role in meeting adolescents' contraceptive care needs. The data here presented are for 36 low and middle income countries where survey data is available on the source where adolescents obtain their contraceptive method. On the top graph, you can see that 45% of adolescents got their method from a non-public source, so that's the lighter blue bar, which is just slightly more than among all women of reproductive age. However, when you look just among adolescents by the methods they were using, the bottom 2 bars on this graph, you can see that adolescents using long-acting methods rely heavily on the public sector as their main source of contraceptive care, while adolescents who are using short-acting contraceptive methods are going quite frequently to the private sector as their point of care. Next slide, please. When there are gaps in meeting adolescents' contraceptive needs, we know this increases the risk of unintended pregnancy. Among the 20 million pregnancies among adolescents in low and middle income countries each year, 9.7 million of them are unintended, and 5.2 million end in abortions, most of which are unsafe. Next slide. If all unmet need for modern contraceptive care were met in low and middle income countries for adolescents, there would be declines of 61% among unintended pregnancies. So this means a drop from 9.7 million unintended pregnancies each year down to 3.8 million. And we would see changes too in the outcomes of these unintended pregnancies. Unplanned births would drop from 3.3 million to 1.2 million. Unsafe abortions would drop from 3.4 million to 1.3 million. And miscarriages and stillbirths would drop from 1.1 million to under 500,000. Next slide, please. It currently costs $449 million annually to meet adolescents' contraceptive need for services in low and middle income countries. If all adolescents' needs were to be met, this would require an additional investment of $602 million annually, resulting in a total cost of $1 billion each year to meet adolescents' contraceptive needs in low and middle income countries. This includes the costs of contraceptive commodities, the health staff time to provide care, and the larger health systems costs necessary to support contraceptive services, such as training and infrastructure. Next slide, please. Here you can see the breakdown of where that additional investment of $602 million is needed across subregions, where the greatest investments are necessary in sub-Saharan Africa, in Southern Asia, and in South America. Next slide, please. We're giving today just a short preview of our new Adolescent Adding It Up 2023 findings, and I invite you to come join us next year and check out the full set of results that we'll be sharing, as well as country-level data. This will include a larger package of services, country data on the need, impact, and cost, and other tools to really support adolescents in advocating for their essential right to sexual and reproductive health services. And with that, I want to turn it over to the experts and the advocates who are really leading the way with this. I'll hand it back to Lilibet, and I'm really excited with the conversation with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Beth has painted the picture. The data is there, the need is there. Now we want to hear from the different people that have actually been using this data and what it has done for the different young people that are across the world. So next we'll move on to Peace. Peace is from IYAFP, and she's going to be talking to us for a few minutes just to share. And Peace, I would like to ask you, how have you used the evidence from adding it up in the past? And how has it been influential in the work that you're doing? Over to you, Peace.
Thank you so much for your question. From what has been shared, IYAFP used adding up data in the past to conduct advocacy to various countries across Africa. So we conducted advocacies in Rwanda, Albania, and in Malawi, but because of time and for the sake of context, I will just focus on what we did in Malawi. So in Malawi, we advocated for determination of the pregnancy bill 2021 to be passed, and that bill would have reduced the restriction to access of abortion, safe abortion care, and services. So what we did was to go into the communities and speak to students, university students. We spoke to and we were able to conduct advocacy on that level. So we spoke to young people. We were able to educate them on the importance of safe abortion services, and we were also able to speak to some members of the parliament where we advocated also on the importance of safe abortion services and how it would make the health of young women improve. We were also able to perform social media campaigns. We shared data from this research, and adolescents and young people were able to use that data to advocate for their own health. From what we did, we were able to generate movement. In as much as the bill was not passed, we were able to generate movement with young people. So we built a movement with other youth-led organizations that were in Malawi waiting for safe abortion healthcare services too. Another thing we were able to do was to push for safe abortion in the social media space. So the terms safe abortion became more public. People were able to discuss more about it. We were able to share ideas, share knowledge on the internet. We were also able to engage young people because of data. So we had this evidence and data. Young people were able to also advocate for their own rights. They were able to share findings. They were able to, put it out on platforms and see the importance of this information and how it can help them to ensure that their SRH and rights are achieved. So this was how we used this data in Malawi. So thank you, Beth.
Okay, thank you, Peace. I think you have shared how it looks like to have information that is not only supporting young people in one country, but three. From the lessons that we have picked up from Malawi, as you have shared, it's important to use different platforms and to give young people an avenue for them to also speak for themselves, to be able to reach out to the decision makers. Okay, so next let's talk to Semaria. Semaria, which of the components of the adding it up findings are particularly compelling in your advocacy work?
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Samaria Nagash from TAIA, formerly known as Talent Use Association. So one of the most compelling evidence on adding it up is the unmet need for modern contraception is higher among adolescent women than the ones that are unmarried and sexually active. So as Taya, we developed fact sheets, we organized dialogues, workshops, and posted on our different social media platforms that brought young people, CSOs, Ministry of Health, and different stakeholders. And we used the research from Guttmacher Institute together with the data to tailor the message and get more resonance. So it has been really influential in the use in the development of the adolescent and youth health strategy, which is such a huge achievement for Ethiopia. It's a national strategy that that thinks that puts in place that the youth-friendly health services should be mandatory, that it puts better budgeting for advocacy and health services, and also it's now better and improved now that youth-friendly health services are easily accessible to young people. And we also always advocate for sexual and reproductive health information and education for young people, and also youth-friendly services in all health centers and hospitals young people find nearby. So in order to do this, I think that adding it up evidence has been really helpful in creating reasonable doubts whenever we advocate and whenever we ask for what has to be done. So I believe it has been really helpful. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Samaria. I think you've also pointed out the essence of having multiple partners working towards one aim. We have seen how it has brought out the national strategy that you've talked about, and that is not something that can be achieved as an individual. Okay, so we've heard from two of our speakers. I'm interested to find out what our audience is thinking. We're going to have a quick poll question for the audience. Before we move on to our last panelists, we want to hear from you. So we would like you to answer the following question. It's supposed to be on your screen. So the question is, which advocacy method is the most important for promoting adolescent sexual and reproductive health? Remember that you can only give one response, but I want you to pick out from the many that you know. Could you pick out one from your experience? What do you think, in your opinion, is the most important when it comes to promoting adolescent sexual and reproductive health? Would like to hear from you. We know that you're all experts in your own fields and your own capacities, so it's important to hear from you as well. So, while the poll is running, I'll give it just half a minute for us to put in our answers real quick and take this time to also contemplate and think about the what the previous speakers have shared, what Beth shared in her presentation. What are some of the things that you have picked up? What are some of the things that you use in your day-to-day advocacy work? What is it that you use in your programming? What have you seen for yourself? Every experience is a valuable experience. So it would be important. We would love it if you shared with us. I think I've done enough talking, and I think you guys have had enough time to look at the poll and give me your one answer. I hope it's the very best one. Don't save the second. Don't give me the second best one. Give me the best one so we can have a look. Okay, so we'll come back to getting the results of the poll right after we get to our fourth speaker, who is Prina. Prina is from YP Foundation in India. And so, Prina, I would like to ask you, what are some of the challenges you face when advocating for sexual and reproductive health for adolescents? And how have you been able to address them?
Hi. So there have been multiple challenges in Indian context, but we realize that the lack of awareness is majorly because talking about SRHR is still a major taboo. While working on the adding it up research, we also realized that we already have existing legal framework which covers SRHR for adolescents, but it is not being implemented or executed. There is a national adolescents health program specifically designed for the health and well-being of adolescents, but people are unaware about it. So then we onboarded a few adolescent and youth advocates from different states in India, and decided to get adolescents and policymaker on one platform and discuss their needs and ask from each other, which resulting to the policymakers committing to work on the execution. And they also reached out to different community engaging NGOs to help them with the execution of the policy. And yeah, that was one of the major experiences I wanted to share.
Wow. Thank you, Prina. It's interesting to hear that some of the challenges that you're facing in Uganda are very much similar to the challenges that we're also facing in Uganda as a country. So it presents to us that the challenges are many, but the solutions are multiple. You know, um, they just need to be designed to the communities that we're serving. So thank you for that. So let's hear back from the poll. The question was, which advocacy method do you think is the most important for promoting adolescent sexual and reproductive health? It's interesting to see that we have a tie for the lead. The first one, the first answer is dialogues bringing advocates and policymakers together. That scored 37%. We had a tie for first position with training other youth to advocate for sexual and reproductive health and rights. And then in second position, we had media outreaches, both traditional media, that's considering both traditional media and social media. And then lastly, we looked at direct engagement with policymakers. So I thank my audience for sharing with me. I think that um, all of these are vital. They're all vital solutions. They're all methods that can be utilized in the right communities and in the right spaces. Um, it's also interesting to hear what works best for you as an audience. So I appreciate you all for sharing. Um, so now we're going to move back to our speakers. In 2 minutes for each of our speakers, we're going to have one question. This question is, what is one key way to engage young people in advocacy and help build a movement for adolescent sexual and reproductive health? From the poll that we have had, we have seen that actually engaging young people, and from the experiences that have been there, engaging young people is something that is vital. So for my speakers, just 2 minutes, tell me, what is one key way to engage young people in advocacy and to also build a movement of adolescent sexual and reproductive health? We'll start with Peace.
Thank you, Lilibet. I don't know if I can give one, because there are multiple ways to engage young people, but I would say in a summary, it would be education and empowerment, and this would happen when we when we allow young people to take the lead, when we let young people take the lead. Young people are leaders. Young people know what they want. They have an agenda. We have to, step back and allow them to lead. Another way we can also support young people is by providing technical, either through data, either through finances, just looking for ways that we can support their advocacies. In that way, we are also not just helping them, but we are building a movement around SRHR. And another thing I'd like to share would be partnership, would be true meaningful partnerships. Young people, um also engage with partners, with donors, with people that will push for SRHR in their community. So partnership with them would also be a good way to promote SRHR advocacy for young people, and it will also help us to achieve better results. So yeah, thank you, Lilibet.
Thank you. Peace. So, Maria, tell me. What is one key way to
Um,
engage young people in advocacy?
So I believe one key way to engage young people in advocacy and help them build movements is the meaningful and inclusive youth participation of young people during the research process. For them to participate meaningfully, to contribute, and they can help participate in identifying priority research questions, help interpret findings, and also reach out to the respondents and identify who can respond to the research questions because they know better, they can empathize better, they can see better of what they're going through, they know their struggles better. I think we know what young people are what's going on among young people, and even if it's not happening among us, we can empathize. So I think young people should participate meaningfully in the research process and contribute, and I believe that they can contribute a lot, and it can also help them build their capacities and contribute in other different researches. So I think we should meaningfully participate and also in an inclusive way. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Lastly, let's hear from Prina. Prina, what is one key way to engage young people in advocacy and help build a movement of adolescent sexual and reproductive health?
Uh, Thank you, Lilibet. So I would like to add, well, I was really happy to see the results of the poll, which was sort of validating for us, because what currently which we are trying in India is something similar to build dialogue. So while we were doing our state level convenings for the research, we realized that it is very important uh, to have a adolescent and youth advocacy group to work on it continuously and do regular follow-ups with the policymakers and keep doing the work and not lose the spirit. So we have formed a policy working group in India, specifically working on SRHR and also on policies. Uh, it like the members of this group are from all majority from all the states, and we have also adolescent representatives from almost all the states, and few of them are also representing India at platforms like 1.8 billion campaign for change. So I think that's the one thing which we are trying to do. So I don't know if how much of it is the best answer to it, but yeah, this is a movement which is trying different things and coming together.
Wow, thank you. Okay, so from the question that I've asked, I personally, as Lilibet, have picked up 5 beautiful points. The first one being education and empowerment. The second one being young people are leaders and should be considered as valuable partners. The second one is it is vital to have partnerships with young people. The fourth is meaningful involvement, emphasis being on meaningful involvement and participation of young people is key. And lastly, young people do not live in a vacuum, so we need to be able to involve and work with decision makers and leaders. So I thank my speakers for taking the time to answer that very important question. While they were talking, the poll adjusted. So remember our question: Our question was, which advocacy methods do you think are the most useful for promoting adolescent sexual and reproductive health? The one in first position as we speak is training other youth to advocate for sexual and reproductive health and rights. That's our number one answer. Our number two answer is dialogues. Our number one answer was at 42%. Our number two answer is at 34%, and it says dialogues bringing advocates and policymakers together. Our number three answer is media outreaches, utilizing both traditional and social media. And our number four answer is direct engagement with policymakers. I thank you for taking the time to review the poll questions. And now I asked you a question, but do we have some questions for the speakers? Do you guys have some questions for us? And I encourage you to write them down in the chat so that we can have the speakers review them and give you some answers from their perspective, from the work that they have done, from everything that we've shared today. Let me see. I can see a question. So one of the questions is, what are some of the main gaps in policy implementation for adolescent sexual and reproductive health in your country? This is a very broad question. And we have people from different countries. So let's see if we can get an answer from each of the speakers. This time I'll switch it up. Let's start with Prina. Prina, what are some of the main gaps in policy implementation for adolescent sexual and reproductive health in your country?
Yeah, hi. So one of the major gaps which we realized and we observed is lack of resources, like especially monetary as well, and it is a vicious cycle actually. When you go to the policymakers and ask them ki why it is not being done, so they say that people don't come to avail these services, so we can't allot specific people to work on it. And if we go to the people who are actually going to use these services, they are unaware of it and they don't know what to do. They don't even know that there is something like that existing for them and they can take the benefits out of it. So these are two major reasons. SRHR being a taboo topic, so that the adolescents and the parents don't talk to their children about it, and other is lack of resources, uh, especially at a monetary level. So yeah, I
Wow,
like to pass
fantastic.
it to.
Okay. Thank you, Prina. How about let's hear from Samaria. Samaria, the question is, what are some of the main gaps in policy implementation for adolescent sexual and reproductive health in your country?
Okay, so I think I'll agree with what Prina has said earlier because as sexual and reproductive health topics are usually considered taboo, so the policymakers themselves, the influential people, really don't believe in them for them to implement them. It's just on the books. So there is a betterment, there is improvement. Like I mentioned earlier, there's the adolescent and youth health strategy, but it is still on the books. But there's better budgeting, but there's still not proper and equitable services being given in health centers and youth centers we find nearby for young people. So young people, if they go to health centers, at some health centers, they might get the right services. At some, they might not. At some, they might just be told the Adolescent and Youth Health Service Center is used for something else. So there's still gap in implementation, but we're still thankful that there are strategies and policies that are on books, but we have to advocate more to implement them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Peace. We would like to hear from you now. Should I repeat the
Um,
question?
no, it's fine. I got the question. Some of the gaps that we face in our various countries. So I'm from Nigeria, and we have quite a number of gaps, but one that I would like to talk about would be the provider bias. So, in as much as there are policies there or access to contraceptives, you can walk into a healthcare facility or anywhere to get these services. You can go there, but it now depends on the person who is providing the services to you. So, we still have that bias in Nigeria, where you to the healthcare facility and the provider is like, why are you here for a contraceptive? How old are you? You don't need one. Why are you sexually active? So there is that bias, and I think because of culture, because of the whole culturally attached notion to it. So that bias is there, and young people face challenge in accessing contraceptives. So they feel like they're going to get judged, and there is no need for them to go to the healthcare to access these services. But the good thing now is that we are seeing a lot of trainings going on in healthcare centers. We see partnership with government and donors who are coming in and saying that no, young people matter, and they can access services whenever they want to. So there is now a reorientation to providers to actually treat young people the way they will actually treat adults working in to get a contraceptive service. So yes.
Mm, wow. You know what's funny? It's interesting to hear that the answers are very similar to Ugandan
Mm-hmm.
problems. So, it's very similar that the problems are the challenges are the same. But it's also
Mm.
interesting to hear that the solutions are varying. They're very innovative. We're trying everything and anything to be able to help young people be able to access the services that they need. And not just any services, but quality services, because that is the key. I could go to a health facility and get what I need, but also be judged 100% of the time doing it. So where can a young person go and receive what the services that they need and not be judged for it and receive the very best in a timely manner and all that. So I appreciate all the answers. There's also a question from, I can't read that name. I'm sorry. Yabsira. Yabsira. I'm sorry if I bought your name, but Yabsira, I'll try. Yabsira is asking, what strategies have you used to advocate for SRHR in a very religious country? Who wants to take that question? Who would like to take that question?
I think
Peace.
I can go first.
Yeah.
So one of the strategies that we use here in Nigeria, because we are deeply religious in Nigeria, so we have the Muslim religion, we have the Christianity religion in Nigeria. So we approach this by working with gatekeepers in the communities, and the gatekeepers in these communities could be the religious leader, for instance. So we go to them, and we do not call it sexual and reproductive health per se. We can say family life education, so that way you're not coming to spoil their children, in quotes, because that's what they call it. So we are coming to educate them on family life, and we are coming to tell them how to be better in their family health if they want to get married. So it's just to find the way to work with the community leaders and the religious leaders in a perspective that they would
Mm.
understand, and in a way that also young people would benefit from it. So
I
yes.
mean, that is a very good answer. Packaging always matters. The moment you go in all violent with heavy words, they'll be like, no, thank
I
you.
know.
Okay. Okay, so we have another question from Melvin. Melvin is asking, how were the dialogues with policymakers like, especially regarding your advocacy on sexual and reproductive health? If there was resistance and disapproval at first, has there been any significant change in their views along the way? Very long question, but in essence, he's asking, in terms of utilizing dialogues to reach out to policymakers, what are some of the challenges? What are the solutions? Does it work? That's what I'm picking up from this question. I think I can take this to Prina. Prina, could you answer Melvin's question?
Uh, yeah, so there have been a resistance initially, but what has always worked with us and what we have seen is when you uh, put the policymakers in front of the direct beneficiaries. So if adolescents directly ask them questions that why are we unable to avail these services, I think that becomes a huge impact and it puts them in a situation. And yes, we have seen change in a long way. It's been 2 3 years now that our policy working group has been working, and we have seen changes at least from two states. I can share specifically that the policymakers have now, like, at regular intervals they engage with us and they take our suggestions and reach out to us for what help, whatever they feel that they need to change. So yes, it's a long journey, but I think bringing that dialogue and making the direct beneficiaries aware and questioning the policymakers makes a huge difference.
Yeah. Thank you, Prina. I think your answer is very suitable. Advocacy is a very, very long journey, but we pick off the easiest fruits that we can along the way. Secondly, persistence breaks resistance. So the more you do it, they will eventually hear you. And the last one, try. That is advocacy in a nutshell. There's no quick answer, but we celebrate the quick wins along the way. Okay, so there's another question that has come up. And the question is, there is a big social legal problem. There's a big social legal gap. I'm sorry. There's a big social legal gap between sexual and reproductive health policies and how they are translated into practice. How can we utilize evidence-based research to bridge this gap? I think this question is perfect for Beth. Beth, give us an answer.
I mean, I think this is where designing research studies specifically to call that out, to collect the data to show, this is what your policy says, but here's what's happening on the ground. And that can be used to really hold governments accountable for the improper implementation of policy. We did a study about 5 years ago now on comprehensive sexuality education and looked, what does the policy say? Then interviewed the teachers and said, what are you teaching in your classroom? And then we interviewed the students and we said, what are you learning in your classroom? And looked at the gaps all along the way from what was on the books to what the teachers were really doing to then what the students said they actually were told, which is different from what the teachers said. And that was work in Kenya and Ghana and Peru and in Guatemala. And that led to changes in a number of those countries of actual shifts in the implementation and in the policies themselves. And so I think that's where research can really shed light. You guys, I think you hear on the ground when it's not being implemented correctly. And if we can collect that data and show it and bring that together with the power of these youth advocacy strategies, that can, I think, really push for change and ensuring correct implementation.
Yeah. Thank you, Beth. I don't know. I'm hearing everything Uganda. Similar but different. So I'm sorry. I really appreciate this. This is also a learning moment for me. the beauty about such conversations, it's not about one person, and it's not just about one area of the world. It's about adolescents and the challenges and how we can make it better. So it's a broad topic that we can only bite on and chew a little bit. Okay, so we only have a few minutes left, and I'm going to just ask one question that was among the first ones that popped up. And it just asked that could the panelists, could the speakers share what their answer to the poll question would be? The question, to remind you, is which advocacy method do you think is the most useful or the most important for promoting adolescent sexual and reproductive health? The first one being dialogues, the second one being direct engagement with policymakers, the third one being media outreaches, and the fourth one being training young people as advocates. I'm going to get an answer from each of you. One answer, don't explain it. Give me what your answer is, because the participants didn't have explanations. Just pick your answer. And if you want me to go through the answers again, I can. The options. We'll start with Semaria.
I'll obviously go for training young people to be advocates for sexual and reproductive health.
Fantastic. And then let's hear from Prina.
I'll also go with Samara on this, training the young people to be their advocates for themselves.
Okay. Beth, what do you think?
I'm gonna have to stick with their answer because I'm not gonna conflict with the experts' views on this. I trust them; they're the experts.
Okay, Peace. What do you think? What's your answer to the poll question? Oh, you're muted.
I'll say my answer to the question. Okay. I'll say my answer to the question would be training other youth so that they can also advance their rights. Yeah, the last option.
I'm telling you, speakers, did you have a meeting before this? Because we didn't agree on this. No, but it's interesting to see that we all agree. The solution is held in the hands of the young people. We have to be able to train them to be able to speak for themselves, to front their challenges, to get the solutions that they want. So I appreciate you, speakers, for taking the time. But also, I do want to appreciate our audience for being here with us. We have gotten some valuable insights from the different panelists from different parts of the world. We have seen different advocacy approaches that are all using the Guttmacher Institute's Adding It Up data. So we hope that other youth organizations and other participants can be able to benefit from the stories and examples they have shared. And please stay tuned in for the full release of the new Adding It Up data in the early 2024. We appreciate you all and we wish you a lovely rest of the day. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, my participants.
Hey, we've covered some challenging issues like violence, like adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights. Now, these things are so important, but not always easy to talk about. And I think for me personally, what I found quite remarkable actually is hearing the different adolescents from all around the world talking about issues that are so close to their hearts, and it's been incredible to watch.
No, definitely. And I think it was such a great space to hear from young people, and not only hear from them, but also to see them directly engage with leaders from across the world. And for me, what really stood out was a session on mental health. We also had a session on NCDs, which is very important to me coming from the Caribbean. That's a huge cause of death going forward. I really think that this has been a great space for us to hear and amplify that youth voice.
Completely agree with you both. And as day one comes to an end, many of you are probably wondering what's next for the 1.8 billion campaign. What happens after this global forum? We'll be definitely talking about this in more detail as we delve into the multiple and exciting commitments and accountability tools tomorrow. But meanwhile, if you're an organization passionate about adolescent well-being, I'd encourage you to join PMNCH. My organization, the SRHR Africa Trust in South Africa, is a member, one of 1,400 members. This is the largest partnership of its kind anywhere in the world. And as you've heard throughout the day, we can do more when we all work together. This is also how we can continue to unite, to rise and lead. It's important to remember that beyond this moment, we are growing a movement for positive adolescent health, well-being and development.
Well said, Levi. Well, we'll say goodbye for now, but we look forward to seeing you again in the morning, and it's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, all right.
Bright and early.
See you later, everyone. Bye.
Unite, rise, lead. Young people, this is our time. We are 1.8 billion young people in the world today, standing as one to reach equality. In a world today, where dreams ignite, we stand as one, younger shining bright, united in the spirit. We make a change. For 1.8 billion strong, our voices rearrange. With hope in our eyes, we'll break these walls together. We'll rise, we'll answer the call. Bound by our purpose, a love beyond compare. Justice, our right, we'll surely get there. We are 1.8 billion young people strong. Symphonies of voices singing in the song. Let's rise above, let's compassionately do it. Right our future, we will seize the day. We are uniting, we are rising, we are leading. For better feel alive, for better kind of world. It's time to listen, it's time for action. We'll break the chains of inequality and strive in solidarity, igniting love. We'll champion justice, throughout the days and nights. Ours is the power as we came around. We are 1.8 billion young people strong. Symphonies of voices singing in the song. Let's rise above, let's compassionately right our future, we will seize the day. We are uniting, we are rising, we are leading. For better feel alive, for better kind of world. It's time to listen, it's time for action. As we come together hand in hand, the world will witness the change we have planned. With unity and love, we will overcome. For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.